blue chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
लेट्स सी कि क्या यहाँ पर एक इंस्टेंट पुश आएगा या फिर नहीं, बट मीनवाइल अगर हम बात करें यहाँ पर टीम अननोन ई स्पोर्ट्स की, तो वो थोड़ा मुश्किल में जरूर से डालते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। टीम केबीपी जॉर्ज को एक प्लेयर को उन्होंने स्पॉट करके नॉक किया और यहाँ पर भी वही चीज हमें देखने को मिलती हुई कि एक खिलाड़ी इनका थोड़ा पीछे की तरफ जरूर से मौजूद है। ग्रेनेड यहाँ पर जरूर से स्पैम किए जा रहे हैं। टीम अननोन ई स्पोर्ट्स के बापू जो है वो यहाँ पर नॉकआउट हो चुके हैं। रिवाइवल यहाँ पर देना बहुत ही ज्यादा क्रूशियल जरूर से रहने वाला है। वहीं अगर हम बात करें टीम केबीपी जॉर्ज की, तो अब उनको काफी वक्त मिल चुका है कि वो अपने आप को अच्छे से रीपोजिशन कर सके और अब खतरा जो है वो मंडराता हुआ टीम अननोन ई स्पोर्ट्स के ऊपर।
पीछे से आप विक्चू को देखें कि बैक टू बैक वो जो डीपी के स्प्रे कनेक्ट किए जा रहे हैं, वहां पे उन्होंने ही शायद बापू को नॉक करा था या फिर दूसरे प्लेयर थे जिनको उन्होंने नॉक करा। इस वक्त उनके पास मौका है कि यहाँ पे थर्ड पार्टी जरूर करी जा सकती है, बट शैडो को आप देखें ऊपर जाने को पूरी तरीके से तैयार है और सामने वाला जो प्लेयर था उन्होंने अपनी पोजीशन यहाँ पे रिवील कर दी। इतने ज्यादा ओपन में तो आप नहीं आ सकते, गलती उन्होंने करी, पनिश करा गया। इसी के साथ एक प्लेयर खत्म। मुझे लगता है एक आखिरी प्लेयर रैक्स बचेंगे अपनी टीम से, वो भी खत्म। और इसी के साथ टीम अननोन ईएसपी 4 फिनिशेस के साथ पाब्लो वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो गए। यू डॉग ब्रूटल के पास एक बढ़िया एडवांटेज था, अब वो डिसएडवांटेज में कन्वर्ट हो चुका है। बीस्ट बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल में, चांसेस कम कि यहां से वो सुरक्षित सही सलामत अपने बाकी दो प्लेयर के साथ पहुंच पाए।
बिल्कुल पीछे से उनके खिलाड़ी जो है वो कवर फायर देने के लिए मौजूद जरूर थे। थोड़ा बाहर की तरफ एक अच्छा कवर फायर आएगा भी। एक प्लेयर को नॉक किया, लेकिन अब वहां पर जो एक खिलाड़ी वो पुश करेगा। एक और खिलाड़ी को यहाँ पर नॉक किया। ग्रेविटी को टीम यूडॉग यहाँ पर थोड़ा कमबैक करते हुए जरूर से नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पर 20 की बात करें तो वो भी डाउन हो जाएंगे। अब यहाँ पे टीम यूडॉग की बात करें तो 2 खिलाड़ी बचते हैं जो कि थोड़ा दूर हैं। एंड टीम गॉडसा के प्लेयर जो नॉकआउट है, शायद उनको यहाँ पर रिवाइवल मिल जाए, लेकिन उसी के साथ एक बढ़िया इंस्टेंट पुश हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। ग्रेनेड को कर रहे, अगर एक कनेक्शन बनाता है फिर बहुत मुश्किल जरूर से रहने वाली है, लेकिन नहीं, अभी के लिए यहाँ पे ग्रेनेड जो है वो कनेक्शन बनाएगा एंड एलिमिनेशन हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ टीम गॉडसा स्पोर्ट्स का। टीम यूडॉग
बहुत ज्यादा लेम हो जाएगा, बट चलिए थोड़ी देर में उसके बारे में हम लोग बात करेंगे। बट टीम्स की बात करें, अपनी टीम से अकेले प्लेयर यहाँ पे हैं। अंकुश को उन्होंने इस वक्त थोड़ी देर के लिए रोका जरूर है, अंकुश लगाई गई है उनके ऊपर। इस वक्त उनके जो प्लेयर हैं फाल्कन जा रहे हैं बचाने के लिए, कोशिश की जाएगी, बट आरजीबी के बाकी जो प्लेयर थे वो भी यहाँ पे आते हुए। कर्स गॉड की बात करें, उनकी एचपी बहुत ज्यादा इस वक्त कम हो चुकी है। मुझे लगता नहीं है कि अंकुश को वहां पे रिवाइव किया जा सकता है। एक के बदले 2 ना दें तो ज्यादा बेहतर होगा। एंड स्ले की स्कोर, जिनका पिछला मैच बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया था, इस वाले मैच में शुरुआती दौर में 2 प्लेयर को खोते हुए आपको वो दिखाई देंगे। बट आरजीबी अभी भी उनको यहाँ से निकलना पड़ेगा, बट अभी भी आप देखें स्पीड उनके पास, हीलिंग्स नहीं है, उसके बावजूद वो आगे जा रहे हैं रश करने के लिए। कसगोट सामने की साइड पे मौजूद रहेंगे। पास की बात करें, यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा जिगल पीक करते हुए आपको नजर आएंगे। और इसी चीज के मैं बात कर रहा था, इतना ज्यादा ओवर एग्रेसिव आप नहीं जा सकते। बैक टू बैक 2 नॉक्स उन्होंने निकाले। चिप यहाँ पे मौजूद रहेंगे। व्हाट, तीनों प्लेयर को उन्होंने डाउन किया और ये एक बहुत ज्यादा ओवर कमिट वाली सिचुएशन हमें आरजीबी के द्वारा देखने को मिलता हुआ। वो प्लेयर प्ले जोन के बाहर डाउन हुआ है कि शॉट्स नहीं पड़े, वो प्लेयर प्ले जोन के बाहर डाउन होता हुआ। आरजीबी इस तरीके की गलती आप नहीं कर सकते। उसके प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे प्ले जोन के बाहर डाउन हो रहे हैं, बट फिलहाल के लिए आरजीबी की बात करते हैं, क्लोज रेंज में 6-6 खोलने की जरूरत थी नहीं। मुझे लगता है उनको पता था कि उनके वेपन पे वहाँ पे 6-6 लगा हुआ। बट चलिए इसी के साथ बात करी जाए 7-8-6 की 786 की, तो उन्होंने एक बढ़िया स्प्रे दिया जरूर है डीपी से। बट पाब्लो वहाँ पे हील कर रहे हैं, शायद उन्हें पता नहीं कि क्या दूसरा प्लेयर वहाँ पे मौजूद है, शायद उनको पता नहीं था। पाब्लो हील करने में उन्होंने कामयाबी हासिल करी जरूर है और आरजीबी उनके लिए मुश्किलें थोड़ी सी और ज्यादा हुई जरूर है। आप देखिए उनके जो स्पीड थे वो भी डाउन हो चुके हैं। 786 अकेले प्लेयर इस वक्त सर्वाइव करते हुए आपको नजर आएंगे। पाब्लो उन्होंने अपने आप को हील भी करा और जो दूसरा प्लेयर उनको नॉक पड़ा हुआ था उसको भी यहाँ पे उठाने में कामयाबी हासिल कर लेंगे। आरजीबी मुश्किल है उनके लिए ज्यादा, क्योंकि ये 13वें स्थान पे अगर एलिमिनेट होते हैं, मात्र केवल जो फिनिशेस उनके पास है वही पॉइंट में तब्दीलियां होते हुए नजर आएंगे। बाकी कोई भी प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट उनके नाम जाने नहीं वाला।
टीम यूडॉग ब्रूटल पिछले मैच में भी हमने देखा बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस था। इस मैच में भी टीम आरजीबी को एलिमिनेट करने में कामयाब हो गए।
iQOO उन्हीं की स्क्वाड है जो सर्कल के अंदर देखने को मिलेगी और बढ़िया 2v2 स्प्लिट उनका हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। देखते हैं कि विनर चिकन डिनर निकाल सकते हैं या फिर नहीं, क्योंकि अभी तक उन्होंने फिनिशेस नहीं निकाले। बट मुझे नहीं लगता आरसीडी वो चीज उनको करने देगी। जिस तरीके से खेल रहे हैं वो, मोक्ष जो नॉक थे उनको रिवाइव कर दिया गया। 5 फिनिशेस अभी उन्होंने निकाल रखे। आप देखें मात्र 22 मिनट का गेम चला है इस हीरो और 6 टीमें 19 प्लेयर मात्र यहाँ पे सरवाइव कर रहे हैं। हेलगॉड नीचे मौजूद जरूर है, स्लैपी उनको भी यहाँ पे मोक्ष के द्वारा डाउन किया गया। आईओटी जिनके पास पूरा मौका था इस मैच में विनर चिकन डिनर निकालने का, आप देखें पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पे जा चुके हैं। मात्र 2 प्लेयर उनके इस वक्त सरवाइव करेंगे और आरसीडी की स्क्वाड ये मौका छोड़ना नहीं चाहती। उन्हें भी पता है कि मात्र केवल एक ही प्लेयर है जो सर्कल के अंदर है। रियूक जिस तरीके से गाड़ी दौड़ाते हुए आए हैं, हेलगॉड वहां पे रीलोड कर रहे थे, 1-1 का सिचुएशन एंड रियूक को वहां पे डाउन किया गया। मुझे लगता है कि ग्रोजा का उनको शॉट पड़ा जरूर है, बट एक और प्लेयर जो रियूक के काफी ज्यादा क्लोज आए, क्या वो गलती कर रहे हैं? नहीं, चलिए वेनम पीछे हैं जो अपनी टीम को कवर फायर प्रोवाइड कर रहे थे, बट अब आखिरी प्लेयर होंगे जो अपनी टीम से सर्वाइव करते हैं और इसी के साथ वेनम भी खत्म।
फाइट भी यहाँ पे शुरू हो चुकी है। एआईजी के प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे स्पॉट करते हुए आपको नजर आ जाएंगे। स्प्रे देने की कोशिश, ड्रॉप शॉट आएगा और मोक्ष रेड निकालते नजर आएंगे आपको एआईजी के प्लेयर के ऊपर।
इस तरीके से आप ग्रेनेड मिस नहीं कर सकते, इस तरीके से आप बिल्कुल भी ग्रेनेड मिस नहीं कर सकते। वो ग्रेनेड बहुत बढ़िया कुक किया था बट ठिकाने पे गिरा नहीं। इनके पीछे भी एक ग्रेनेड है, देखते हैं ये वाला ग्रेनेड भी अंदर नहीं, बैक टू बैक 2 ग्रेनेड आप इस तरीके से मिस नहीं कर सकते। और आप सामने रियूक जिस तरीके से ग्रेनेड कर रहे हो, एक और ग्रेनेड बाहर और सामने वाले का ग्रेनेड पूरी तरीके से ठिकाने पे गिरता हुआ। डैडी गेमर मोस्ट प्रोबेबली अकेले बचे हुए अपनी टीम से, एचपी उनकी बहुत ज्यादा कम हो चुकी है। 1-2 शॉट पड़ेंगे वो आपको डाउन होते हुए नजर आएंगे, बट बैक टू बैक 3 ग्रेनेड। आपको प्रोजेक्टाइल एंड बाकी सारी चीजें सीखने की जरूरत पड़ेगी। फिजिक्स थोड़ा सा कमजोर, बट मोस्ट प्रोबेबली जब अगली बार खेलने आएंगे तब स्ट्रॉन्ग फिजिक्स लेके जरूर आएंगे। बट डैडी गेमर इसी के साथ खत्म और एआईजी मोस्ट प्रोबेबली उनका भी जो सफर था वो यहीं तक था।
एंट्री लेने की कोशिश आईओटी की टीम भी करने वाली। देखिए ज्यादा दूरी नहीं है, थोड़ी सी दूरी, बट सामने जो टीम है उसका ये सफर इतना आसान होने नहीं देगी। हेलगॉड एक अच्छा स्प्रे देते हैं, गेंद के विकी को यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाएगा। एडवांटेज अभी भी मेरे ख्याल से उस टीम के पास है जिन्होंने पहला नॉक निकाला और इसी के साथ जो स्लैमिन है उसकी प्रक्रिया को शुरू करा गया है। काफी ज्यादा क्लोज कर दिया गया है इस डिस्टेंस को एंड जो अग्रेशन यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहा है आईओटी की तरफ से मुझे तो काफी अच्छा लग रहा है। बट गेंद के आंखों की तरफ से एक अच्छा नेड आएगा। देखिए अपने आप को बचाने के लिए वो नेड किया गया, ऐसा नहीं था कि उन्होंने नेड कुक करा, वेट करा, थ्रो करा, एम लगा के, नहीं, अपने आप को बचाने के लिए प्रेम्प्टिव रेड वहां पे किया गया। उसका फायदा उनको नहीं मिलेगा और यहाँ पे हेलगॉड एक और नॉक निकालते नजर आएंगे। अभी के लिए नेड पर रेड देखने को मिल रही है। अमेजिंग
एक पर्सनल रेड जोन बनाने की कोशिश कामयाबी हासिल की है। पूरा डिपेंड करेगा हेलगॉड पे कि वो अपनी टीम को पीछे से कितना ज्यादा कवर फायर तो प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं। अगर वो डाउन हो गए, नाम लेते ही वो यहाँ पे डाउन हो चुके हैं और आईओटी की स्क्वाड आखिरी मूवमेंट पे स्लैपी आखिरी प्लेयर बचेंगे अपनी टीम से, उनकी पोजीशन भी यहाँ पे रिवील हो चुकी है। डीपी का शॉट आएगा विकी के द्वारा और आईओटी की स्क्वाड इस मैच से बाहर, बट गेंद की स्क्वाड एलिमिनेट होती हुई एक फिनिश उनके पास है। 5वें स्थान पर एलिमिनेट हुए, देखते हैं इनफ रहेगा या फिर नहीं, बट डीजे के 3 प्लेयर सरवाइव करेंगे। रियुगा का एक और ग्रेनेड जाता हुआ एवेल जिन्होंने पिछला मैच में उतना खास प्रदर्शन किया नहीं था, इस वक्त तबाही मचाते हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे। 8वां फिनिश उनका इंतजार कर रहा है। हॉक वहां पे नॉक है, बट जोकर वो शायद वो फिनिश चुराए एक बार के लिए जरूर सकते हैं। डार्क वाइट वहां पे मौजूद है। कायलो की बात का एचपी कम है, उनके पास मात्र बैंडेजेस। क्या फर्स्ट एड है? नहीं, चले फर्स्ट एड हॉक के पास भी आपको देखने को नहीं मिलेगा, बट जोकर जो ऊपर के साइड पे मौजूद है, दिक्कतें उनके लिए भी इस वक्त होने वाली है। सर्कल की बात करी जाए, क्या यहाँ पे एक एचपी वो इस मैच में बड़े चिकन डिनर निकाल सकते हैं या फिर नेवल स्पोर्ट्स आउटफिट के साथ पूरी तरीके से तैयार है। डार्क वाइट ऊपर मौजूद, अपनी पोजीशन भी उन्होंने रिवील कर दी, बट जोकर की बात करें धीरे धीरे आए जरूर है। डार्क उनको स्पॉट कर सकते हैं। काइलो नीचे मौजूद है, जोकर ने उनको देखा जरूर बट क्यों शॉट नहीं दिया। ओम को आए डाउन किया और इसी के साथ पूरी स्क्वाड एलिमिनेट। काइलो वो भी खत्म किए जाएंगे और जो प्लेयर वहां पे डाउन था पहले साइड पे उनको रिवाइव जरूर कर दिया गया, बट डार्क अभी भी ऊपर साइड पे मौजूद। हॉक, अरे हॉक को रिवाइव तक उन्होंने नहीं किया था, वो अभी भी वहीं पे पड़े थे, पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो गए। डार्क भी खत्म हो गए। मात्र 2 टीमें 7 प्लेयर इस वक्त सर्वाइव करते हुए इस मैच।
ये कैसा ब्लंडर था डीजी की तरफ से। दे हैड द नंबर्स गेम एडवांटेज में, अगर आप मेरी बात यहाँ पे माने तो, बट क्या हुआ वहां पे? हमें एक नेट आता है, एक प्लेयर नॉक होता है। मैं जानता हूं कि उनके पास हीलिंग्स नहीं है, बैंडेजेस यही हैं उनके पास सिर्फ, बट जो नॉक प्लेयर है वो अपने जिंदा प्लेयर को बैंडेजेस दिए जा रहा है इंस्टेड ऑफ आस्किंग फॉर अ रिवाइवल। कोई उनके आसपास नहीं था, कोई रश नहीं कर रहा था। रिवाइवल की संभावनाएं बहुत ज्यादा थी, स्मोक भी कर दिया था, बट फिर भी रिवाइवल वहां पे नहीं मिला। एंड एक बड़ा ब्लंडर, बट इनफ पॉइंट्स मेरे ख्याल से डीजी भी यहाँ पे लेके जा चुकी है। अब चिकन किसके पास आएगा वो देखने वाली बात होगी। 4 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे बचे हैं टीम एबल के, वही सामने अगर आप एक एचपी की बात करें उनके पास 3 प्लेयर्स की सुविधा अवेलेबल है।
कम से कम एक के एचपी वो थोड़ा सा जोन के बाहर है, तो एवल की स्कोर को कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, आराम से यहाँ से वो निकल सकते हैं। आप देखें एमओ की कमी, एक गेम में एमओ ही उनके नहीं है, 33 एमओ मात्र बची हुई है। आखिरी राउंड बचा हुआ है और इसके बाद खत्म। सेकंड वेपन में अगर एमओ हुई तो अच्छी बात, नहीं तो फिर हाथापाई तो नहीं कर सकते। एलन अभी ऊपर के साइड पे मौजूद रहेंगे। प्रणल की बात करें, धीरे धीरे करके जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, मात्र 1 मीटर दूर वो सर्कल के अंदर है। देखना पड़ेगा कि क्या सर्कल को वो फिनिश देना ज्यादा पसंद करते हैं या फिर फाइट लेने के इच्छुक हैं। जहां तक मुझे लगता है कि यस, बिल्कुल फाइट लेने के इच्छुक हैं। एलन को वहां पे प्रणल के द्वारा डाउन किया गया। कॉस्मोस एंड भी 2 प्लेयर बचे हुए हैं। चलिए, उनके पास भी कोई मौका नहीं। इसी के साथ आखिरी प्लेयर भी बचेंगे।
जो भी ऑग काफी ज्यादा पसंद है, पर अभी मैं देख रहा हूँ टीम एसवीके को ये सैंडविच सिचुएशन में होने के बावजूद आप देखिए दोनों टीम्स की मुश्किलें बढ़ा रहे हैं। ये तो काफी बढ़िया गेम थे, लेकिन कब तक रोमियो को यहाँ पे स्पॉट किया जाएगा और एक नॉक जो है वो हमें टीम फोर्ट्रेस की तरफ से देखने को मिलता हुआ। रिवाइवल हालांकि इजीली मिल सकता है, स्मोक का कुछ कवर, लेकिन एक बार अगर हम मैप की तरफ चलें तो आप देखिए पोजिशनिंग यहाँ पर बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल, क्योंकि जो पूरा सर्कल है उसका लगभग 25% जो पार्ट है वो पानी का एरिया है। तो अब ये जो टीम मौजूद है इस पर्टिकुलर रीजन में, इनको अगर जोन के अंदर जाना हुआ और जोन अगर एक शिफ्ट लेता है यसनाया पोलियाना की तरफ, तो बहुत ज्यादा बड़ा एक चुनौती जो है वो उनके सामने जरूर से हमें देखने को मिलेगी। टीम O7 एंड टीम रा अभी के लिए एक दूसरे के आमने सामने सरप्राइज एंट्री देंगे। एक सरप्राइज एंट्री से पूरा का पूरा टीम एसपीके का जो स्क्वाड है वो फिनिश ऑफ हो जाएगा, लेकिन कर दी देर, स्पॉट करके फिनिश ऑफ कर दिया गया उनको।
यहाँ पे इतना अच्छा मौका था ना उन 2 फिनिशेस को निकालने का, उनको बस हल्का सा एफर्ट देना था, हल्का सा लेफ्ट में जाके 2 प्लेयर्स को एक स्प्रे में वो टेक डाउन कर सकते थे। बट यू नो थोड़ा सा डेयरिंग बनना चाहिए अब यहाँ पे प्लेयर्स को। बट वहीं एसबीके की बात की जाए, 2 प्लेयर्स अभी भी बने हैं, 14 फिनिशेस इस मैच में वो निकाल चुके हैं एंड दे आर एब्सोल्युटली रिपिंग थिंग्स अपार्ट टुडे। सीपी के लॉफी बॉय अभी भी यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करते नजर आ जाएंगे। उनको स्पॉट करने की कोशिश यहाँ पे टीडब्ल्यू के आईजीएल, इजिप्शियन गॉड के आईजीएल की तरफ से, और फाइनली स्पॉट किया। मैं बहुत समय बाद किसी को देख रहा हूँ वीएसएस चलाते हुए। भले फिनिश उनको नहीं मिली, फिनिश यहाँ पे स्कारल से अभी निकालने की कोशिश करी जा रही थी, बट अभी भी सर्वाइव करते हुए लॉफी बॉय आपको देखने को मिल जाएंगे एंड ही इज गोइंग टू गेट फिनिश्ड एज वेल। एसपीके के पास अभी भी यहाँ पे रोमियो बचे हुए हैं, क्या कुछ मैजिक देखने को मिलेगा? जी नहीं।
Hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021, where, well, the action is always going to be non-stop. My name, of course, is Angad Singh Chahal. I sometimes go by the Experiment, and, well, you all know I have a gem of a person right next to me. A little mischievous at times. Floki is in the studio. Floki, Day 4, how are you feeling?
Feeling great. I mean, yesterday's matches, they were a little bit tame. We didn't see as much action as we liked early on. But hey, there was a fair amount of late game chaos, so I'm not complaining. As long as you keep that chaos coming, I've got my eyes peeled out. But I would like to see some more early fights breaking out.
Well, talking of early fights, we do have a few names you all might recognize playing the games today. But of course, we are going to come to that later. Now, the best thing about this tournament, as we've mentioned before, is that iQOO have given all these players, all these unknowns, a little platform on which to shine. And, well, it all comes down to them, whether they're going to make it or they're going to break it, whether they're going to reach that legend status. And, talking of legends, there's another legend which has a monster inside. And, well, let's just have a quick word from our sponsors. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Well, you've seen it all, and we're going to talk about it a bit more. This device, this monster, has so many features, and talking of features, talking of the specs, let's just have them up on our screens right now. Of course, we have that Qualcomm Snapdragon 888, which means, well, processing is going to be done in the blink of an eye.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to be able to listen to music and play BGMI and do tons of other things at once. So the Qualcomm Snapdragon 888, perfect for that. And if you ever run low on battery, well, there's the 66-watt flash charge. Just 22 minutes is all it takes to get it up to full charge. It's back to full juice, and you can game on an in-display Monster Touch as well. And these are not the only features to brag about. If you're paying attention during the promo, it also has an ultra-stable mode. So for those of you who tend to get a little bit too excited after your matches, you can still click good pictures. And well, you want to make sure you have a device that doesn't fail you. iQOO Legend 7 is just that.
Speaking of stability, I am definitely one of those guys with the whole shaky hands, but of course this phone just negates all of that. Now, we were talking about legendary startups today. That is what a lot of the teams are going to try and achieve. Now, the best thing is we have an action-packed schedule placed in for you today, but before we get to that, let's just have a look at what all these teams are actually fighting for, because Floki, there's a lot of moolah at stake.
Absolutely. And when was the last time you saw a tournament with a 1 crore rupee total prize pool with open qualifiers?
I mean, that
I'm
is
waiting.
just phenomenal. I mean, the fact that, anyone gets a chance to basically come in and fight their way through a multitude of teams for that whopping 50 lakh rupees. That's what the first place position winner is going to walk away with. Of course, second place gets something as well. 25 lakhs is no small amount. Third place walks away with 10 lakhs. And of course, as we keep going down the ladder, well, the prizes are going to keep on decreasing. However, I do believe we have a few special prizes for individual performances as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see on your screens, right down there below the orange line, there is the MVP award for the player who is, well, by definition, the MVP, the most number of times, 1 lakh rupees for that man or woman. The Lone Ranger, 50,000 rupees for that. The Rampage Freak, most finishes by a squad. That's probably going to be split up between the players, 12.5k per person. The Redeemer at 50,000 as well. And there you go. Those are some of the individual prizes as well. So not just team performance to be considered, but also individual plays. Now, of course, the likelihood that you're going to be making a good individual play if you're down there a little bit low. But yeah, who knows that if you're in the middle of the pack, maybe you have some of these and maybe you get just a little bit of extra money back home.
Well, we've had a look at all the prize pool that is going to be at stake. Let's have a look at how the points are going to be broken down. Of course, first place is going to walk away with 15 points. Second gets 12. Third gets 10, and we are going to be diminishing as we go down the ladder. Now, the important thing is one finish equals 1 point, which means, you've got to be aggressive. You've got to be swinging right off the bat if you want to make sure you want to accumulate all those points. However, have a look at 13 to 16. You do not want to end up in that position.
Absolutely. You walk home with nada. Nothing at all in your pockets, unless of course you get a couple of finishes, which we did see a little bit of yesterday, not as much, but hopefully today we see teams making it more competitive. We see teams who, even though they may only have one finish with high damage numbers, seeing that they give a fight before they finally succumb to their wounds and bite the dust. But of course, if you want to reach the top, well, you got to make it to the top with the first place taking away 15 points, of course, and then 3 points going down at the second place to 12, and then subsequently you keep losing 2 points until you earn nothing. But enough about the points table. Let's actually have a look at the calendar itself, see what the day is looking like. I believe this is the last day before we take a small one-day break, and then we will be back with some round 2 action. And the round 2 action is just going to get even more intense because we're going to be seeing only half these teams in that round.
Although, it just takes 22 minutes for the iQOO 7 Legend to charge up, our players need at least a bit more time. I think 24 hours is going to be sufficient. Of course, we are today going to be playing the last day of round 1, following which on the 21st, round 2 shall begin on through the 24th, after which we have a couple of days off for Christmas, so make sure you have a jolly good time then. Round 3 is going to be commencing on the 27th of December through the 30th, after which we, of course, are going to be heading into the new year.
Absolutely, and with the new year also comes the quarterfinals, starting off on the 2nd, a Sunday, a great way to start, your year with some good old BGMI action with 1 crore rupees at the helm, of course. Don't forget about that. But then after the quarterfinals, I believe we're going to be moving on to the semis as well, and that's where things start get really, really interesting and really, really close. Again, 4 days of, non-stop BGMI action with a 1-day break, of course, because like we talked about earlier, these players do need some time to recharge. But this is where things get interesting. 4 days of finals with a 2-day break, so players getting a longer break to prepare for the grand finals, allowing them time to study each other, to make some general consensus on how to play against other teams they're going to be facing. The toppest of, the best teams in India are going to be going at it, well, for the lion's share of the prize pool, 50 lakh rupees, all culminating on the 16th of Jan. Mark your calendars.
Mark your calendars, because I'm sure you do not want to miss any of the action. And let's just have a look at how all these matches are broken down. Now, of course, you all know that 1,024 teams did qualify for the first 3 rounds, out of which only 64 are going to be heading to the quarterfinals. Now, of course, as it is in any tournament, it is going to keep dwindling down. The semis are going to have 16 teams competing against one another, after which in the grand finals, well, we are going to have 1 team that are going to be crowned champions of India.
Absolutely. I mean, if you want to earn that champion title, you gotta work your way through this grind, a long and arduous tournament for a month, but it does culminate in a serious top prize. And you know what? One of those teams is playing this tournament right now. We just don't know who it is, so you gotta keep your eyes peeled out, not miss a single day of the action.
I was thinking, wait a second, does he know something that I don't? I mean, is he a time traveler? Has he already been to the future and been back? Have you placed a few bets? Of course, that is all joking aside. Well, the format is done and dealt with. Let's have a look at what we have in store for you today, as the schedule is now going to be coming up on our screens. Now, one thing that stays common from Game 1 to Game 6 is the fact that all the games are going to be played in Erangel.
Absolutely. Erangel, good old Erangel, a map that everyone loves, everyone is familiar with, and everyone has practiced a lot of. And there's room for all sorts of stuff over here, but you know what we are like. We want to see those northern circles. We want to see those fights in Pachinki and Georgopol early on.
I think let's not ask for anything today. Let's just unfurl the way it's going to happen, because I've noticed one thing. Especially whatever I ask for, I am not getting. So, the BGMI gods are not shining kindly upon me.
Absolutely. They want us to be go-getters. Just be quiet about it, and if they bless us, we thank them and we move on with our lives. But it does seem that whatever we ask for, we never get. But hopefully today, that can be the changer. And well, you have a habit of putting me in the spot, so today I'm going to put you in the spot. There you go, the flashlight. It's shining upon you.
Bring it.
What do you want to see today? Flight paths and early circles.
I want something pretty straightforward for everyone. I wouldn't mind flight paths directly cutting the map in half, bisecting them equally. I wouldn't mind that, so that everyone gets to go to their favorite drop spots, because I want everyone to be kitted out, and I want them to fight a bit early. Now, of course, we are going to see a few teams who are going to take it a bit easy. They are going to give rotation priority, which is not a bad idea. And, well, talking of teams, let's just have a look and see who's going to be competing in the first few matches, as we do have Group 57 on our screens. And, of course, joining them, we have CM Officials, 7H India, Celsius Esports. Now, I'm sure this is the name you are going to remember, as they have toppled quite a few well-established teams in the past. But, of course, they're joined by Energy Sigma Esports, Boss Gaming, Fintox Esports, Game for the Win, and MSD Official.
Absolutely. Well, the Goliaths need to watch out, because there is a David in town, and this David is here to stay, here to take the grand prize. But it's not just going to be these teams competing. Let's move on to the next 8 teams who are also in this group. Turbo OP, Addicted to Gaming, 6X Esports, 1X Esports, TM Creatures, 4 Extreme, Beat W Esports, and Team Cosmic. Lots of similar names over here. One team looking to do as well as 6x of their regular performance. One team be like, our regular performance is good enough, so it's just the 1x of our regular power. That's all we really need. But lame jokes aside, this time around we got some really sick logos today.
Really sick logos. And for a second, when you mentioned Turbo Power, Addicted to Gaming, I'm like, I'm pretty sure all of them are going to be addicted to gaming. But of course, it is the squad that is going to be fighting out the first 2 rounds here on day 4. Now, the question is, again, we've been saying this, we do sound like a beaten bush, because 2 games is all it's going to take for these teams to make it or break it. Now, it is going to be different as we reach the later stages of this tournament, because, we are going to have a few more matches in hand, and the teams can do their homework on the other teams. Before now, they are basically going to be jumping blind.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I've noticed about this tournament, or at least the first 3 days, the way the meta has been developing, it's always the number 3 and number 4 teams that finish up, in the first match, that usually end up staying consistent and actually making it to the next top 8 as well, because they don't seem to be having a target on their backs like the top dogs do, right? So we saw, I think we've seen at least 5 to 6 matches where the top 2 teams get eliminated in the bottom 8 right away in the second match, and then all of a sudden they are just caught between a rock and a hard place and at the mercy of those teams in the 3rd and 4th place.
and of course you have a rock and hard place, then you have all those distant teams showering them with the lead as well. And I mean, that's what it's all about. Every team over here wants to make a legend for themselves. And again, speaking of legends, the iQOO 7 legend is what has made all of this possible. And let's just stop talking for a second and have a look at that beautiful video once again. Floki, I mean, you did just mention a short while ago that you like listening to music while playing your game. Now, of course, this phone can let you do that with that Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 at your fingertips, but I don't know whether to say I want to play with you or against you, because it's a dangerous proposition. What about the footsteps, or are you that good?
So let me tell you something about myself. Every game of BGMI I've played, I've straight up dropped into Pochinki. That should tell you all you need to know.
Alrighty, so basically I think he's entering the lobbies quite often because, well, I mean, with the music on, the footsteps are going to be a little difficult to hear. But again, that is not going to be the case today. All our teams are pretty much ready. I do believe they are already frolicking about on the spawn island. No music in their ears. Of course, it's going to be the comms. That is what they're going to be hearing. Now, I wish we could be a fly on the wall in, in the corner of some of these squads, because I just want to know what happens when, all that pressure is mounting on them. And well, speaking of Spawn Island, let's just have a look for ourselves what all these boys and girls are up to.
Absolutely. I mean, soon enough we should be... There you go. We should be having a look at what they are up to over here. So a couple of people just meditating, relaxing, just taking in the sights by the water, preparing for the inevitable. But some of these other players just seem to be a bit more angsty and, well, let's just say a bit more hyperactive. They like to taunt their enemies in their face. Some of them like to dance. Some of them like to, I don't know, just throw a couple nades here and there.
That's what I would be doing.
Oh, yeah.
All day, every day. And I've gotten up to that fin of that plane and I've fallen down so many times. But again, you get back up.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what it's all about.
Absolutely. I mean, movement is also one of those underrated aspects about this game that, sure, new players, they don't really tend to focus on it too much because you're busy trying to get your aim right, but movement becomes more and more important as you move on, and especially in those late game situations where the zone starts closing in.
Oh, you gotta be quick.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And if you don't quickly take, how should I say this, a quick assessment of your surroundings, you don't know where all the walls are, if you don't know where you're going to be pressing that jump key and at what time you're going to be pressing that jump key so you don't get stuck in the animation of going over the wall, well, you could be in a world of trouble, because at the highest level, that is the difference maker. It's all down to when you press that jump button, whether or not you get locked into that animation.
Well, talking about getting locked in, I think all the weapons have been cleaned and oiled, and now it is going to be time for the match to begin. So we're going to bid you adieu from the studio as we are going to take to the skies over the green, luscious plains of Erangel, and let's have a look at where we are flying to. And, well, judging by what I see right now, looks like we are going to be heading pretty much, I think it's a northern shift. We are going to be flying from Georgia Paul all the way to Milta Power. Now, it isn't bisecting the map in half, but I don't see teams that want to call Sosnovka military base home. They shouldn't have too much of an issue getting cars and moving to that spot.
Absolutely. Now, if there are, how should I say this, a couple of nails that are sticking out that like to go towards Primorsk, well, they're going to have a slightly harder time, of course, that being a very, very long rotation. Could potentially just drop out early on, maybe towards Gatka, and then make the rotation towards Primorsk, get yourself some extra loot. And yeah, well, Sosnovka is also going to be open for the taking, but yeah, going to be lots of different places. In fact, just yesterday I was wishing for shooting range to be there in the middle of it all, but today it seems that my wishes are finally granted, so the BGMI gods, they do listen.
They do listen. Again, it's all about, maybe you shouldn't be asking loud, just have a little thought in your head, and I think that is when they answer you the best. Of course, talking of the shooting range, I do see a couple of teams heading up north, and one of them are going to be the boys from 4 Extreme. So it does look like we might have some early skirmishes breaking out, and our wishes and prayers are finally being answered. But of course, all this is going to be second fiddle to where the new circle is going to form, because if it's down to the south, oh, that is interesting. This could be dramatic, as a majority of the teams are still going to be content with the new circle, but the ones on the eastern aspect of Erangel are going to have to move. But looks like we might have action breaking out earlier than usual, as MSD have come under fire, and well, looks like Evil Eye is down on his knees.
Absolutely, 1x Esports straight away off the bat, no mercy whatsoever, getting themselves a knock. But some of these players, they haven't even begun to find a weapon yet. They're still going around the map looking for something to search, and looks like elsewhere on the map, Dumbledore's also found a pick for himself. So yeah, 7H, well, they have got the party started, a knock converted into a finish, and it's going to be Naughty YT to do the deed.
Well, this isn't Dumbledore's army, it is 7H India who are going to be opening things up, getting the first pick of the game. I guess they are going to be happy with that. One finish. Now the question is, they must be asking themselves, where are the rest? And of course, we did see, it was an Evil Eye, I beg your pardon.
Wow.
It was S5 who was brought down earlier, and well, looks like 1x Esports are going to make sure they put him 6 feet under.
Absolutely, and now this is where the mettle of these teams is truly going to be tested, right? Addicted to Gaming, MSD official, just having 3 players on your squad means you don't have the same rotation opportunities that you would have if you had 4 people alive. You're also going to be sort of hard-pressed to take fights early on, unless you're the team that is third-parting, being on the edge of the circle a little bit, looking to come a little bit later. So you're going to have to play a lot more conservatively, and this is probably going to be the hardest thing for them to do yet, just being one man down. And I can just imagine if you're that person who's been eliminated right away, there's just have to be so much anxiety in you.
I mean, well, anxiety aside, it's just going to be not a good feeling when you're the first one to be brought down. And basically, for the next 20-30 minutes, all you are doing is, you're a viewer, you're a backseat driver. You could help your team out. But again, it is going to be a bit of a blow right at the beginning. Now, what separates the champions from the rest is what they do now. Yes, you are down one man. However, we've seen the numerical advantage. It's been thrown out the window quite a few times.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it seems that the numerical advantage can end up not really mattering in certain situations, especially towards the late game, where it's all about positioning at the 6th or 7th circle. It's all about who has those compounds, who has those walls that provide them with some solid cover, and who is the team that doesn't have to worry about their backstab or worry about being sandwiched. If you can be one of those teams, then, well, the man disadvantage you're at can be nullified to an extent. The liberty of choosing fights at your discretion just sort of takes away from that a little bit. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards Team Turbo OP, who are having a very guarded time towards the eastern part of the map, just looting whatever the hell they see inside and then going in for the rotation. Okay.
This is an interesting side over here, as 1x Esports member is going to be in the vehicle outside. It does look like he's in the driver's seat, and well, the question is, what is up with MSD official right now? Now, I'm sure they do know that the enemy is right outside their doors. However, the fact that he hasn't made a peek, he hasn't made a move, it could come to haunt them later on. For now, they are going to be comfortably looting up, but again, we've seen something. They might not have an idea.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you notice, they're already one player down, so taking a fight at this point might not be on their list of priorities at the moment. But once again, 1x, even though they're not getting any of these picks early on, just the sheer amount of information they're getting is going to allow them to time their rotations a little bit better and have slightly more map awareness as to where they're going to face or find their enemies, and allow them to maybe use that to their advantage a little bit when that zone starts closing in. Use the element of surprise, perhaps, to snatch up some real estate if they're in the mood for some aggressive BGMI.
That's a sight you don't see too often, a crossbow on the backs of one of the lads.
Oh yeah, I mean, that takes a lot of cojones, not gonna lie. But this is something we used to seeing a bit more, on RPM in one hand. Let's see if he can actually connect some shots with it. Yeah, he does. He's just getting information, but you have to be careful. You have to remember they are a little bit spread out right now. If he gets spotted, he could be in a world of trouble.
For now, Titan is going to go up against mere mortals, but the thing is, he is all by his lonesome, and looks like Evos from Fintox has an idea where he is. Now, he must be relaying all that information to his teammates, as I do see in the distance they were converging in on his position. Looks like a firefight is going to break out. Fintox, Evos from distance. The Scar-L with laser pinpoint accuracy does lay down a few shots downrange. However, they aren't going to connect, and well, when you have vehicles for cover, I think every once in a while they do their job.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of those one-off situations where when you're shooting from the back, you actually end up don't connecting the buggy, just being one of those vehicles that provides you ample protection from the back, not so much from the side. But in the meantime, 1x Esports still aren't done yet. They see a couple of people in that buggy. Oh, okay, that could be a little bit problematic, but, well, no punish. No distance or range available for it. Well, you gotta juke left, right, because otherwise Guru will hunt you down with that weapon at that range. Pretty strong, but yeah, they're gonna get away. Sure, they are a little bit scared. You know, there's gonna be a couple of bruises, a couple of scratches here and there, but nothing a couple of bandages can't fix up.
Lucky for Fintox Esports there that they had a little bit of shrubbery to basically conceal their position, because if you had a look, Guru did get a few shots in initially. However, as Fintox went light, his weapon pretty much went left. So, you know, they kind of juked him, dare I say that. But now, B2W Esports on our screens, they don't really have anyone nearby to contend with. Of course, they are going to be just west of the ruins, in the shadow of Mount Everest, as I like calling it. An easy position for them, nothing to worry about. Of course, we do have the basement that you can have a look at as well. Plenty of loot for this team as of right now. Now the circle is pretty much open. Wait a second, I'm going to hold my thought as Sagar from Tegan Cosmic does catch a member of Celsius Esports off guard.
Oh, no!
Reciprocation is going to come in kind.
Wow.
As Wixie is going to get the better of him now with that M4 iron sight. He does lay down a few shots.
Did he get a headshot with that?
He suppresses his enemy. Yes, he did.
What the hell, at that range, able to hit a headshot with an iron sight? That is sort of nuts, not gonna lie, but where's the conversion? Or is a conversion even needed?
You know, we did say at the beginning, watch out for this team, Celsius Esports, because when they've toppled over giants in the past, they can do so right now as well. And looks like Wixie is going to make sure he drives around. He is being careful.
Yeah.
He knows that there's someone bleeding over there, but he hasn't gone to his position as yet. He, in fact, goes on a massive flank and makes sure he finally puts that final nail in the coffin for his opponent.
Absolutely. And you can see the awareness on this man, right? Just knowing that he can't just take that finish out in the open, needs some semblance of cover. So walks over to the tower, makes sure that he has some semblance of that cover that he needs, and then picks up the finish. And Celsius, great discipline from them. They got the free finish, they lap it up, they go away. Sure, Wixie is just waiting for someone else to pop their head up, but I mean, this is just Celsius Esports dotting their I's and crossing their T's, not doing anything unnecessary. Sure, a little bit of extra loot that they will not let go of, but yeah, this is Celsius Esports showing that consistency that top-tier teams have.
You know, historically speaking, Celsius Esports, they usually get off to a really slow start. You know, I mean, they love staying away from all the commotion. Usually around the 4th or the 5th circle is when they're like, all right, you know what, we're in a good position. The circle is small enough, let's go and get some blood. But this time around, man, these guys have come swinging right off the bat, and we are definitely a happy bunch over here. Now, the circle is going to implode in on itself. We are going to have a little bit of a northwestern shift. Still, I do believe the majority of the squads are going to be happy with this slot, as I only see a few squads still out in the circle. However, only one out in the blue. And again, you got to keep in mind, the blue isn't going to do a tremendous amount of damage right now. So I guess we can let them be where they are. But again, we saw yesterday, some teams, they let it a bit too late.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, once you start getting to the 3rd, maybe 4th circle, the blue can deal a lot of damage if you don't have the right amount of healing necessary to just tank that damage and go for the longer rotation instead. Right now, it is still feasible, and there are those longer rotations available. If you're someone who's stuck near towards farm, you don't want to go straight towards Pachinki, well, you can take a little bit of a drive around, make your way towards school instead. But yeah, in the meantime, we're going to be having a look at TM Creatures, who seem to be caught in an awkward position. One of their players has been knocked out, and they want to try and res him up, but they're not sure about where the rest of the teams are. And now they've got decisions to make. Do they go in for the res, or do they go in for the abandon and the sack?
The res has come in, and looks like the aggressors are now going to be on the back foot, as 6x Esports are going to have one of their men down on the ground. The thing is, they are so close to the enemy that revive isn't going to come in, but looks like the creatures are trying to find him, as it does look like Astatine is going to be hiding in a bush, which could work out if his teammates are readying, in fact, for an assault on the enemy. But look, we might just have a ray of hope. Creatures are backing off, which means, well, 6x Esports could come in for that revive and still be a 4-man squad.
Yeah, most certainly you want to try and conserve that 4-man advantage that you have early on, and
go for it.
They want to go for it, but look at them, they're just so afraid, right? And saying, well, I hope your name is...
Get it.
Oh no, he drives to the left instead. He's still a little bit worried about where they're positioned. and they're going to have to let go of one of their members. Astetine can be left for dead, but it's not going to be sacrificed in vain, and that's for good reason, actually. So TM Creatures, they fake their rotation away.
They baited them in.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Great stuff coming out by them. They just wanted to try and bite off a little bit more. Fortunately, they were aware about this, so it doesn't look like Creature's going to lose more than that one player. But once again, you know, they're bleeding, limping a little bit, not in the best of positions, and now potentially they could end up being in more trouble as Celsius Esports spot out one of those players. Werewolf getting caught out in the open on the back of that buggy. Let's see if Celsius continue to chase. No good reason for them to do so as of now, and they could be baited in, so probably going to let him go.
They might just let him go unless they do pop a few wheels and that buggy spins out, because, well, like you mentioned, Celsius, they are the king of the hills, just west of Pachinki, and
oh, wow.
That is some precision shooting. Karthik almost getting a couple of good shots on Werewolf over there, but the Creatures are going to be going, and oh my goodness, that buggy is going to be something he's going to want to put on the mantle, because it definitely saved his life and then some.
Absolutely. I mean, if he makes it towards the end, he's going to have that buggy to thank.
He's limping towards his fellow comrades, and well, it is going to do the job. Now, we did mention that Celsius are going to be atop that mountain, which means they are going to have a good 360 vigil. They are going to have those lines of sight for miles out, and well, they could be dishing out a lot of damage indeed. Elsewhere, Team Cosmic, pretty close to the boys from Team Celsius as we have a look at where the circle is going to shift.
Okay, nice.
We are heading a bit further up north. School Rozok are going to be in contention with just a little bit of Pachinki still in play, which means, well, we might just be set up for quite a lot of urban warfare.
Absolutely. I mean, Boss Gaming, they're going to have their work cut out for them. They are in a good position right now, but with the number of teams collapsing them and the timings all matching up, syncing up like this, they're going to be fighting wars on multiple fronts, and it's going to come down to them isolating those fights and deciding which ones they want to take and which ones they want to leave behind and go for the rotation with. That's going to make sure if they are able to go into the next circle or not. But it doesn't even seem like teams are going in from Pachinki. They're directly opting to just occupy real estate right in the smack dab center, occupy the high ground, you know, just stay behind those trees, use your smokes for cover, but it looks like we're heading to the late game a little bit early this time around.
You know, with so many vehicles about, it was inevitable that someone or someone somewhere was going to be run over, and looks like Team Cosmic did just that as one of the members from Fintox Esports was run over by an enemy vehicle. However, the finish has not been confirmed, which means I do believe he left him for dead and has moved on further. Now, as all the teams are going to try and find a little niche for themselves, a little place they can fortify, a lot of teams are going to be moving around. And the question is, do you want to be in the open in a little ditch, or do you want to be in a house with cemented walls all around you?
Great question. I mean, at this point, you probably can go away with being the team in the ditch and just get some extra information and get the hell out of here. But if you stay here for just a bit too long, you're going to have a hard time holding on to these positions. We've seen what those nades can do when you're down there, and if you don't have those right vehicles to rotate out, even if you do, I mean, they just tend to be shot down, and this is exactly what happens. I mean, Hydrojot at that distance is looking to rattle off a couple of shots, does connect with a few of them. It's actually RDWNL who actually finds a knock onto one of those Fintox members. It is going to be Evo's getting cleaned up over here by Hydrojot. Another great pick coming in from Enigma Sigma, Energy Sigma Esports. Oh, okay, Fintox, they turn it around. And RDWNL going to be in a world of trouble. I mean, Energy Sigma, they will be able to get the trade finish as well, but yeah, Energy Sigma going to be in a world of trouble now as they have lost one of their players, and well, a 1-for-1 trade. Going to be okay with this, but they wish that they had found a little bit more, because now they're going to have to stop. All these other teams are going to rotate in a little bit earlier, and they potentially have to fight their way in instead.
Lucky for them, you know, they are just south of Pachinki, and the team that was calling Pachinki home just moments ago, they've moved further inland, which means they aren't going to have any opposition. We're talking about opposition. It is going to be a bit of a bloodbath. 6x Esports are the current king of the hills, but the question is for how much longer, as we do have Addicted to Gaming moving dangerously close. The last member of Fintox Esports is nearby as well. Now, as far as he is concerned, I'm pretty sure he is going to have a bit of a quiet game, as you know, going one up against 4 members could be a bit tricky. But quickly have a look at the circle. Only 3 teams in the circle as of right now, while everyone else is going to be migrating in sooner or later, which means we are going to have some drive-bys, and we are definitely going to have some vehicles go boom.
Absolutely. There's going to be a lot of action coming in just a bit around the periphery, so keep your eyes peeled out. You don't want to miss out on any of it. But for the time being, we're going to be focusing on Addicted to Gaming, who are sort of holding this position at the moment, not really looking to rotate out just yet. I've already lost a member, so rotations could be a little bit difficult without all the information. But in the meantime, Celsius, okay, I guess they are still finding those finishes in the meantime as they end up eliminating Fintox Esports in 16th place. Not the way they imagined going out over here, but 6x insane. Now they're looking to capitalize. They get one knock from both of those members. Oh my god, they're going straight in. No fear whatsoever from both of those members, but they get punished. Celsius are like, not today, this is our house. And you just came to the wrong den. Well, there's the res.
There's the res. The res comes in, but that grenade is going to make sure that it's going to be short-lived as they have been reduced to a 3-man squad. And if you notice, CM officials tried to join the party as well. However, it did not work out in their favor. I mean, those grenades are devastating, and 6x Esports is relentless as Turbo Power are going to be leaving us in the 15th position sans any kills. Now, 6x Esports, they don't have a lot of finishes to their name. It's just that one. They are a 3-man squad, but they are going up against a very able team. And of course, I am talking about Celsius Esports. They should have probably lost a lot more members, especially since CM officials came in as well. But they held the ground, and for now, they look comfortable.
I mean, right now they're in a very, very good position because they can see a lot of the rotations that are coming in. But soon enough, they're going to be surrounded on multiple sides. In the meantime, for Extreme, they're trying to find all these picks and all these finishes. They're connecting. Great shots coming in by Dragon. He spots out another one. Oh my god, on top of the terrace. He takes him down. Not something that B2W Pro was expecting at the moment. And now there's only one player still standing strong. He's gotten 3 knocks so far, looking for the quarter. Can he actually find it going in? He is hungry for it. Oh, but that nade could change everything. No, it's not well cooked enough though. Noob just tucking tail and running at the moment, trying to catch him off guard. But there you go. They know about it. They're going to give it to him. They're going to give it to him, aren't they? Oh, just give it to him. Go in. Go for the bait. Oh, wait a second.
He's on fire.
He's on fire. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was his own molly or if that was the molly that the Noob threw down a little bit earlier. But for Extreme, well, they're going to take a chill pill despite their name and, you know, just relax for a little bit.
Well, he is definitely going to try and go for that quadruple finish and get that squad wipe to his name. Let's see if his teammates are going to let him do so. Elsewhere, we have a few more fights breaking out, but let's have a look and see what's going to happen over here. There is Grenade on the other side of that wall now. Cyclone is going to be the first to make a move. He spots the enemy. Noob is going to be behind cover. He swings out. Let's use a few bullets. In fact, they do connect, but it isn't going to be enough. And it looks like I do believe Cyclone got that finish. We're going to make sure that we get all our information correct later on, as B2W are going to bid us adieu.
Absolutely, and look at that. Right away, this is what I was talking about. This is what I wanted to see. 5 teams being already knocked out. It's just a couple of minutes in. Just 18 minutes. We haven't even hit the 20-minute mark. And now there's going to be even more action breaking out because 7H India are in a world of trouble. I mean, for Extreme, they've got a perfect angle on them. They can gatekeep them all they want, and they've just found some fresh loot off of the corpses of their enemies.
Have a look at the minimap. Have a look at how 4X are spread out. 2 of their members are making sure they keep the northern team, that is 7H India, at bay, and while the other 2 are going to make sure anything coming from behind is going to be stopped dead in its tracks. Now, the circle is going to shift further up to the northwest. That means the school and the apartments are still going to be in play. And, well, talking about the school, I already see a few teams nearby. That could be a bit of a conflict later on, but for now, Draken does spot the member of Celsius as Boss Gaming just pretty much willy-nilly just tries by, but that spray is beautiful.
Wow.
He gets one, he almost gets a second knock, and well, Karthik definitely has his work cut out for him now.
Absolutely. I mean, Celsius, they were in a good spot just a few moments ago, but then a drive-by and then a third party later. They have 1 man down. With 3 players still standing, though, not a lot of teams that could survive with all their players in this situation. All their vehicles also sort of biting the dust, but the vehicles that their opponents left behind will come in handy.
Just have a look at that destruction and carnage. 3 burning buggies. You know that these guys were involved in quite a few firefights. Now we're going to focus back at the school as 1X Esports are taking the fight to MSD Official.
Oh yeah, MSD Official. Remember, they had lost one of the members over here, so they're not fully strong just yet. Dropping a couple of smokes, just trying to hide where they're going to be moving in. But if they don't take the initiative themselves, if they don't start moving out right now, they could end up being surrounded by a bunch of teams, and that seems to be what's happening as a lot of these teams converging towards the general school area. Even Celsius Esports looking to take a part of the action elsewhere, and there you go, they've actually found a knock in the meantime, and 6X Esports will be eliminated by them as a result. So Celsius Esports doing a lot of work over here, but have to be a little bit careful because they might have walked into somebody else's territory. It's going to be TM Creatures who find a knock on one of their members. Can they get the finish? So they're trying to cover. Oh my god, those nades just not allowing him to get the finish.
The nades shaking the ground. around, shaking the studio. Speaker P is brought down now. Creatures, they've got their work cut out for them. They aren't going to be going for that precious because, well, they're going to be making sure that they stay alive. Karthik over here, survived by his teammate Max. Two-man squad, but boy, oh boy, that is a duo of destruction as Cyclone is going to be throwing a grenade. Unfortunately, he catches his own teammate. That could be devastating, but Karthik is going to burn as a Molotov does find its mark. However, the revive is coming in. One stray grenade could spell trouble.
Oh yeah, Celsius, I mean, this is just them crossing their fingers, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, hoping that there's no nade being lobbed in and their prayers will be answered. The BGMI gods feeling a little bit generous today. They've already had a rough start to deal with, losing one of their players despite being in a good position, as not very often does something like that happen, you getting a third party this early on. But for Extreme, they're not done yet, man. They want to make their lives even more hell. But before they actually reach Celsius, I believe there is going to be Boss Gaming standing in there. Where is there? Doesn't seem like there is. Karthik is actually in the house where the molly was tossed.
See, the thing is, right now, they are in the apartments, and, well, they're all bad neighbors to one another, but now this is the deciding factor. Where is the circle going to go? It is going to be in no man's land. Everything is going to be out in the open, and I just see a little bit of fortification. I do know that the shack where Boss Esports are, but now for all the teams in the school, they still have that little wall that they could potentially hide behind. However, they've got to make sure they deal with one another, as MSD are going to be going up against another team in their vicinity. Now, for Extreme, they know where Celsius is. They have deployed some smokes. He is going to zig and zag his way in. He might just spot the enemy, but oh my goodness, that was a beautiful setup. There was fire on the ground. He's going to drop and roll, which is exactly what he does, but that does mean it is going to take those precious seconds off, and, well, time is of the essence as Cyclone now has to decide whether he goes up and faces the wrath of Celsius all by his lonesome.
Max, a one-man squad. Can he do it by himself? His teammate limping on the ground, looking to up him. I mean, he's just hoping that his teammate can hold on long enough to at least get the rest, but it's not going to happen. Max, okay. Looks like he is still trying to survive, and he needs Ducktail and Rod, but Celsius will be eliminated over here by 4Extreme as they find themselves a lot of finishes. 9 finishes to their name right now, just bringing in the heat, backing all the action. It doesn't seem like they're going to be slowing down anytime soon. Now it's time for the rotation to come in, but back towards the middle, the shot that you were talking about, there's Boss X Gaming hung up over there. They're just getting shot from every single direction. Look at that, there's going to be Team TM Creatures just crawling up, looking to get that piece of real estate for themselves, but there's also members of Game for the win. Oh yeah, just a complete cluster truck of sorts.
Kira is the last man standing for his team. In fact, grenades are going to be going off in every which direction as the Deep from Boss is going to make sure that Neon is brought down. In fact, 2 members from Creatures were taken down as Werewolf is going to join his teammate. Now this could be it. He knows exactly where they are. That grenade could be devastating, and it is. And with that one big bang, another one bites the dust as TM Creatures are going to be eliminated in the 9th position with 5 finishes. Now, Boss Gaming, their woes are still not over. Remember, we still have that one member from Game for the win hiding behind that tree. He might be a thorn in their side later on.
Absolutely, I mean, you can see Boss Gaming, that single nade by Deep just changing the game completely for them, allowing them the time to get that res back up, get their third member on their feet, but now a 4v3, or potentially a 5v4 considering the one player on the backstab. Boss Gaming, they have to be a little bit careful over here. They're rattling up a couple of shots, they're attracting attention to themselves, and this could be problematic because there is 7H right in the vicinity. They hear the footsteps, Deep knows that someone's coming over here, and he just wants to be able to get the information for his team. Lucifer, you're playing a very dangerous game right now, my friend. A single nade being tossed in towards that shack could mean you need to get the hell out of there, out in the open where there's no cover.
However, the thing is, for 7H to throw a grenade, they are going to have to come over that little line, which means they might expose themselves, and that is going to be a risky move indeed. Now, we did mention that the school teams, they are going to have that little bit of a corner for cover, which is exactly what they look. But have a look at Defaulter, right in the thick and thin of all the action. He does have that one smoke grenade next to him, but looks like the smoke is going to dissipate, and Cyclone, if he moves around a bit too much, he might just give his position away. Before now, Draken does spot some enemies in the distance. Question is, he's got so many targets, which direction is he going to shoot first?
Absolutely, I mean, when you're surrounded on all sides, it can be sort of hard to take these sorts of fights. Oh my god, he's rattling a couple of shots off, and one of his teammates are down, but still not deterring him from taking these fights. 1x Esports, now they have a decision to make. With 2 players standing in 1 knockdown, they are going to go in for the res, and Boss still holding on to their position. They've discovered Kira, and Kira will not be taken down. It's actually 1x Titan coming from the behind and taking down a Deep over here. Sure, they get the one thorn in their side, but man, has it been costly. They lose one of their own players, leaving only Lucifer by himself, popping popping that medkit just to stay alive over here, and now he's going to be playing to survive with the blue closing in on him as well.
Well, Lucifer is going to try and make sure he isn't sent to the depth of hell just yet. As of course, he is going to carry the torch forward elsewhere. Looks like 7H are going to open up. Naughty gets the better of Bracket, and wait a second, a little bit of help coming in from MSD. The last man defaulted, putting the final nail to the coffin, which means we're down to the final 4 teams. MSD again, still in the game, relentless with that AK. Rattles off shots to the right, goes to the left, and now fixes his attention on Root. However, 1X Root knows exactly where he is. He gets out, he jumps, he shoots, he does not miss. Oh my goodness, this man is made of steel as he's dodging bullet after bullet, but now he just has a sliver of HP. Question is, does he have enough first aids?
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Those seem to be the words that he's living by at the moment, but can he continue to bob and weave? There's going to be multiple players on his position. There is team number 12, that's going to be 1X Esports closing in on him. 7H already in their eyes, set that made so much damage over to Root, and Root now has to worry about MSD official. Well,
he got him.
He got him. I mean, he tried. I mean, he did his best Muhammad Ali impression, but that's only going to get you so far. And now it seems that 7H, they've got their work cut out for them. Boss X Gaming still in this fight. Lucifer alive now, and they know that where he is, but they're still worried about taking this fight on 2 fronts. Just one player each. They have to be careful about splitting up their resources. They focus on one side, the backstab could come in from the other.
It could come in, but looks like Root is going to be taken down, and now the devil himself is left against a hungry team. 7H Esports, 7H in there. All 4 members alive, and there you have it. 12 finishes already. They are going to try and make it 13, which is exactly what's going to happen unless we see something dramatic overhead. Nah, it's not going to be that dramatic. 7H, let me tell you one thing. They have the northern side of the final circle all to themselves. They held their ground, and while everyone was losing their heads around them, they kept their composure, and they racked up those finishes. And well, along with the finishes, they walk away with that chicken dinner as well.
Absolutely
Delicious.
great stuff coming out from them. I have to say, just staying completely calm under pressure. They knew they were in a good spot, and they knew how to play that as well. Many a times when players have an advantage and they're spoiled for choices, they can have a hard time just, making those decisions.
See, especially like you're talking about decision making, when you mentioned, Boss is in that shack. Had they come up to throw a grenade, they would have exposed themselves.
Yeah.
So they did think about the pros and the cons, and well, at the end, they definitely came out on top. 13 finish points, I do believe, out of which Naughty is going to be walking away with 7.
Wow, that is a lot of frags, almost 2 squad wipes. Man, I would love to have him on my team when I play, just make my work easy, allow me to drop into Pachinki like a madman. But let's have a look at the highlights and see what went down again, because man, that game, it was action-packed from the very start. Not a single lull in the game. That is exactly the kind of BGMI I enjoy watching. So let's have a look at it once again. The first blood being drawn by, I believe, it was Neon Key who got it, or was it Root?
It was Neon who, in fact, did get that first pick, and, they did start off good. Unfortunately, they fell just a little bit short. However, finishing 3rd for 1X is not going to be a bad thing. Now, you did mention, Wixky's aim is impeccable. He does play a risky game. However, if you do come out on top, that is well worth it. Higher the risk, higher the reward.
Absolutely. It's not just that, it's also the style points that you get. When you walk into a server, there's going to be the aura of fear, knowing that there's this one crazy guy who does not care or does not understand what a disadvantage means and still rattles off a couple of shots. But Celsius Esports, they had their work cut out for them, man. Look at this. A team rushes in.
Keep in mind, at this point, Celsius are already engaged with Team 11, and then suddenly CM Esports come in. They're like, wait a second, one of their members is like, don't worry, I got this. You deal with them. I'm going to take care of them. And well, that is exactly what happened. But have a look at this barrage. Somebody called an artillery strike because one after the other, they were devastated. It was like a mini red zone, out of which they did lose 2 members.
Absolutely, and all their buggies also ended up being destroyed. Thankfully, they used the cars their opponents left behind to rotate out, but once again, just losing an arm and a limb that early on meant that Celsius Esports could not get that top place finish that they were looking for. And, of course, a lot of these other teams also playing super aggressively. 4Extreme, another team that was finding a lot of those finishes early on. But I have to say, despite a team like Celsius being on the server, none of these other teams seem to be intimidated by it.
They were definitely not fazed by them, even though, they did start work pretty early on. Something that we did not expect. But again, this last fight, the last few fights were just absolutely chaotic. Karthik on fire. And I like the fact that, they were going towards the enemy. As soon as the smoke cleared, we saw the ground was lava.
Oh, yeah. That has to be one of the nastiest surprises he could have received there, because that molly actually changed everything. They anticipated that aggression coming in. He tried to go around, stepped into a molly, had to duck and roll, heal himself up, and just those couple of extra seconds that they got on the back of that allowed them to finish off those fights and then focus on him instead. But this is where things started getting really, really interesting. TM Creatures were also in a good position, but man, this single nade Wow.
Wow, I mean, he initially got those knocks thanks to those nades as well, and he made sure that it is going to put them 6 feet on down. Of course, the relentless fire coming in from range. So many of these teams getting caught in the crossfire now. Have a look at what Defaulter did over here. He's stung at the right time, like you did mention, and well, he did try and hop skip and jump his way to safety. Unfortunately, he was finally caught out. Now, Lucifer, the devil himself, he could only hold on so much as 4 rampaging members from 7-8 India were hungry for some more blood, and well, they did get that delicious chicken and 13 finishes to go along with that.
Yeah, unfortunately, Lucifer receiving a high school beatdown there towards the end. 4 members just ganging up on him, nothing for him to do. But let's have a look at the point standings and put some more context to what we're seeing, right? Because, of course, we expect 7H to be on top, and it is them. But in second place, Boss Gaming, not that far behind with 17 total points. Well, what the hell am I saying? They're quite far behind. There's 28 points for 7H India and 17 for Boss X Gaming, the second team on the board.
At this stage, every single point matters, and well, 11 can be quite far apart for this team. But of course, joining them in third position, 1x Esports, as you mentioned, with 17 points as well. But have a look at 4 Extreme. Now, we did say that, you know, they were living up to the name. A total of 10 finish points. They were swinging right off the bat, as we did, you know, pointed out. However, it is going to be 7H that are going to have those 3 finishes more than them, putting them higher up on the table. Now, if we have a look elsewhere, MSD Official, 5th position finish, not a lot of finish points, but the placement points are definitely going to help them as they get a total of 11.
Oh yeah, I mean, 11 total points for them, followed by Celsius Esports, who we were expecting more out of, but, you know, in considering the situation they were in, they performed out of their minds still. 7 points to their name. Thankfully, there is a second game where they can make a name for themselves. And, well, if history is to repeat itself, we know what's about to happen to 7H India. So you better watch your backs, because there is a bullseye painted right there. And there are going to be a couple of teams, you know, studying your game, looking at what you do, and trying to make sure you're out of the game early on.
You know, on the other end of the spectrum, Addicted to Gaming, 16th position, not the best finish. Maybe they might want to sober up for the next game and come out with a different game plan, because we did see them try and pick a few fights. Unfortunately, that confidence was not exuding. You could make out that they were trying to back off, and well, getting shot in the back is going to hurt just a little bit more.
Yeah, and I mean, all of these teams in the bottom, it always sucks being there, but there's still a ray of hope. There's a faint glimmer of light. There's a silver lining in the cloud. But let's have a look at the iQOO MVP first, and then we'll move on to that. And those big surprises there. Naughty YT with 3 headshots.
3 headshots, 7 finishes, and well, he's a team player as well. He does have 2 assists to his name as well. 627 points of damage. That means he was engaged right from the get-go in this game. And of course, we did mention he got more than 50% of the finishes for his team, which means he is definitely an asset you want to have on your side. Now, we do talk about the iQOO MVP. Let's have a look and see who the other individual performers are who are going to make it to the top 5 players. And well, it is going to be a bit of a shuffle, as the only other member from 7H is going to be Probot in the 4th position. But of course, we have boys from 4X, Boss Esports, and Celsius Esports in the mix as well.
And all of those deserve to be there, man. I mean, Draken, we remember the squad vibe that he got.
He almost got all 4.
Yeah, I mean, just great stuff coming out from that man. And then Adib's grenade, that hot potato finishing off 3 players at once. Absolutely beautiful, delicious stuff. And Dreams from Celsius just being extremely consistent. 2 headshots, great stuff by that man. And I do believe it was him who got that headshot with the iron sights earlier on. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I caught the wrong player over here. Never mind.
It was Wixkey.
Oh yeah, right. It was Wixkey.
The man who likes playing a bit too risky.
Yeah. Well, I wonder what that rhymes with. I mean, I wonder what he does when he's done and when he's had a long, hard day of work. But let's have a look at the match summary and see what some of the interesting stats. I'm very interested to find out what the number of grenade finishes are.
Well, a little birdie does tell me in my ear that it is going to be 5, but, you know, I'm not going to be disappointed. 79 grenades used. And you got to keep one thing in mind. The grenades set up a lot of the firefights as well, because, you know, I mean, again, the projectiles were just amazingly lobbed, and they did knock the players down, after which basically they went in and mopped them up.
Absolutely. I mean, it seemed that all of those grenades being lobbed in, every single one of those grenades did a lot of damage. And overall, we're also seeing a lot more utility usage coming in today compared to yesterday, where the teams were a little bit squeamish. They were a bit like, nah, we don't really want to take fights right now. Nah, we don't want to take fights right now. And then we ended up in the 7th circle with around, I think, 8 or 9 teams. It was ridiculous stuff. But yeah, some great stats coming in. Longest finish distance, not anything that's going to impress us today. 251 meters. We've seen better. We've seen
saw
400 plus. So yeah, no big surprises there. But a lot of rescues as well. A lot of knocks, a lot of finishes. So yeah, I mean, this is just the first match itself. I believe this is going to be shaping up to be an amazing action-packed day.
You know, if you look at the pattern, it kind of looks like since no airdrop has been looted, people are content with whatever weapons are available right at the beginning. Now, we've had a look at all these numbers and figures on our screens. Let's have a look at a few graphs, as we do have the finish to damage performance graph on our screens now. I like the fact that barring a couple of teams pretty much in the center, everyone did some decent amount of damage here and there.
Absolutely. This is what I love to watch. You know, even though there are a couple of teams who have done, you know, literally they don't have any finishes or damage to it, a majority of these teams have done damage. They have put up a fight. They have been the team to be like, all right, you know what? We're caught in a fight. We're not going to run away. We're not going to shy away. We're going to try and make the best out of the situation. Of course, doesn't end well for everyone because then this wouldn't be a competition. But, I mean, there's clearly some winners over here. I believe it's 4 Extreme who has the highest damage done over here with 1,902. In a close second is 1x Esports with 1,750 almost in third place, going to 7H, the winners of it all, 1,505. And I think this is one of those ratios that matters a lot more, is how closely your finish and damage matches.
Well, I mean, you're absolutely right. Of course, I love the fact that everything is evenly spread out. But now let's have a look at who the top 4 squads from this game were. Of course, 7H India in the tippity top position with 13 finishes to their name and that chicken dinner to go along as well. The hard-hitting teams, however, this time are going to be placed 3rd and 4th because, well, Boss Gaming, they might not have a lot of finishes, but those placement points definitely help.
Absolutely, and this has been a consistent theme since yesterday. All the teams who are in that 3rd to 4th spot, sometimes even the 2nd spot with not as many finishes, do tend to be more consistent, do tend to get more points, and that is the better playstyle to follow in the long run. Sure, in the short run over here, you want to try and score as many points as you can, considering there's only 2 points, but if you're able to do this and just make it to the top 8, what else do you want? You don't want anything else.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure if I start listing down what I want, it's going to be never ending, and this broadcast is never going to end, but we're going to hold on to that thought right now. I love the fact that, you know, there was aggression right off the bat. That is something that we weren't really expecting because, you know, we were expecting things to be a bit slower, especially with teams like Celsius Esports. Now, they might be sitting somewhere mid-table, but again, all these teams still have one more game in hand to try and make it to the next round. The pressure is definitely going to mount, but like you said, we might have a few targets painted on the backs. We might not. Maybe there might be a bit of intimidation. Maybe not.
Absolutely. What I'm really curious to see is how the approach of 7H changes, because we really haven't seen teams change their approach when they're in that top spot, considering that these are just 2 matches. They should know there's probably going to be a big target on their backs. Perhaps they choose their secondary drop locations, not really focus on the first ones that they picked out this game. Although I do imagine that, you know, if they do feel that they are going to be a little bit contested, they're not going to shy away from the fight because they're still on that runner's high, right? From that first game, knowing they've got themselves all these finishes, knowing that they've been very stable and very calm and, you know, just been opportunistic. They haven't been someone who play aggressively for no reason or just are hungry for blood like Aztec Esports, like we saw on that first day. I mean, that was a team to watch, you know.
You never know. We might just have some back-to-back chicken dinners as well. It is going to be a long day, and this is just the first of 6 games that has been done and dusted with here on day 4 of round number 1. Of course, the action is going to come to an end after that, but it starts all over again. Now, from the corner of my eye, I do see that all the players are getting ready to, you know, begin game number 2. But before that, let's just quickly talk about another thing. Now, we saw some amazing accuracy this time. We saw some amazing shots, and I like the fact that, me personally, I love my iron sights. Even at distance, you know, initially I used to get a lot of flack as a player that, what's wrong with you? Well, there you have it. It doesn't matter how you do it. If you are good at it, you can do anything from any distance.
Absolutely. I mean, that is the message you want to send, right? That is the will to power right there. I'm not just here to survive. I'm here to dominate. I'm here to show you that it doesn't matter what kind of situation you put me in, I'm going to come out swinging and I'm going to come out on top. That's the kind of message it delivers. It exudes an aura of confidence. But yeah, you do that a bit too much and sometimes you could get caught out in the open, which has been the story since the last 3 days. Does it change today though?
It does not change today, but something that is definitely going to be the same is the fact that, you know, if only these guys had that little monster inside, it might have helped them out a bit more. Because, well, you know what I'm talking about. Let's actually have a look at a word from our sponsors. Once again, it's the iQOO 7 Legend.
Are you ready for this?
Well, I mean, if you want that ultra gaming, if you want that ultra performance, you got to get yourself one of these bad boys that I have in my hand. And
The
well,
iQOO 7 Legend, one of the best phones out there.
unleash that monster inside.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, it's got everything you need, right? What could you ask for? A great camera, a great performance. So not only are you good for gaming, you're also good for hanging out with your friends, making those memories, you know, going out on all those vacations. And yeah, well, when there's downtime, you're also going to be probably playing some BGMI. So it's got you covered for all of those
I'm
sorts
pretty
of
sure
events.
that is going to be the priority.
When you're on a vacation. Yeah, absolutely, of course. I mean, I do imagine that you're going to be using this phone a lot more for playing, so that's exactly why it's got a quick charge, a great processor, and it's got that Monster Ultra Touch. So make sure you pick yourself up one of these, because when you're in these high sort of high pressure situations, you don't want your gear to falter, because that is probably the worst way to lose.
Speaking of high pressure situations, the next game is going to begin, which also marks the end for a lot of the teams that you've witnessed thus far. Now, the pressure is definitely going to be mounting, but again, we've said this in the past, we'll say it again, that is what separates the greats, well, from the not so greats. But again, just to recollect your memory, let's have a look and see which all teams are going to be fighting it out in the next game in Erangel.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at all of this. CMX official is going to be the first team to keep our eyes on. 7H India, the winners of the previous one. A team that everyone has their eyes set on. Celsius Esports, Energy Sigma Esports as well. Boss X Gaming, Fintox Esports, another name that might ring a couple of bells. Game for the win, and MSD official. I love their logo.
Love the logo. It's really artsy and aggressive at the same time. So
that tribal feel to it.
My question is, as far as Energy Sigma Esports are concerned, are we going to see the Sigma males come out and dominate the opposition today, or are they going to fizzle out? Of course, they are going to be joined by Turbo Power, Addicted to Gaming, 6X Esports, 1X Esports. I wonder if there's a little bit of a correlation here. And then we are going to have TM Creatures, who aren't looking for precious this time. They are looking for blood. Joined by 4 Extreme, B2W Esports, and of course, Team Cosmic from a galaxy far, far away.
Oh yeah, you know what's interesting? We've had a team called 4 Extreme Terminators. Now we have a team called 4 Extreme. Soon enough, if we continue, we're going to get a team named 4, and there might be a team that doesn't even name itself. They might just call themselves Nameless.
There could be a team called Nameless in future. I mean, that's a good one. Let's actually jot it down and keep that for ourselves. You shouldn't be talking out loud like this, Floki. Keep the good things for yourselves. But now, again, you know, I love the fact that we have all these dramatic names, but they also back it up.
Yep. They most certainly do. I mean, all of these teams, they are about as intimidating as they look, right? They've worked on their logos. You know, they've paid a good graphic designer to be like, you know what, give us something really cool. Give us something edgy, something cool to look at. And, well, there you go. It's paying off dividends, as we saw all of these teams just getting a ton of damage in, despite them not having as many finishes as they would have liked. So, yeah, definitely the competition is rising. But now, this is where things start getting a little bit hairy and a little bit insane, because if you're 7H, well, you're just trying to live over here. You're just trying to make sure you're not surrounded and hounded by all of these other teams who are hot on your tail.
Well, you know, I mean, I am going to agree with you, but the thing is, I did have a look at them in this game, especially the way they were migrating to the next circle. They made sure they played from the periphery. So there was never a moment that 7H was caught dead smack center of the circle, which basically could have spelled trouble, because once you're surrounded by the enemy, you can only take so many fights on so many fronts. So the question is, are they going to be able to replicate that in this game? Now, you know, nobody knows where the drop spot is going to be, especially as all the teams that are going to be playing are concerned. So it all comes down to when that final firefight takes place. You know, the name is going to pop up on the kill feed. The question is, are the opponents going to be intimidated, or are they going to be like, wait a second, that's them, let's go get them?
Absolutely. I believe they're going to be more of the go-getters type. You know, yesterday we saw teams being a lot more docile. That was the reason why we saw a lot of late-game chaos. And while that has its place, just seeing these sorts of early fights really helps build a really good storyline, right? Because a lot of these teams, they did lose one of their members early on, I believe. MSD Official was one of them. Another team ended up losing one of their members, and they try and survive as long as possible. But they just got edged out.
I just got to stop you there. I mean, they survived as long as possible. Defaulter, living up to his name. I mean, you know, when you're named Defaulter, usually, think back to your school days. It isn't a nice tag to have, but over here, he's the man who actually did get them a few finish points, and those 11 total points, he got them those placement points as well. So you might want to have a couple of defaulters here and there on your team. It is never a bad idea, but of course, they are going to try and do better than the last game.
Absolutely, and you know, just hopping onto that original point that you made about Defaulter. Defaulter is one of those names that 10 to 11 years. Not really, but I remember all the guys who had that name, and they were really good, right? Because Defaulter is not a name that you can come up with. It's not something like Criminal or Boss or Hunter or Cooney or Shikari. It's Defaulter. It's got that vibe to it. It's really something that you have to think about. You have to be intelligent to do so. And clearly, I mean, Defaulter exuded a lot of intelligence with the way he survived.
I mean, the way he survived, he was basically hugging the ground right next to the wall of the school. Of course, we had 1X Esports inside, and then the teams outside just dishing out damage once another. All he did was, you know, he was hitting the deck, bullets whizzing past above his head, and he was like, all right, I'll let you guys do your thing. And the moment 1X was dealt with, the team, they were not expecting anyone lying, you know, prone in the grass. And the moment they turned their backs, he gets up, gets two of them, and, well, gets those extra points for his team.
Yeah, it reminds me of that shot from Predator itself, but for the meantime, we are going to be heading towards the promo coming in from iQOO. They have been kind enough to sponsor this entire tournament, get ourselves a very big prize pool. So let's have a look at what they want to tell us.
It's worth it. Get yourself one of these. Well, there you have it, the official smartphone for Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021, the iQOO 7 Legend. Now, I'm sure all these statistics are going to be imprinted in your brain, so there's only one thing left to do. Go out and grab yourself and, well, unleash that monster inside.
Absolutely. I mean, it's got all the best specs that you could have hoped for. You know, not only does it cover all your gaming needs with that amazing processor and that quick flash charge, but also the ultra-stable camera mode that allows you to take those quality pictures when you just want to break from all the action, when you're just tired of playing BGMI constantly and you don't want to go out on a vacation with your friends. We've talked about earlier, well, this phone has got you covered from multiple fronts.
You know, it's great for novice photographers like myself and more established, experienced photographers as well, because it's actually making me click more pictures. But enough about that, because, well, it is going to be that time of the day when the action is going to break out, and once again, sooner or later, on this screen behind me, you're going to see a few people jumping around, maybe psyching each other out, maybe doing a couple of dances. We're going to have to wait and find out, as the spawn island is bustling with life once more.
Absolutely. I mean, this is where you really get to know more about the personality of the players. Like, you can judge a lot by what they're doing at the moment. Are they sitting in the moment, you know, just getting themselves a good view of the sea, of the ocean, or are they just going up in someone else's face and dancing? Are they just too busy lobbing nades like psychopaths and madmen? And yeah, let's have a look at what they're up to here.
Alrighty, we've got Noddy the MVP, the iQOO MVP, is taking a few shots at the snowman. What did the snowman ever do to you?
Well, he might have been a naughty boy last Christmas, and instead of getting
could
a
be.
heart, he got a lump of coal.
Could be, and well, Dumbledore over
Oh,
here.
he made it to the top.
I mean, it's going to
There
be
he
easy.
is.
Finally! We
There
have
we
been
go.
waiting. We have been waiting. Even the production, they've been spanning all the POVs, and finally Karthik does a few dances, and there you have it. Let's just go and appreciate that. But wait a second. He just disappeared. There he is again. Come on, you know the spotlight is on you. Let's have another emote now as Wixie. I love that name.
Yeah.
Wixie.
Wixie.
Wixie. Freak over here with the machete trying to intimidate people. I like that. I like that. But again,
Machete
in
kill.
a matter of 5 seconds, all of this is going to be over. All the playtime is going to be over because, well, we are going to be heading back to Erangel. So we're going to say bye-bye from the studio as we take to the skies once more. And, well, Floki, where are we flying to this time?
Yeah, well, let's have a look real quick. We should be having the flight path up on a screen soon enough. Alright, well, I've got the information, but I'm going to wait till you guys come to talk about it. There you go. Starting off at Lipovka, ending at Sosnovka, leaving the northern side a little bit hard to reach here. So if you want to get there, you probably want to drop somewhere midway towards Pochinki or school and then make your way towards George Bolin Hospital.
Funnily enough, last time around, not quite a few takers for the north as it is. A majority of the teams preferred jumping at Gutka. Pochinki had a couple of teams. The farm, Milta, of course, was taken over as well. Nobody dropped down on military base. I'm sure that is going to be different this time around as this plane path is pretty much going to force you to drop down there as well. Now, I do see that a majority of the teams are going to be exiting the plane early, and we might be biting our words. Wait a second, forget everything. Lipovka, the distant city, is going to see some action as B2W Esports are going to go up against Turbo Power.
Not what you said, I was expecting to hear soon, and oh no, there you go, they're going to be biting the dust right off the bat here. B2W losing one of their players right away. Pro on the ground, not much of a pro, and he has nothing to work with. The finish comes in, but okay, Dopamine will pay for it with his own life to an extent. Gets knocked in turn. And now, Noob looking to capitalize on this. He's got the pistol and that range. He's rattling off a couple of shots, looking to finish him off. Can he find that pick? Just walks away back to... Oh, no, he actually does finish him off. So, Dopamine, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade for them. Did not get inside the door in time. And now the rotations are in from Rock as well at this distance. He's fighting with the pistol. Gets smacked in the face. Reminded who his boss. Gonna just drink up those energy drinks and get the hell out of here. You can't really take this fight at this point.
He can't really take the fight, and of course the pistol is going to be the preferred weapon. Well, Rock does make it over that little fence away from harm, but now Noob's position has been given away. Arthur on the other side does have that Mini 14 with the 3x scope, which means he can lay down some lead with precision, as now Turbo Power, the aggressors, are going to be cornered and pincered in. Question is, are B2W going to make a move on them now? Because if they let them loot up, that could be problematic for them later on, especially they are, you know, pretty much spread out thin.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Turbo, they are in a little bit of trouble over here, and B2W, they're already looking to exact revenge at the moment. Augie also joining the party over here with his friends, and Rock just trying to be a sneaky little ninja, trying to get some information for his team and potentially just pick up a straggler that's looking to flank. Love his cosmetic style, completely, you know, bare-chested with that cool battle helmet that he's got on top there. Complete masculine energy. I mean, that is a Giga Chad.
You know what else is cool? The circle that has formed. Now, of course, we are going to show that in a few seconds. Let's see if this is going to be a good grenade. It could be just a bit too long, as Turbo Power are going to be backing off slowly and steadily. However, what's happening here is B2W, yes, they are keeping point on them. They are keeping a check. However, Turbo, they're the ones doing all the looting up right now, which is going to be a bit problematic for B2W Esports later on. Let's have a look at Ghost. As he does lob that grenade, is they going to find it?
Oh,
It
okay,
does.
that's...
Unfortunately, it's on the other side of that cement.
Yeah. I mean, he would have liked it to be, you know, a little bit more closer to the window there. If it exploded there, could have dealt a lot more damage. But this is just smoke and mirrors, right? This is just allowing all the other members to just loot up, get themselves a little bit more utility, a little bit more ammunition, perhaps a couple of bandages and energy drinks here and there. But that's about it. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention elsewhere towards Yasni and Polyana, where there also seem to be two teams looking for control of this territory. It seems to be Team Game for the Win going up against CMX officials. Not a vehicle you see very often, and for good reason. The bike, perhaps not the best mode of transportation there is.
It is a bit risky because, you know, you are exposed not just to the elements, but of course all those prying eyes nearby as you drive by. So, you know, chances of getting shot are definitely going to be higher. Now, I have kind of seen a little pattern in Yasnaya. Normally, the teams, once they do become aware of each other's positions, they stick to their side of the city and just skedaddle out of there. But this is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Have a look at that circle. We do have almost about 40, maybe 45% of water, which makes it interesting, which means the next few circles, well, there isn't going to be that much land.
Absolutely. I mean, this is shaping up to be a very, very interesting circle. But in the meantime, we're going to go back towards where we started. That is towards Lipovka, where Turbo OP and the side of 1x Esports still having a little bit of a stare down over here. A stalemate of sorts, but this is a stalemate where both teams end up losing. We have seen scenarios like this before. And if one team doesn't take the initiative soon enough, take the fight to the other one, well, they don't know. Not only are they going to have to worry about the damage from the players, but also the blue zone.
Floki, what worries me is, have a look at your minimap.
Yeah,
2,500 meters
They're
away
very, very far
from the first circle. So if they basically let it all out over here, only one team is going to come out. Chances are maybe a team might want to move up a little bit, blockade, or they've got to go in for the kill now because, well, the blue is going to do the damage. And I'm pretty sure on their journey through the new circle, they might just spot a few more enemies. But it looks like a little bit of fighting is going to start off over here as Danger rattles off a few shots with a Scar-L.
Absolutely, and once again, this is not the kind of stalemate we want to be seeing. Oh, you're close, so close coming in from Ghost, but doesn't really get the connection there. Gets the information, though. That could still be key, but they're not taking the initiative. Both of these teams a little bit reluctant to take the fight to them. And yeah, B2W Esports, they're sort of the ones in real danger because they want to rotate out of here, but they can't do it without going through Team Turbo OP first.
We brought this up moments ago. Have a look at B2W and the loot. A level 3 backpack, yes, but what are you going to fill it up with? Because he didn't have a helmet, he didn't have a vest, he doesn't have a single bandage. If he takes any damage, that could be problematic. Meanwhile, on the other side, all the way down south to Ferry Pair, we have a look at 6x Esport. Now, 6x definitely had a good game last time around. They did. They were in the thick and thin of a lot of action. No opposition near them at this point. However, I do spot someone in the distance. But the thing is, they aren't really making any noise, so how will the opponents know where they are? But again, they're comfortable. They are pretty much dead smack center of the circle. Now, the question is, do they wait there and fortify their position? Because, well, since they are in the center, they could expect a few teams heading their way.
Absolutely, and you know what? The team that was passing by couldn't be any more poetic. Is 1x Esports, you know, just giving them a little drive-by, but yeah, not really a drive-by. It's about as innocent of a meaning of a drive-by as it can get. It's literally them driving by and not really doing anything. Apart from that, but in the meantime, lots of teams still outside the circle looking to rotate in, and surprisingly, Pochinki is completely empty. Ruins is also unoccupied. There's a little bit of hospital in there as well that can still see a couple of teams coming in. Now, you could theoretically still loot George Ball and get in there because it's only the first blue zone, but there are a couple of teams thinking about the same plan. In fact, I do see 4x and another team going in there, but back towards Lipovka. The stalemate continues.
No takers for the Sosnovka military base this time around, which is kind of disappointing, especially since more than half the island is in the circle. And for a second, it did seem like Team Cosmic were going to head there. I'm going to hold on to my thought because it does finally look like Addicted to Gaming are going to be unleashing a few bullets over here as the teams are going to be driving by, and you correctly mentioned it was 1x Esports, which means, well, 6x Esports are going to be nearby as well. Now, since those shots were rattled off, their position is given away. Expect some hungry teams to drive by and, well, try and find the source of all that commotion.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what's going to be happening soon enough. You can see 6x Esports, while they're still huddled up towards Ferry Pier, they're trying to get some more information because they are at the dead center of that circle. They never know when there's going to be another team crawling up from their flanks, and that's why they're kind of just a bit reluctant to move out just yet. 1x Esports, though, on the other hand, they are looking to get some prime real estate of their own. Unfortunately, some of the best compounds have been occupied over here by the side of 6x, so not going to be a lot of room for them to work with here. Oh my god, B2W, just call it quits already. It's been way too long over here. Look at Danger. He is dropped low courtesy of the blues, and I don't imagine that's the opponent's taking a couple of pot shots at him either. And okay, finally there's some action coming in. Coast is going to be the one to take matters into his own hands, get that knock going, and now looking towards the remaining players as well. they've got a long way back. I imagine this is going to be both of these teams potentially tying out to the blue. There you go. I mean, the circle has shrunk once again. The blue zone's going to start dealing more damage when it starts closing in, so they don't really have a lot of time to finish this off.
You know, if either of these teams do make it to the next circle, there's going to be no one else to blame but themselves for their mishaps, as danger is finally put down, as Augie is going to make a move as well. Now, Turbo Power worked quiet for so long. Now, Noob does get out of cover, takes a few shots. Unfortunately, he's going to be taken down. However, his teammate is going to be at hand, as Opthunk is going to go ballistic on the opposition. However, with the sliver of HP, it's going to be enough. He goes for the bandage. However, it's going to be Augie who jumps and shoots and makes sure he gets to his teammate in the nick of time. With that, ladies and gentlemen, the first team to be eliminated are going to be B2W Esports. And well, I am not too happy with this. Elsewhere, it looks like PKP just got run over by a vehicle.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's one of the worst ways to die. Just getting run over and bulldozed by a buggy or a jeep or a car, whatever that was. But yeah, in the meantime, once again, look at the action coming out. Turbo OP, they want to get the hell out of the blue. The two of the players are knocked. Coast can't really res them because he will just get knocked himself.
The funny thing is, they would have expected some loot and some meds from their opponents. Unfortunately, they don't know that B2W were in the same spot as them.
Yeah, I mean, this is just about as worse as it gets. I mean, there was nothing to win over here for either of these teams, right? So lose-lose situations. Not too sure why not one of them just called it quits and rotated out of there. But I do imagine that Turbo OP were in a bit of a harder spot because they were the team that were in the direction of the circle compared to B2W.
You know, I'm not going to jinx it, but I asked for something yesterday, and it looks like the final few circles might end up where, well, I want to see some action, but there you have it. Augie is going to scum to the blue, and well, like we said, there's going to be no one to blame but themselves, because they could have made it out of harm's way a little bit earlier, but well, they do have a few finish points. Even if they do manage to get one of their players into the circle, he might just try and survive for those placement points. But for now, it does look like the action is going to be in and around Quarry, as Team Cosmic do have the upper hand right now, with a few teams scattered nearby.
Absolutely, Team Cosmic still in this game over here very much, but soon enough they're going to have to be worried about a fight on multiple fronts, as we see the circle starting to get a little bit more cluttered with all of the teams coming in now. No one outside the zone except for, I believe, Turbo OP. One of their players trying to make their way in.
Ghost
Has he
is still
found
alive.
a vehicle? I don't think he's found a vehicle yet, so yeah, the rotation's going to take some time. But there is a silver line to this, right? Who the hell is going to expect him coming in towards late if he does survive?
Well, if he does survive, that is going to be the question. And it looks like this time around, the airdrops that do fall from the heavens above are going to be looted, and the MG3 is going to be at hand now, of course, with that tremendous rate of fire, 660 in one mode and 900 in the other. You can rip through your enemy like a hot knife through butter. Now, let's have a look and see what was happening earlier. Now, this is that instant replay that I did want to bring up. Now, Noob goes in for the revive. Have a look at that. His teammate Arthur is going to go for that little patch up. Had he basically kept an eye on the enemy or an air on the enemy, it could have ended in a different way. But Augie goes for the revive. Now goes to the last man standing. My question is, have they all transferred their meds to him, or are they just going to leave it to fate?
No, I do think he managed to pick it up towards the very end over there. But once again, now this is where things start getting a lot harder. The Blue's going to deal a lot more damage to him. So good luck to the last surviving member from Turbo to try and make his way towards...
It definitely isn't going to be tickling him anymore. It's taking chunks out from his HP.
There you go. I mean, he's losing a weight as we speak. Chunks of his flesh, like you mentioned, being torn off slowly but surely by the blue. And there you go, once again the circle, this time not playing any cruel games, moving in towards where the actual land is, and Quarry, Gatka and Fairy Pier towards the south. That seems to be the general geographic location of the circle. But there's going to be a lot of teams coming in from a single area, and look at that. That's going to be his end.
Looks like finally Turbo Power are going to bid us adieu, as the play zone is going to claim a few finishes for itself. With that, they are going to be bidding us adieu.
It also wants a part in the BGIS. He wants a part of the 1 crore rupee prize pool.
Well, looks like we have a 17th team, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Blue Zone. But for now, Team Cosmic high atop their perch. They do see some movement in the distance, as Celsius Esports are going to be in the warehouse down below. Now, the thing is, they do have plenty of cover, as a lot of teams are going to be coming in, but sooner or later through windows, somebody gets spotted, and well, Option does have a few options, and now he's going to go for the vehicles. That's exactly what I would have done.
Absolutely, great decision making over here. They see the vehicle, they're just going to take it down, make sure they cannot get the hell out of here back towards safety. In the meantime, was that an accidental headshot that connected?
From the other side.
Oh, it's from the other side coming in, so now they're fighting a war on multiple fronts. There you go, there's Fintox Wiki just being an absolute thorn, so this is just all hell breaking loose for them. This is about as bad as it gets. And boy, oh boy, are they in a tough spot now. No vehicle. They can't move in from the other side either. They're just forced to fight in one direction at the moment. And Celsius Esports, once again, have to be a little bit careful. Wixky dropping rather low there, as I do see his helmet being completely destroyed. Did manage to keep his life safe, but soon enough, he's going to have to find a different helmet. Otherwise, he could be in a world of trouble.
The best thing about the circle is that you have everything. You've got the plains, you've got a few compounds, you've got all this hilly terrain. So, you know, we can expect an array of action heading our way. And let me just tell you one thing. Look at that beautiful skin of the UAZ. Oh my goodness, so artistic. Why would anyone even shoot bullets at it? That needs to be in a museum.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to preserve it for years to come and have people inspect and talk about it. But in the meantime, we are going to be having a look at Team Cosmic instead, who are looking for function over form. Can they actually connect those shots at this distance, though?
That is optimistic. Now, he knows that, you know, the players aren't going to render. However, the vehicle is still going to take damage if he does connect.
Yeah.
But at that range with the red dot, probably not the best combination. But for now, let's switch over to 4X. Again, 4 Extreme, they did have a good, hard-hitting game last time around. Question is, can they do so again? Looks like they have spotted the enemy. Addicted to Gaming are going to be coming in their side.
Oh,
and, well, the
there we
circle is going to be shifting a bit to the east. That means the hilly terrain is going to be left behind, and now we're going to be heading to the plains of Gatka.
Absolutely, the plane's going to be coming in play over here, and this is where the smoke starts getting important. This is where you try and utilize the little bit of walls that are available to your advantage and maybe create some sort of cover and some sort of angle for you. But in the meantime, we are going to be looking to Addicted to Gaming. They're trying to take a fight over here. They are in the dead center, so you know, I mean, they can try and take this fight, but you take it a bit too early, and all of a sudden, all these other teams coming in gonna know where your location is, and probably gonna want a piece of the pie themselves. That seems to be what is happening. In the meantime, elsewhere on the map, Mixky takes down Root, gets the knock going on him, and potentially the finish as well. But no, it gets stolen by someone else. There's another team in play here, and that is 1X Esports.
In fact, 1X is going to be hitting Celsius's compound. Looks like Dream is going to be taking down. They are going to be teaming up 2 up against 1, which means Max and Whiskey are the last members standing, but teamwork makes the dream work as both of them get a finish apiece, and with that, 1X's assault has been nerfed, and Celsius Esports do have 3 finishes to their name, making sure all 4 members are still alive and kicking.
Yeah, and they're not going to repeat the mistakes of the past. This is what they need. They want to make sure that they don't go into the late game with 3 players alive. If you look over to the number of players still standing and the number of teams in the mix, you're going to need every member you've got, because there's only been 3 teams who've been out of the picture just yet. Everyone else pretty much has a full squad. Look at that. Everyone except TM Creatures have a complete stacked roster, and now we're going to turn attention towards Geek, the man from the previous match who lobbed a very sick nade. This time around, looking to repeat the same success with an LMG.
Now, boss, they do have the open terrain. They do have a few bridges to work with, and I like the fact that they're all spread out. Each and every member has a different front to take care of. Now, they are going to try and get as much information, but I am kind of concerned about their western aspect, because I do see a couple of teams closing in on them. Now, game before they win, they have been quiet for the entirety of this match, really. But the fact that they still have all 4 members alive, in fact, a lot of the teams are still full squads, which is unprecedented.
Yeah.
You don't see that too often, especially at this stage of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, it's about to be the 5th circle coming in soon enough once the blue starts closing in, and then you're going to see the 5th circle coming up, and hopefully there's going to be some more action over there. But in the meantime, speaking of action, I do see a couple of players being knocked and eliminated over here. It seems that CMX officials have found themselves in the thick of things, and it's going to be 7R who's on the receiving end of this action. One of the players going to be knocked over here. Naughty still proning, still standing. He can actually return fire just yet. Dumbledore also going to get shot at, and this is what we were talking about earlier. This is the 14th position.
It is the 14th position. Only Probot is left standing, and now he quickly alights from his vehicle because, well, all hell was turning loose near him, and everybody he knew was being taken down one by one. Now, they did, rotate into the circle a bit too late, expecting no opposition. However, they were gate-packed. But for now, CM officials with a few grenades aimed at Rahul. He does survive. A splash is taken down, which means now A2G are going to be survived by 2 members. Are they addicted to gaming? Are they going to have to detox after this? Let's have a look as Flex does finally get up Rahul, deploying a few smoke grenades. I do believe, again, you see that confidence is not exuding. It seems like they are trying to get their vehicles and get out of harm's way.
Absolutely. I mean, they're trying to make sure that they move away from these vehicles. Oh, wait a second, though. Those vehicles could come back to bite them in the butt because they're trying to export them and make sure that the damage from them ends up being a factor. But the blue is also closing in and they need to get the hell out of there back towards safety. And look at Escobar. Much like his name suggests, he is a gangster and he's not going to let them get out of a bad situation and into a better one, as everyone from CMX trying to heal up over here. They're all sort of low except for Munch. The healthy players still standing strong on guard duty. In the meantime, we are looking at 7H was still standing somehow.
Wow, I mean, the last time we saw this team, Probot was the only man on his feet while the others around him were on their bloody knees, but looks like they are back as a four-man squad. I think they have Addicted to Gaming to tank because they took the brunt of that attack, as a result of which they have been wiped out again. We did kind of say, you know, that confidence was not on show for us today, and well, they have exited this game in the 30th
double down!
Now, a dangerous game as they are going to be driving by. They are rattling off shots as well. Pikachu really low on HP. Is he going to be dropped? Looks like Gucci has some ideas. However, he reacts just a bit too late, and 7H are going to make it through elsewhere. Looks like one team is going to go up against the enemy. Team 11 coming under fire. 1x Esports. No, it's 6x Esports. They have been wiped out, and Adib pre-finishes that MG3 doing all the talking.
My goodness, how many times has this man been in this situation, just clutching it out for his team time and time again? Lucifer joined the party as well, but once again, they're starting to get surrounded. This time around, there's nothing for them to fear. Grenade could be their end or be off. And look at Celsius Esports scorpion. No! Smells blood in the water, gets himself 2 knocks, looking for the third one as well. The smoke providing some semblance of cover, but Karthik just toying with his foot, going left and right, just buying time for his teammates to come in. The Molly's gonna be prepped up, get in there. And boy, oh boy, are they all gonna drop. Boss Gaming should be eliminated soon enough, and there you go. Dreams gonna pick up the final straggler as Karthik finds the finish on a deep with that Molly. Boss X Gaming, they look so good towards there, but Celsius just a tad bit better.
They look so good. Adib clutching it for his team. It looks like Karthik comes in and clutches it for the boys from Celsius Esports as well. Again, still a 4-man squad as Fintox are trying to creep and crawl the way against the enemy. They do spot something in the distance, however, they have a lot of leeway overhead. Now Blake does spot Team 14 in the distance for Extreme out in the open with just smoke for cover. However, it might conceal your position, but it still lets bullets through.
Yep, it's not an iron wall, it's a wall of smokes. It hides your position, it doesn't show where you are, but a little bit of a guessing game and you could be in luck, especially with those M3s like you mentioned earlier. Really good for these sorts of situations, force them out of the frying pan and into the fire. But let's see if that actually does end up happening. Now, this shack is not the place where you want to be. We've seen what has happened over here before. We don't want to be seeing a repeat movie, and that's exactly what we might be seeing soon enough, because there's Celsius on one side and there's another team on the other. I believe the green team is Team Creatures. Now, I could be wrong about that. I'm not entirely sure, but we'll know soon enough. The context is going to be there. And Energy Sigma Esports still surviving with all 4 of the players still standing strong. Keep your eyes on them. And, well, we spoke about Team Creatures. There's just one player standing from them. It's Werewolf. He's going to try to do something over here, but get eliminated there towards the end. Energy Sigma Esports will bite the dust. They did try their best, but now the bell has stolen, and it is going to be them and their demise.
Well,
Kudos.
the Werewolf has howled his loss as he's taken down, but now Celsius Esports coming under fire as Karthik is going to be brought down. Fintox are going to be coming in. However, suddenly their attack is thwarted as CM officials have other ideas. Gucci getting a couple of knocks for himself. Celsius, in fact, are going to be helping as well, but they are taking fights on multiple fronts.
Wow.
4X is going to be taking down Escobar. Make sure EWAS is put in the ground, which means another team is going to be exiting early on. Now Fintox survived by just one man, by characters I cannot pronounce, but looks like he is going to be taken down by Gucci, who again, the moment this guy locked his target, he made sure he either finished them or died trying.
Absolutely, I mean, no holds barred. No force punches. Yeah, 13 finishes. Okay, that was a smoke being dropped out. I thought for a second he was dropping an actual nade there, but yeah, it does seem that Team CMX officials, they've turned up the heat today. In the meantime, though, look at Celsius. What a perfect spread coming out from them. They're just trying to make sure that they don't get picked up and get caught out in uneasy positions. Instead, they're all looking to act as individual members. Let them just fester in their own crappy positions. And look at that nade coming in from, well, Team 16, that is Team Cosmic.
Well, it is going to be a bit problematic, although looks like Respite is going to be coming their way. Kira has his work cut out now. He is going to be the first in the line of defense, but keep in mind, they know their position behind the rock as Wixky is going to get a grenade knock off his own. Now, Option, he can't do anything as his teammate is going to be blown to smithereens outside as that vehicle blows up. Now, Option, the last man standing for his team. Question is, are the boys from Celsius Esports going to make a move? Because they know their numbers are being depleted, and from elsewhere, we almost wrote off game for the win. They are joining the party as well as Option is going to burn to a crisp, but no, he's going for that medkit, and sooner or later, just like the iQOO 7 Legends, he is back to 100.
Oh my god, the Goddess of Fortune literally taking Option under his wing, and the more he dissipated in this position, and my god, he gets a knock for himself as well. Game for the win, they could be eliminated. How does Option manage it? Just a little bit of help from Celsius coming in over here, but now he has to fend off 4 very, very hungry and very, very pissed off Celsius players, all looking in his direction, looking to just put Option out of his misery. There is a car available, but it's all up in flames. He cannot ride it, and most certainly he will be taken down over here. Celsius, they're going to get a bunch of loot to their name. The position's also secure. They don't have to worry about their flanks.
Well, Team Cosmic have definitely run out of options as they are going to be exiting this game, which means now we are down to the final 3 teams. Ooh,
and there were 3.
Just as we join Top Frag, a grenade does go off, shaking the screen just a little bit. But now, looks like we might have a little bit of lull. Forget it. No lull over here as Dreams thought that his flank was secure, but Top Fragger has other ideas as he slinks back away from harm, making sure that they lose all their close. They do not want to give their position away. CM officials are not looking like in a good position. They are survived by just 1 man as Energy Sigma. Finally, the Sigma males are waking up, taking the fight to Celsius.
Absolutely. Energy Sigma Esports were relatively quiet for the first game, but this time around they've made it to the top 3 over here. Can they dethrone the champions? Or rather, can they dethrone the team that everyone has their eyes set on? Well, Celsius, they will end up losing Wixky, one of their stronger players over here. His aim game not going to be available for the meantime, but Top Fragger just waiting this all out. Being Switzerland in this sort of situation, neutral, just waiting until the wind blows away, and then he's going to go in and finish the job. At least that's what he was hoping for until Jord justifies his name, gets that knock, converts it into a finish, and that's it. That's all she wrote. The fat lady now singing, but who's it singing for? Celsius Esports or Energy Sigma Esports? We're about to find out.
CM officials, good outing for them, 13 finishes, but now it all comes down to this. Celsius, they are going to be spread out far and wide, and well, they don't have the numerical advantage, but we've seen that go up in smoke for a lot of teams. The Sigma males finally waking up as well, as they do have 6 finishes to their team. Now, it is going to be a waiting game. However, the question is, who's going to make that first move? Because once the first shot is fired, it is going to be a domino effect, and all the teammates like Meerkats are going to rise up from their prone positions, and well, I'm pretty sure a lot of bullets are going to fly, a lot of bodies are going to drop, but the question on everybody's lips right now is who is going to walk away the winner? Is it going to be Celsius Esports or is it going to be Energy Sigma Esports?
Well, the Sigma males going up against the Celsius Esports boys. Let's see who's going to come out on top here. No backpack on Dreams, by the way. He's just on a vest and a helmet. Never found the opportunity to put some extra loot. But yeah, his teammates have gotten covered in the meantime. But with the way the blue is closing in, this could be problematic for Egyptian. They are wrapping around Karthik, who could be in a world of trouble. Look over to the position of FS WNL. That's his name, and yeah, he's going to be the one going in. But Karthik is aware about this. He's going towards his teammate.
Karthik is going to be the little jack of all trades for now. He is going to be slinking a bit to the left, but now you did mention FaZe. He could be in a devastating position because looks like Karthik's back could be exposed if he gets a whiff of movement. If he sees a little bit of a pixel moving around amongst those blades of grass,
the M249.
Well, of course, that machine gun is going to shred the opposition. But for now,
yeah,
it's a waiting game, and as everyone is making sure they spread out far and wide with FaZe on the left flank for his team and Hydra on the right.
Yeah, this is still okay for the side of Celsius. They're closer to the center of the circle compared to the side of Energy Sigma Esports. They're trying to take this easy, just calming down for the moment, just trying to take in the situation, get where their positions are. And Celsius Esports, they too are eager for information, but they don't see much. Those smokes blocking up most of their information. And Max, now he's in a bit of a risky position over here.
have a look at how they're all moving in now. A Molotov has been thrown, however, it hasn't forced Celsius on their feet yet. But it does mean that the remaining members of ESG are slowly but steadily creeping to one another. Looks like Max might have an idea. Shots are going to be fired. There you have it. It's going to be a domino effect. Dream opens up. Max is going to get up. He gets the better of FaZe. The element of surprise is out, ladies and gentlemen, as we are now down to a 2-on-2 situation. Max on a sliver of HP is going to be swiped. Now it's all down to Karthik, who is going to be going on a bit of a rampage, but Monik and Adi, they know his position. He is going to go up against two members of the Sigma males. Energy Sigma are going to be moving in. They know exactly where he is. Karthik gets one on the left. He suddenly switches to the right, firing indiscriminately through the smoke. He ducks, he bobs, he weaves, he goes down, gets that drop shot, and well, is it all? Is he going to make it? I think he just might have made it, but looks like the Energy Sigma esports team might have just inched this one out.
Yeah, I mean, that was so beautiful coming in from Karthik, showing that fighting spirit towards the very end, not giving up, but all that bobbing and weaving, was it all for naught, or was it actually resulting in something? I see your hand shaking.
I loved at the end the way Karthik and the boys were in the center. ESG were just creeping in, crawling in. They were just getting closer and closer. And like I said, the moment the first knock came, it was all hell let loose. And looks like ESG just might have gotten away with the chicken dinner. Well, we're going to find that out sooner or later. But before that, let's just go back and have a look at all the action that took place in this game.
Absolutely, but just a quick question towards the end over there. Why is it that we didn't see, Celsius take perhaps a little bit more of an initiative to get some information? It's just the man disadvantage at that point.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much that, right? Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Difference in philosophies at that point. That's what you tend to see. Some teams would go buck wild over there. Celsius, though, not the team to do so. Despite all of that, I like the fact that they stayed consistent. They didn't let that first game get to their head. They had a couple of points in the bank. And with 7H being eliminated early on, they actually stand a chance to make it to the top of the points table. This was just painful. Nobody came out on top over here. Both teams lost in the end. And yeah, Turbo Power, they just lost one of their members to the zone itself.
You know, you called it that. We did say that, they spent way too much time there. And it would have been... quite a feat that they made it to the next circle, but of course they didn't even make it to the second circle. Now, team officials, Floki, they were hitting hard in this game. I believe they did exit with a total of 13 finishes, but again, this moment over here, Adib, again, the MVP for his team, got that squad wipe, but it was short-lived glory because, well, soon, right after that, Celsius Karthik came in and all their hopes and aspirations were burnt down to a crisp.
I mean, really, this shack can give you such a false sense of security, right? When you don't have the information, it appears to be the safe place, but it's not.
This isn't B-52's Love Shack. This is a haunted shack of death and destruction.
Absolutely. It takes a lot of experience to just, recognize that this is not a position that you can take fights from. Sure, it's good as a temporary stop when you know that you're early into the circle, when you know there's not going to be those backstabs coming in. In those situations, it's fine, but over here, Boss Gaming, I understand that they didn't have a choice, but look at this. This is just history repeating itself. First, it was Boss Gaming, then it was Team Cosmic, and it's the same team who are acting out aggressively. Two teams learning that lesson today itself.
But did you notice one thing? Now, we did see Celsius at that same shack, but they knew it was the shack of death.
Yeah.
They moved away. They're like, somebody else is going to come for some cover, and we are going to be putting a few nails in their coffin, which is exactly what happened. But of course, all this chaos at the end led to the final three teams going up against one another, and now this was the amazing point. Celsius caught in the middle with ESP trying to engulf them.
Yeah, I mean, Celsius, they did a very, very good job until the end. And Karthik, I mean, I have to give credit where credit's due, man. This guy was Muhammad Ali all around, but, well, it just seemed like today Mike Tyson was the superior one as the team of Energy Sigma Esports. They came out swinging. They were more powerful. They had all four of their members alive, and they used them really, really well to make sure that Karthik doesn't get those 1v1s.
You know, even at the end, I was kind of surprised that Karthik still managed to take one of their members down because the Sigma males, I mean, they were coming in. They were both firing at the same time. However, that reaction speed, he gets one, hits the ground, almost gets the other, but it was, of course, Sigma Esports that are going to be coming out on top. Looks like that energy was definitely coursing through their veins.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the point standings as of now and see how it has reflected on the points table itself, whether 7H are still in the race or if they are, well, sort of knocked out and taken over by some of these newer teams over here. Okay. How the turntables. Celsius Esports this time around on top.
on top, even though they did not get that chicken dinner. The second position finish is going to be more than enough. 15 finish points means that they walk away with 27 points. And well, the chicken dinner winners from this game, Energy Sigma Esports, are going to be in second with 24, with CM Officials, again, a heavy hitting team, in third with 23.
Absolutely, 23 points to their name, and Team Cosmic in the meantime with 10, Game for the win with 9, and a couple of stragglers here and there. Boss6 Gaming once again, they've managed to break top 8, they stay there, but their performance hasn't been impressive per se. They've been there, sure, but they need to up their game. They want to continue competing at this level. For Extreme, on the other hand, well, their position speaks for itself. They had a couple of finishes, but that early fight really ended up costing them, leaving them with only a couple of members standing, and of course, total of 5 points. But let's have a look at the next 8, right? The bottom 8 as well. The ones who we were thinking would do really well, but did not. One of those teams, we already know who they are. But let's have a look at what the other teams that didn't do as well as we were expecting. 6X Esports, Addicted to Gaming, 7H India. Only 1 point this time around. That's painful.
That is going to be painful. However, the fact that they had the chicken dinner with a good number of finishes means they might just make it to the next round. But of course, Addicted to Gaming, again, the bottom finish over here. But again, don't be disheartened, because you got to keep in mind, for a lot of these teams, this is the first time they are playing on such a massive stage that iQOO has presented for all these players. So, the thing is, they could be coming back, and of course, talking about individual performances, let's have a look at that one man or one girl who stood head and shoulders above everyone else, as we have the iQOO MVP on our screens now. And well, Dream is definitely going to be dreaming, because he is tippity top with 6 finishes, 765 points of damage.
Absolutely, a very efficient play coming out from this man. All those knocks being converted into finishes, not just being left to fester there and be picked up by one of their teammates coming back in. But yes, Celsius Dreams, of course, deserving that MVP spot. I'm curious to see which other members from these teams are there in the top 5 as well. So we're going to be having that coming up on our screen soon as well. But once again, one headshot to his name this time around, of course, with Wixkey out of the picture a little bit earlier than they would have liked. It came up to Dream and everyone else to do some of the heavy lifting, and they did.
And they did. Well, do you want to have a look at the top 5 players? There you have it. They are going to be on your screens, and he is going to be joined. Wixkey still made it with 3 finishes and 859 points of damage. But have a look at Max. 5 finishes, 1,088 to his name.
Absolutely. Max just... well, like his name's just maxing out on the damage that he's done over here. All of these Celsius Esports members, I'm sure their FD graphs are going to look really tall. Some might even mistake them for the Burj Khalifa, but we also have members from CMX Official over here, Escobar and Munch, and they also did some very good work over here. Very aggressive this time around. I believe they had the most finishes in this game.
They did, because the thing is, not the most finishes. I believe they came in second, because
you're right. Celsius had more.
They had more, but again, 13 is not a number to
tiny
scoff
number,
at.
yeah.
And talking about numbers, let's have a look and have a look at the match summary. 6 grenade finishes coming in, but of course a lot more knocks from the 89 that we used.
Absolutely. I mean, the grenade efficiency improving, and once again, this is the difference between some of those amateur lobbies and some of the more experienced lobbies, right? You see a lot more grenades being tossed in. You see teams punishing a lot more mistakes when they know they've sort of the upper hand. Yeah, save for that first skirmish that we saw. We don't talk about that towards Lipovka.
A good thing that I've noticed is airdrops were looted. The weapons were put to good use. That MG3 just shredding everything to bits.
Absolutely. Well, there's your reminder of Omaha Beach, D-Day as we know it. If you've been keeping up with your history, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, lots of rescues up as well. Good amount of healing, and I know this isn't the best longest finish distance, but it's up there. It's above average this time around. 330 meters, also a pretty long distance, not gonna lie.
The thing is, these teams, they adapt to everything. They can even go long range. They are CQB as well. And, talking about differences between teams, let's have a look and see what the finish to damage performance
There's
was.
the Burj Khalifa.
This time, it is going to be dominated by 1, and looks like we have a new record that's been set here, Floki.
3,210 damage for Celsius Dreams, and okay, so it is not... It is up there, but it's still not the highest. They're in the top 4, as I've been told over here.
Wow, I think, we have been corrected. But again, just on this graph, it just looks like, they are pretty much miles away from everyone else. Of course, we do have a few teams finishing in. We did talk about CM Official. They do have 13 finishes to their name and 2,000 plus points in damage. Now, as we do have a look at the left side of our screens, not such a happy affair.
Absolutely, most certainly not. I mean, all of these teams, yes, they've got damage. It's still better than what we were seeing yesterday with some teams just ending up with zero damage whatsoever. They put up a fight over here, but you have to question some of the fights they were taking, right? Like we saw earlier in Lipovka, two teams fighting it out, Turbo Power going up against, I believe it was 1x or 6x Esports. And they most certainly are not going to be in the top 4 scores like we talked about earlier because, well, they just got finished right off the bat. They were in a lose-lose situation.
They were in a lose-lose situation, and it looks like the finishes this time were pretty much shared by just a couple of teams. Now, Celsius, of course, walking away with 15. Not the chicken dinner, but they are still going to be tippity top. Energy Sigma Esports with the chicken dinner are going to be in the second position. Now, what surprises me is Team Cosmic. Again, you know, you don't have to be heavy-hitting. You don't have to make a lot of noise. Sometimes you can just sneak your way for those top placement points, which is exactly what they've done. 2 finish points, not too flashy, but they did get the job done.
Absolutely. You don't need to strike often if you know where to strike, and that's what Team Cosmic are good at. They're good at making sure that they don't take unnecessary fights. They try and avoid conflict, leave it for the later stage of the game, and be a little bit more opportunistic. You know, be like a little bit more choosy about how they take their fights. Of course, in the longer run, they are going to be forced. Their hand is going to have to learn how to use their weapons when they have been granted them. But I do think that somewhere or the other, Team Cosmic, they will realize that they can't continue at this rate and be as passive because the other teams, they're going to be a little more aggressive as we move on. Of course, consistency helps, but there's a difference between a team that chooses not to fight because they're afraid and chooses not to fight because it's a smarter decision to do so.
Now, obviously, you know, we're not going to put somebody on the spot over here, but it was kind of evident today, especially with Addicted Gaming. Like I said, you better be, you know, make sure that you don't get disheartened. You are going to have another chance, but they didn't really seem confident in their fighting. But then again, one thing that is going to be confident, that I'm confident about, is this bad boy in my hand. Of course, I only have that one question. When you have a monster inside, are you going to unleash it? Well, let's find out together.
Are you ready for this?
Well, there you have it, a lovely word from our sponsors, the official smartphone for BGIS 2021. Now, Floki, 2 games, done and dusted.
Yeah.
Now, a few of these teams are definitely going to make it to the next round. A few of these teams we are going to say bye-bye.
Unfortunate.
But what's the mentality over here? How did they come back from this?
I think you have to just put all these games aside, right? For a second, you have to just sort of reset mentally. So the best time to perhaps
Make sure
analyze.
you learn from it.
Exactly, you know, and learning does not happen immediately after. Of course, that is the best time to learn, right after you've done something wrong and you're able to correct it and, you know, make sure it doesn't happen again. But when you're in such a situation, when you're in competition where the prize pool is so big, 1 crore rupees, and you know you've only got one shot at making it to the grand finals, that pressure can creep in, and somewhere or the other learning is stifled because the emotional pressure and just all the thoughts that are running through your head, it's going to prevent you from focusing on what went wrong.
Well, it is going to prevent a few teams from focusing, but then again, a few teams hunker down. They make sure they have the blinders on, and you know, that is what, again, we've said it before, we'll say it again, separates the greats from the not so greats. But now the thing is, you know, 2 games are done and dusted. What we're going to do is take a quick little breather. Don't go anywhere because there's going to be plenty of action on the other side of this break.
Smash it in, rising from the ash again, accomplishments piling high, spotlight on, don't try to hide.
dual chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
Are you ready for this?
Hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. Well, a few things have kind of changed over there. Mine, of course, is Angad Singh Chahal. I'm joined by someone different. We had to actually get rid of the mischievous Floki, and joining me is the tactical maestro, Bhavna Shadow Shokeen. Bhavna, we've had a few cracker matches take place over here, and you were sitting on the sidelines.
Yeah.
What did you think of all the action?
Well, it was impressive the way teams were playing. Yesterday, I was quite disappointed by the mistakes of the teams, but this time, this lobby was totally dominating without any mistakes, especially Team Celsius live up to my expectations because I was expecting Celsius will dominate in the first match. I was quite disappointed because of the early elimination. But second match, man, 15 finishes.
Well, Celsius did do good, but now what's going to happen is we are going to have a new bunch of teams coming in and, well, fighting it out on the Battlegrounds. Let's have a look at who all is going to be fighting the next couple of games. We have Group 59, Redemption Crew, Spaceman Official, Topper, interesting name, Luminosity Esports, Shy Underdogs, I love that logo, For Satya, No Limits, and of course, Bot X4.
Well, they are definitely not going to play like a bot. Hopefully.
Well, sometimes those bots have impeccable aim.
Yeah, sometimes I have so many times I've been killed by a bot. It's okay. I'm nothing to say that. But if we move forward on this list, we have more teams like 0 Degree, Initial Esports, also Front Row Esports, Team Redemption, Eclipse India Elites, UP Esports, Simple Esports, and Team 7th Heaven.
7th Heaven, not to be confused by 7H India, and the first team on our screens right now, 0 Degrees OG. You might recognize a few names here and there. We have Aman playing, of course we have Bope Dope, pillars of the BGMI community. But now, again, all of that is, it doesn't really make much of a difference because they are going to come up against fresh blood.
Yeah.
And, all these lads, all these boys and girls, they are hungry. And the fact is, that iQOO have given them this platform. They're going to try and make the most of it.
Well, they will try and make the most of it because look at the prize pool. It's so big. It's so massive. And best thing is there are no invited slots. You have to compete. You have to prove your mettle and you have to qualify and move forward. You don't have any excuse this time that you didn't get a chance.
The basic thing is, may the best man win. So for that, you have to make sure you put your best foot forward right from the beginning. Now, it is going to be a shuffle of all the teams, as we did just show you on our screens just now, which means, again, we are back to square one. 2 games in hand. They better be, battling and raging right from the beginning.
Well, we all want a battle happening in the first circle itself, but I don't think that is the smartest decision or the choice of the IGL. But sometimes, even if you don't want to, you are forced to engage in a fight. Let's see if that's going to happen.
Like in last game as well, we did see those 2 teams drop in Lipovka earlier. Now, yes, we did have an early skirmish. We did have a couple of picks and finishes. However, they let it off way too late over there, and ultimately both the teams paid a heavy price. With the blue, initially it starts chipping away at your health. It's like, oh, it's just a tickle, I'll just brush it off. But soon, by the time you reach circle 3, circle 4, it takes away large chunks from that bar.
Blue zone, you can never underestimate it. You have to give priority to the zone, and we have seen time and time again the teams that give priority and importance to the zone, the game give importance to those teams because you can't mess up with the zones.
Talk about 7H India. I mean, they were pretty much dormant throughout their first game. Game number 1, of course, I'm talking about. I was having a look at them on the minimap that is provided to us. They were pretty comfortable with their rotations, making sure, they had no opposition nearby. They just had one side of the zone to themselves, and they made it happen for them. Unfortunately for them, they could not replicate that in the second game because, again, like you said, it's all about that rotation. This time they came late and they paid a heavy price.
Well, this time they came late. They entered into the zone very late. The zone was kicking in. The teams were already present. They were gatekeeping, and you have to pay the price. In front of you, the enemy is there. He's already shooting in your direction. Behind, blue zone is coming in. It is also giving you damage. You are basically...
So much.
Yeah.
So much to deal with. And again, we did kind of call it out at that position at that moment itself that there was no one else to blame other than themselves. But the thing is, they should be looking for some ultra performance. And talking of ultra performance, now I know that you've seen this a lot of times. Let's just have another quick look from our sponsors and of course the iQOO 7 Legend.
For this.
you know, Shadow, I'm never going to get tired of watching that video, and I'll tell you why. A, of course, it is the best gadget out there, which you definitely want to get your hands on. Second, it reminds me that they've given this amazing platform for all these wonderful players that we can see on our screens right now, running around in the spawn island. And this time around, they're taking it easy.
I like the hair.
I mean, he might just go Super Saiyan sooner or later. Let's see if that's going to be the case. But again, what is your go-to kit? Mention it in the comments below. Let's have some fun. Of course, keep in mind, you might know a couple of these teams. You might know a few players. Let me see who you all are rooting for. Spam some love for your favorite teams, and you never know, that little extra push just might help them.
Just boost the confidence of your favorite players, or in fact your friends. Also boost the confidence of every team that is playing, because they are grinding day and night, not just a one day grind that is coming into the picture. This is day and grind night of so many months of practice that is coming in. Maybe they have a bad day, but don't stop boosting them.
Well, they might have had a bad day, and you mentioned the grind. It all culminates to this moment in time. Now we are finally once again soaring high above the plains of Erangel, and this time I'm pretty sure Floki would have liked this flight path. We are going to be starting off in Zarki, flying over the shooting range, and well, the action is going to continue all the way through Milta Power. Now, Bhavna, we did see, a similar flight path in Game 1. However, I love the fact that the first circle was all the way down near Primorsk. Do you think we're going to have something dramatic like this once again?
Well, Primorsk is always full of drama, especially when two teams drop in. But I want to see something happening in Quarry area, because that is something we have been missing from some time. No circle has ended up in the Quarry, no final circle. In fact, no team has been dropping in Quarry, although Quarry offers a very good loot, but somehow it is not up for contestation. Maybe players are not familiar with the geography of Quarry, but I don't think so that is happening. But also because of the fact most of the zones ends towards the Gatka area or Yasna, that's why they try to avoid Quarry completely, because it's so open.
We almost had a glimpse of some action at the Quarry, but again, the moment I mentioned it, I jinxed it, and forget that thought, because looks like Rozhok is the place to be, as we have not one, not two, but three teams in close contention with one another. Now, of course, on the right of your screens, we have the boys from 7th Heaven. In front of them, probably one of the favorites in this matchup is 0 Degrees OG. Now, 0 Degrees, we are going to be joined by Surya, Bope Dope, Aman, and Mystic. Question is, they have all that backing, they have all that experience, but is it going to be enough against these hungry underdogs?
Well, they are definitely hungry for the blood, but the fact that three teams are dropping in Rozhok area puts me to worry. But the players that are worrying are going to be the players of Team FT, because one player has already been knocked down by No Limit Esports, and I like the fact the player is not going for the finish, because he knows somewhere his teammate, the opponent teammate, might be present and will shoot him in his direction, and he don't want that to happen because his teammate is already knocked down.
True, and I like the fact that Milta, in fact, is also going to be a city that is going to be shared by three teams. Now, of course, we've already had action breakout early on, as you did mention, and Lone Limits were the ones that were dishing out all the damage, which means, well, Front Row Esports, they do have their work cut out, and I like the fact that they're all being careful. Now, they know that Nazi is in a little bit of a tight situation. However, Himanshu's got to basically make a decision. Does he go for that revive, risking his own limb and life, or are they going to have to cut their losses and, well, live to fight another day? Because Arsenic is going to be poisoning as the name suggests, and first pick is going to be coming in their way, which means, well, kind of looks like action is going to break out earlier, especially when you have so many teams close to one another.
Well, Arsenic definitely knows where Himanshu is in the barn house, because he was already cooking up that grenade. But Rozhok, as you said, is so much contested. One of the fact that I'm worrying about is Rozhok doesn't offer loot for three different teams. No. They are going to be short of the weapons, utilities, everything. How they are going to come out of that situation, that is a major concern, especially when you're not even in the circle. But for now, Himanshu is up for a lot of trouble.
I have an idea. I guess the best way to get the loot in Rozhok is make sure you eliminate all your opposition and then go and loot their crates. But again, that is easier said than done. Now, at this stage, it does look like 7th Heaven, they are going to have a little bit of an advantage, and I'll tell you why. Because A, they are going to be on one side of that road that divides Rozok, plus they have that slightly higher ground. Now, what I'm expecting is sooner or later, 0 Degrees are going to have to clash with another team that is close by in the vicinity, and that team is Eclipse in their Elite. Question is, are they going to be elite enough to take on that team? But now Himanshu is going to be the only ray of hope for his team as he goes up against the boys from MG. And well, that is all she wrote, as No Limits are going to rack up another finish for themselves.
I wonder if Himanshu either had any utility in his hand, because No Limits were rushing in, all the 4
He could have
players.
slowed them down.
Yeah, throwing any Molotov or a grenade near the staircase area. Maybe he could have gotten one knock onto himself, but maybe he was so short in the loot that he couldn't do anything, and the rush came in. He was pretty handicapped, but the team 0 Degree has realized there is no benefit of staying in Rozok area, so they have already started off their rotation. And the good thing is from the northern side, because they are anticipating teams to be present in the Pochinki area, so instead they are going to for the northern rotation that is pretty empty.
That makes sense, and that is where experience comes in handy a little bit, because as you mentioned, had they directly gone down south, possibility was that they might have actually met another team in Rozok, as you mentioned. And now that you did mention Pochinki as well, I am going to have a look at the map, and it looks like Pochinki is going to be occupied by a few teams as well. And now the action is going to take place over here, as we do have Topper, who's patching himself up. He did take a few shots early on, but of course this is not going to be enough. Reminding you, all this action on your screens right now is going to be taking place in Primorsk. And Bhavna, speaking of the circle, pretty similar to what we saw in Game 1.
Well, pretty similar, but I wanted it to end towards the quarry area.
You and I both.
Yeah, if not quarry, at least the water circle, final circle in the water area. But for now, Team Topper is pretty safe, because the other team has decided to rotate away. But no, they have left their one of the player already in Primorsk. That is a very dangerous move. They already had 2 vehicles. Maybe the player was so far away that they couldn't help him or back him up, but maybe his teammate might be coming in any time to provide the backup or the cover fire.
You want to know something funny? Now, I did mention earlier on that, Shy Underdogs, I love their logo. But there's a man in Topper who goes by the name of UPSC.
I did see that. I want some classes. I tried preparing for it.
Did you now? Oh,
Yeah.
well, there you have it. You might want to reach out to UPSC later on and see if you can get a few secrets for yourself. Because again, at the end of the day, it's all about balancing things in life. You've got to make sure you get your education as well, and you can play a few games. And well, Smokey did mention you do not want to be caught out in the open in that vehicle, the bike with the buggy, because chances are you could be taken down. And now, not 1, but 2 attempts are going to be made, and there you have it. It is going to be R3R from Redemption Crew who is going to get those picks, and well, he does have a couple of finishes to his name.
Well, he definitely have a few finishes, but the team that is in a lot of trouble is going to be UP Esports, wasting away so much time in the blue zone area, and now Redemption Crew is making their move, trying to take advantage of the numbers advantage that they have XP.
Well, they are going to take advantage, but looks like finally UP Esports are going to succumb to their injuries, but they did still manage to get 2 knocks on the boys from Redemption. Of course, it isn't going to be too problematic, as the revives are going to come in. Keep in mind, this still is the first circle, so the blue zone isn't really going to be chipping away as bad as it seems. Now, the best thing is, to the victor go the spoils. They are going to make sure they loot up, and it did kind of seem like UP Esports, they had a lot of loot at hand, because they were the first ones down at Milta Power, and well, Redemption Crew are going to be a happy bunch.
Well, UP Esports definitely had a very good fight. Let's have a look in the replay how things went ahead. UP Esports most probably take down 3 players of Redemption Esports. Yes, 3 players were already down, and they did put up a very good fight.
They did, in fact. Maybe if one of their teammates had been inside the house, they could have got a few more angles, because mind you, although they were taking the fight with the gentleman coming in on the buggy, they did get shot from behind.
Well, they were getting shots from behind because one of the player of Redemption crew was little far away, giving good backup to his teammates. He kind of anticipated the open area, but let's have a look at the circle where it's gonna shift.
Ooh. Don't jinx it. I know what you want to say. Bhavna, just do not jinx it. Let's see what's going to happen.
Okay.
I made that mistake in game 1. Let's not do that again. Now, a few teams are going to be pretty happy in the circle, but I like the fact someone is at Sosnovka. Question is, how are they going to make it to the main base? Are they going to take the bridge, or are they going to come the aquatic way?
Either way they can opt for, because neither bridge camp is happening, no other team is at the ferry pier or the shorelines area. They are pretty safe, they can easily rotate away. But I'm very worried about the team that is coming from the eastern side, southern side of the Pochinki area. But there is a team present in the Novo Reply.
Wow.
Also, so far away from the safe zone.
Well, looks like we have someone far, far away. The question is, have they left it a bit too long? Because we did see in the past that, you know, it did come to bite a few teams in their backsides later on. But again, since they don't have any opposition, I do believe they should make it sooner or later. But for now, the circle has shifted a bit towards Gutka. Gutka planes are still going to be pretty much in the center, as we are going to join the team Bot X4. Now, you did mention you do not want to play like bots, but again, you have been taken down by quite a few bots in your game time. Let's see if this is going to be the same case over there, as they do have a compound to themselves. However, No Limits Esports is lurking dangerously close.
Well, they are nearby, very close, and they heard the shots also coming in from the players of Team Bot Esports, but No Limit Esports already having 2 finishes, not in the mood to pick up any unnecessary fight. They want a good compound for themselves inside the zone, but can't say the same thing for Spacemen officials, because they also have an enemy in the nearby territory. Let's see if they're going to exchange the shots. Yes, most definitely. They are trying to damage the vehicle. We all have done that. We all do so. Destroy the vehicle, make the enemy pretty handicapped. They have to come on the foot, and that's when you strike and take them down.
Oh, you always want to disable their vehicles, because it is going to force them to, you know, get out of that position on foot, which of course makes them just a bit more vulnerable. Now, we did see No Limits Esports driving past around the enemy. Looks like they did converge on that bridge, but lucky for the team coming in from Sosnovka military base, they aren't going to be touched right now, but looks like they are going to be heading for a collision course. Expect some shots to be fired just north of the ferry pier, ladies and gentlemen, as a few teams are coming dangerously close to one another.
Well, they were coming close, but now they have started their rotation. But the team present at the right mid-center of the zone is in a little problem, because Eclipse India is already moving in their direction, and Team LE has to be pretty careful, but they have a good compound to their name. Let's see what's going to happen. No Limit Esports Redemption, if we talk about, Sid is already taking lots of damage. He doesn't want to stop. He wants to find a safe place so that he can heal up really fast. In fact, so many rotations are coming in from the players of Redemption also. Basically, all rotations are coming in from the either eastern side or from the southern side.
Well, looks like Redemption definitely have a nice spot to themselves. They've got the little ditch to work with over there, of course, with some out-of-service tanks nearby, which they could definitely use for cover. Now, 0 Degree OG, of course, one of the favorites in this particular matchup. They haven't really seen a lot of action. We did see them in Rozhok with a couple of other teams, but like you mentioned, they made the right decision of heading north and then swinging in deep to come into the circle. But for now, looks like they are on the move. I do see another convoy coming close. Spacemen officials are flying a bit too low to Earth this time. They might want to hit orbit as Surya drives right past them. But again, no shots fired, and well, Surya is going to be one happy camper.
Well, the team that is not going to be happy in some time is going to be Front Row Esports. They are still in the military base island. I guess the circle shifted long time back. Still, their rotations are not coming in. They're still holding on to their position. By the time they start their rotation, any team will occupy the compounds, the shorelines of the ferry pier area. That's when their trouble will begin. But on the other hand, a little mishap.
A little bit of bumper cars over here, no?
Don't do it in real life.
Well, you were the one who was talking about driving on the footpath, so
Yeah.
I wonder if you take your own advice.
I'm the only one on footpath, na? I can't bump into another vehicle, na? I'm the only one. On the other hand, Team 0 Degree Esports is trying for the upper ground advantage. That is going to fare off really well because that side no other player is present, but for Satya, they're shooting away in the direction of some of the players of No Limit Esports, and 0 Degree also has their eyes. But there the rush comes in and what? Knocked by vehicle.
Well, looks like he was knocked by the vehicle. No Limits Esports still have a little bit of ray of hope left in them as Beast is going to be coming in. And now the Rinda does go for the revive. Mind you, for Satya are playing as a 3-man squad. That could be problematic for them later on as grenades are going to be flung in the compound and out. But it's going to be 10k from For Satya, who is going to get first blood as Arsenic is going to be brought down to his knees now. The little push coming in from No Limits is going to be shot down as Beast goes down as well. 10k on a rampage. He gets one, he gets the second, and now he is going to go for 4.
Well, he is blood hungry, and that is definitely we can see from the finishes he's getting. And perfect grenade is coming in. 1v4 God OP has been knocked down. Definitely he couldn't do 1v4 over there. And team for Satya is looking very good. But 3 finishes. One player is still present, I guess.
Well,
and he's hiding.
Talking of that one player, Rohan is going to be far away from the action. Unfortunately, from this distance, he couldn't really do much for his teammate. But looks like, wait a second, 10k's woes are not over yet. As we did see earlier, 0 Degree were going high up on the mountain above them. And now they are going to be shooting down elsewhere. Fury is going to be unleashing Fury on the opponents as well as Eclipse India Elites come under heavy fire.
Well, Eclipse India Elites, this is not the place to drive or hold on to. In fact, I personally think it's a very bad positioning considering the positioning of the players of Topper. But let's see if they can go over the uphill and take the advantage. And but this is the quarry area, nearby quarry. So many teams are already present. They don't have much option. They have to find the place, but you don't have to drive in water.
The thing is, what you gotta do is if there's somebody shooting at you, give them multiple targets, and one of their members definitely is gonna get away in their buggy. Maybe the remaining members of Eclipse India Elites should have taken note, as now they are gonna be pincered in, they are gonna be cornered, and well, looks like Fury definitely has his teammates coming in for assistance. But a good decision on their part. They realize, wait a second, look at the clock, 8 seconds to the blue zone, and the fact that they are at the very edge could be problematic later on. So a good decision by both teams over here, making sure they don't waste too much time outside the circle.
Well, definitely. In fact, UPSC had an AKM and UMP 45. Instead, if he had M416, I'm pretty sure he would have gotten one knock over there because AKM recoil is there. UMP 45 is a good gun in the close range, but mid-fight, it tends to lack a little bit. But Team Topper is yet to find another good position, and this position is also good. They have a height advantage. For Satya is not stopping. They have spotted down the players of Team 0 Degree who are uphill, and don't peek, my friend. One wrong peek and you can be knocked down.
One wrong peek and you could meet your maker. That is exactly what Shadow is implying over here. Now 10k, mind you, he was brought down just moments ago by 0 Degrees, and I love the fact he's giving them a taste of their own money. Wait a second, Surya, if that is a grenade, it might as well just be perfect. However, looks like it is not going to hit its mark as they are going to go up against the boys from Bot 4X. Now they are scattered a bit. Surya does follow up with another grenade, and that grenade is going to be devastating as Icy goes down, Mad Bear goes down, and still point blank range. This man does not want to use his weapons. He wants to use the grenade, and now he does switch. Unfortunately, it comes a bit too late, and Surya is going to be taken down. However, Bob-Dope is coming in for assistance, and there you have it from distance. It is going to be the star himself, Aman, who makes sure Bot X4 are put on the ground, and well, Surya is lost to the elements. However, 0 Degrees do rack up a few finishes to their name.
Well, definitely a good play coming in from Surya and his teammate. Perfect time backup coming in, but Team Bot, they were pretty much pinned down beside that vehicle. That's why multiple grenades, follow-up grenades were coming in. If they had been a little scattered, they would have different angles to play with. But Team Eclipse, G2 OP has already been eliminated, and Team Redemption Crew have the height advantage, but they also have to be a little careful of the close by enemy in the near vicinity.
You got to keep one thing in mind, not to confuse Redemption Crew with Redemption. Of course, a couple of teams are out looking for Redemption this time around. It looks like the other namesake are finally going to come under fire, as I do believe Unique has been brought down to his knees and subsequently finished, which means Redemption are down to a two-man squad elsewhere. Eclipse India Elites again in that similar position we left them in later, in just a few moments ago. They're not looking good because they really don't have a lot of options. Their vehicles have been disabled, and sooner or later that smoke is going to fizzle away and their position is going to be given away.
Well, if we talk about the zone shift that has happened, most of the teams are already outside of the safe zone area. They have to move inside the open field. But Topper UPSC with that UMP 45 is already shooting. But Team Eclipse seems to be in a lot of trouble.
Well, Mr. IGL from Redemption Crew is going to travel a bit late to his teammates, but unfortunately, well, fortunately for him, no opposition is going to be there in the way. Now, you did mention Chopper and the boys UPSC are going to be pretty much in the thick and thin of all the action. However, they do have that little dish to work with. However, Fury does spot the boys from Shy Underdogs as they are making their escape. Question is it going to be enough? Yes, it is, as they finally go over that little summit into safety. But the question is for how long, because as soon as they went over that rise, they were met by bullets courtesy of 0 Degrees Aman.
Well, right now 0 Degree is in a very good position. They have the height advantage. They can easily spot down the players, and they are doing so by knocking down the players of Team Shy Underdogs.
Well, talking about Aman, he is relentless with his shots. It's get not one, not two knocks, and now his teammates are going to be scrambling for a few more finishes. But looks like the boys from Olympus, Initial Zeus, are going to be joining the game as well, as 5 is going to chuck a few grenades towards the enemy, but it's going to be Bope Dope who gets the knock with the grenade. Now Aman opens up once again on the members of Simple Esports, as they are going to be taken down one after the other. 2 finishes to his names already as he reloads the weapons. No Limits Esports out in the 14th position with 3 finishes, and looks like Initial Zeus, they are going to be a thorn in their side as Topper are coming under heavy fire. All that smoke shadow is helping them out right now, but for how much longer?
That's the question, because it's going to be removed. Smoke can't help you for very long. You have to get a good position. The way the players of Team Topper are in such close place, hanging by the hip, I think few grenades and they are going to be in a lot of trouble. But Team
have a look at that hillside.
Yeah, the hill that Team Topper is holding on to, that's very good position, but how they are going to use it, that's the main question. Initial Zeus is already hiding in a good cover, but he has his eyes onto the players of Team 4 Satya.
Well, Grim is the Grim Reaper over here, and he does get a knock and a finish, which means another team is going to bite the dust. Redemption are going to be exiting the 10th position, but the namesakes, Redemption Crew, are still in this game. Elsewhere, it does look like IZK, they do have a few finishes to their name, but can Zeus hold on to that little slope that they have, as Redemption Crew's Mr. IGL has spotted Eclipse India Elites in the distance. Now, a couple of the members are going to be down on their knees, as Law is going to be taken down as well, which means, well, the revives are coming in, but they've got to be quick about it. No, when they're not coming in, they have been spotted out. There you have it. The down men are going to be finished, which means Eclipse are going to be survived by one man. And Rick, he has a lot of weight on his shoulders. Question is, for how long can he carry his team?
Yes, for how long, that's the main question. But Simple Esports has been eliminated by Team Topper. Team Topper, not much finishes, but very high damage they are dishing out, I'm very sure. But Fury was getting shots from somewhere else. He needs to find a cover immediately, because the zone is also not favoring Team Topper. It's in the favor of Team 0 Degree, who is at the right position to get that chicken dinner. On the other hand, Space Wizard XP are also getting few of the knocks for their teammates. Initial Zeus has to make the move, has to make inside the zone. Don't shoot in the direction to Team Topper. Instead, give importance to zone.
Well, they're just going to be running through that smoke, and chances are the enemy is going to be pretty much in their faces. That is going to be an awkward moment indeed. But for now, IGL does spot the enemy. He did get a knock early on, and for now, he's going to make sure he puts him 6 feet under. Now, Initial Zeus, we did see Grim acting like the Grim Reaper, and well, he is definitely sadistic. He is definitely dark, as he gets another finish to his name. 0 Degree, we said they were in a good position, but of course, they have just 2 players alive, and they have been exited in the 7th position with good finishes to their name. Now, Jiren from Force up there. He does have... Wait a second, they have 10 finishes already. He's the last man standing, going up against Luminosity. He gets yet another knock, which means he is now going to go up against Prothos. Prothos reloads that AKM. He knows the enemy is right behind that. He knows his teammates are there too, but he is still going to lob a grenade. He gets out, he shoots, he goes around the thing, but his own grenade does a tremendous amount of damage, but it is not going to be enough as he makes sure he puts 4 TS down in the ground. And with that, of course, first aid administration coming in, after which he should easily pick up his fallen comrades.
Well, he'll definitely raise up his teammates, but Team Topper is also looking very good. The way they have been segregated, the way they are having the full control of the northern side of the zone. But another team which is having a good control is going to be Team Force Satya. Let's see how things are going to fare off. Team Topper's person is going for that Molotov. I guess he's going to burn the player of Team Initials US, but I think that Molotov didn't connect. But Team Luminosity Esports have the numbers advantage. Spaceman also has the numbers advantage. Initial Zeus surviving with only 2 players.
Well, the thing is, all the teams are going to be on the periphery of the circle. The fact is, there is a king, and well, only one team is going to be crowned king of this particular hill as Fury from Topper tries to inch his way closer and closer. But Mortis could spot him from the distance. Again, you got to keep in mind that, you know, there could be so many angles that could open up, and well, you better not have your blinders on. Looks like UPSC is finally going to be brought down to his knees, courtesy a grenade. Question is, can they finish up as Big Nash from Luminosity chucks grenades off his own, this time intended for Topper. He gets one, he throws another. If it's going to connect, it could spell trouble for Team Topper as they only have Fury and another one left by the side with 2 of the members knocked down on their bloody knees.
Well, Team Luminosity, let's see what's gonna happen. Team Topper is falling down, but person is taking a fight with the player. So Team Space and Mortis get the better of him, knocks him down, and with that, the misery of Team Topper.
They're done?
They are done. They have been eliminated at 3rd position.
They have been eliminated. That means we're now down to the final 2 teams. Luminosity Esports, who have been quiet so far. Keep in mind, whoa, have a look at that flank coming in from Spaces. DXOP, he is on their rotation. He is on their right flank. Now, the only thing working against him is the fact that there you have it. He is going to be downhill, but he could still rain down some fire. He could still rain down some shrapnel and all of them, and he is giving everything he has. The second one, of course, was a flashbang. Now, Harsh OP for his team, he knows that someone is going to be on his side, so I guess he's going to be the guy entitled with that little task of making sure nothing comes in from the right flank, while everyone else is going to try and find the enemy. Again, Bhavna, it is going to be a bit of a waiting game as there is plenty of distance and plenty of real estate between both these teams.
And the fact that the players of Team Spaceman officials don't even know the opponents where they are exactly, and Team Luminosity has the little slope that is going to either work in their advantage or disadvantage. That time is going to tell, because the final circle is almost in the open area. Little slope might help, but the way the player of Team Space was walking down his, giving away his position.
Well,
he was lucky he was not spotted down.
Lucky that he's not spotted also. It just could be, have a look at the way he's just zigging and zagging, right? He's trying to create a little bit of a distraction. He is trying to create some noise. He wants to catch Luminosity Esports off guard because, mind you, Bhavna, Spaceman Official, they do have one more man. And, well, they definitely want to use that to their advantage. But for now, Luminosity Esports, they do have an idea where the enemy is, and they are going to be creeping in ever so slowly, but it looks like Spacemen have other ideas as they are going to be making some noise with the buggy. Question is, can the opponents, can Luminosity pinpoint that location, probably lob a few grenades in that direction, and well, deplete the numbers, but looks like we are going to have some fighting break open as DXOP is dangerously close to Harsh, and within a few seconds, Harsh might just spot him, let loose a few bullets, and, well, the numerical advantage would be reversed.
I'm wondering how many first aids does the player Mortis has onto himself, because he's quite away from his teammates. Maybe he can go for the heal.
You think he's like an insurance policy?
Yeah, he can go for the heal battle, but another player of Team Space has been picked up by Harshopi and eliminated quite easily. Now Team Space stands with 3 men strong. Let's see what's gonna happen. Mortis, don't make any noise. Don't get spotted down, because you have to walk inside the circle as well. Team Ellie has the advantage of the foliage and the positioning. Both Vignesh has not been spotted down, but Harsh OP, look at him, the way he's crawling his way towards the players of Team Spaceman. Team Spaceman, better be careful.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are down to a 3v3 situation as all the numbers, well, the numerical advantage has been negated, but now the circle is going to creep in and force them closer to one another. Vision X is going to have to get away from his buggy sooner or later. But the thing is, Luminosity Esports, they do have that height advantage, and once again, they are going to be deploying a few more smoke grenades. It is going to come down to that moment where all hell is going to break loose. Looks like Jod got up on his feet, takes a quick little look like a meerkat, but then hits the deck once more. Ooh, what he can do is just keep crawling up a bit more. He is going to go on that right flank. Looks like Luminosity are going to be caught up, but it's going to be Spacemen who are going to take the first run. Mortis spots out as well. Ooh, a few more shots could spell trouble. Vignesh gets up, spots the enemy, lays down some lead. Unfortunately, he is shooting way too far off, and now it has all been twisted. The tables have turned as Vision is going to be last man standing, and Luminosity have this game in their hand. Unfortunately, they threw it away. Spacemen official, they are flying high, getting the job done, walking away with that chicken dinner.
Well, Mortis, I was thinking he was going to be for the heel battle, but no, his position proved to be in his advantage. The way he was just lying prone over there, shooting in the players of Team Ellie, knocking them down one after another, and perfect time, his teammates also chimed in and completely eliminated the opponents.
I mean, it could have gone either way. You saw that little bit of confusion at the end from Luminosity Esports. I mean, he almost had Mortis in the grasp of his hand. Unfortunately, he saw smoke on the left and he shot over there. But of course, if you missed all the action or some of the action, don't worry, we got you covered, as we do have the highlights coming up in Bhavna. Right from the get-go, it has been an action-packed affair.
We loved it. We loved it, the way the teams were playing. In fact, for the fifth circle, till the fifth circle, I remember most of the teams were still inside the game. Most of the teams were taken while rotation from the vehicle itself. We saw Redemption crew. Redemption was on a fire. They started so good. UP Esports, this was a mistake. He could have been inside the compound, like you mentioned. Then things would have been little different, or on the other side of the another building. But that also didn't happen. And this drive-by, that was quite wonderful. But later on, things started falling apart.
They did start falling apart, but 10K was the man of the moment in this fight. He got 1, he got 2, he got 3 from the opposition, making sure Force Up there remain strong in their game. But of course, these grenades coming in from Surya were just obscene. They were just dirty because he was throwing them point blank range at the enemy. Unfortunately for him, he did succumb to his injuries, but his teammates did carry that mantle forward. And well, 0 Degrees might have been eliminated a bit early on. They did manage to rack up quite a few finishes.
Well, they definitely had very good finishes for themselves. They had a good positioning also, but like you said, they were outnumbered. In fact, Shy Underdogs was also a good positioning, but later on, the grenades, you can't prevent yourself from those grenades coming in to the picture. Team Eclipse, they were not in the good position, I'll say. But Team Chopper, they were making so much noise. They were dishing out so much damage. In fact, their positioning was also good. But later on, because when you create so much noise, you grab attention. Also, that is what happened with Chopper Esports.
Yes, ma'am. Couldn't have said it better myself. Again, we did see them in the thick and thin of the action right from the beginning. I wouldn't be surprised if they have a tremendous amount of damage, but unfortunately, 3 finishes for them. Let's see if it's going to be enough. Now again, towards the end, this is something that you do expect. Such a barrage of grenades from one end to the other. But when it finally came down to Luminosity up against Space, on paper, it definitely looked like Luminosity had the upper hand. Now we did see Space, you know, they were going for that little flank. DXOP had the right idea, but as you mentioned, he made a bit too noise, and this mistake over here, Vignesh got up. He kind of thought that the enemy was going to be a bit to his left. Unfortunately for him, that wasn't the case. He paid a heavy price, and then when 2 guns are trained at you, there was only so much that Praveen could have done. Again, a wonderful game from all teams involved. We did see the heavy-hitting 0 Degree make a little bit of a mark. Hopefully next game they are going to be finishing even higher. But now, since the game is over, since we're all doing the calculations in our minds, let's have a look and see what the point standings are going to look like.
Well, Team Spaceman officials with the perfect 7 finish points to their names and a chicken dinner, total 22 points, standing very strong. But Team LE 9 finish points, total 21 points, not lagging behind, just 1 point difference between the top 2 spots. Team Topper, not many finish points, but at the 3rd position with 14 points, a very good performance and high expectations. Team Topper has raised the bar. Let's see how next match is going for them. In fact, same goes for Redemption Crew also. A very good outing, 8 finish points, total 14 points. This was a lobby with so much aggression. In fact, Team Force Satya also, look at them, 10 finish points.
Have a look at that. There you go, Team Force Satya. I mean, for me, 10K was the man of the moment, especially for that team. The way he held his nerve and, well, put squad after squad 6 feet under. Initial Zeus ending up in the 6th position with a total of 13 points, out of which 5 came via finishes. Now, we were talking about 0 degrees, 7 finishes, hard-hitting team, but of course, when you are in the center of all the action, chances are someone or the other is going to be shooting you from some obscene angle.
Well, maybe that could have happened because zero degree last 2 players, they had a little hill to their name, and when you are in an open circle, everybody contests for that higher ground.
Everybody wants to be on the top.
Yeah, everybody wants to be on the top, and that's when the bullets come flying in your direction, and you can't stand it. It's a 2v4 situation. Open field, it's not even a compound. That's why I think 0 degrees somehow fell short.
Well, they definitely did hit hard, but the best thing is, again, for all these teams, they still have another chance in the next game. But boy, oh boy, that was it was quite a high-action affair right from the beginning, which is what I love. Now, of course, we've had a look at the teams. Let's have a look at that one man or that one girl who stood far above everyone else. And, well, it is going to be Luminosity Esports' Prathuj, who walks away as the iQOO MVP from this match.
Well, 6 finishes to his name, 546 damage. That's quite a heavy number. Headshots are 2. That means he was pretty accurate with his praise or the shots that were landing in the end. In fact, Prathuj OP is the man who is having the highest finishes from his team, if I am not wrong. Yes, he has the highest finishes. That's why he's the MVP, stupid me. But if you look at top 5 players, the 4 more players followed by Prathuj OP is going to be...
none of his teammates made it. Looks like the finishes were evenly distributed, but a few people who are going to make it are, of course, going to be the gentleman from Force Satya, 10K, NX10K. I mean, he definitely wowed me. Jirain is going to be joining him as well with 4 finishes apiece. Spaceman's Vision XP is going to be in the 3rd position with 5 finishes for himself. And then, of course, we have Mr. IGL from Redemption Crew in 2nd with 5 for himself.
Well, Zirain and 10K, if you look at the damage of both these players, almost 1400 damage only from these 2 lads. Let's see what's gonna happen, but let's have a look at the match summary.
A lot of grenades being used this time.
93.
93 grenades, out of which 6 culminated in finishes, and, well, a multitude more in knocks, because we definitely saw Surya going a bit ballistic with those nades. 61, I beg your pardon, total knocks coming in this game. Decent amount of teammates rescued. Of course, not a single airdrop looted because, well, they let the normal guns do all the talking. As far as long distance finishes go, 305 meters, not a bad outing for snipers.
Well, definitely, but we didn't see any of the sniping. It's mostly the. You are always sad because of the AWM.
Now, I'm fine with a Car 98 or a Mozinda gun as well. Let me be honest with you. But you see that every once in a while. Normally, the DMRs are, of course, the meta of this game. And, well, talking about meta, let's have a look at the finish and damage performance graph. And a similar story to before, pretty evenly spread out here, Shadow.
Well, I'm happy to see the way the graph are coming in instead of the day one when only one or two teams were dishing out all the damage, but this time it's so evenly spanned out. The highest damage is obviously 1900, close to 2000. I'm sorry, 10 finishes. In fact, the graph of 700 looks so small, but that's so much damage. 700 damage as quite high damage. In fact, the team in the starting also, Redemption Crew, 1360 damage, quite a high damage they have been dishing out and getting the finishes also. But can't say the same thing from the players of Topper Esports.
Now, just looking at this graph, I'm pretty sure all the sharp-eyed viewers can already guess what the top 4 squads are going to be. Let's have a look and see if you're correct, because, well, at the number 1 spot, it is going to be Spaceman Official with 7 finishes to their name. Luminosity with a wonderful game, a quiet start, but, well, they made a lot of noise at the end. 9 finishes to their Topper, finishing in 3rd position with 4 total finishes, and of course, Redemption Crew, Mr. IGL and the boys with 8 finishes to their name.
Well, let's see if the finish number is going to increase in the next game or not, because all these 4 teams impressed everyone. In fact, not just these 4 teams, there were other teams also. 0 Degree, they are not in the top 4, but they were performing quite well, and other teams were also there. We have high expectations from this lobby.
Oh, we have high expectations from this lobby, and of course, the crowd favorites are going to be shining in. They did manage to get quite a few finishes over there. Unfortunately, getting taken out early means they did not have enough placement points. But, like we said, chance number 2 is going to come up for all these teams. And if you notice this time, even though the team that won the chicken dinner, Spaceman Official, there's not too much of a difference between 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
It's really close by.
It was just 1 point, if I'm not
Just a
wrong,
point,
between
yeah.
top 2 teams. But what do you think, XP? What is going to happen this time? The teams will amplify their aggression, or they will go slow?
If you noticed one thing, what happened was, we had a lot of vehicles driving by one another, and, sometimes desync has a few issues, but, one thing that never has any desync issues is this little bad boy in my hand, and I always keep saying this: what are you supposed to do when you have a monster inside? You're supposed to unleash it. Let's have a look at a word from our sponsors.
Are you ready for this?
There you have it. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Well, that promo video couldn't have said it better ourselves. Get yourselves the iQOO 7 Legend. Trust me, you're not going to regret having that monster inside. But now, Bhavna, we are going to come back to the action. It is going to be game 2. I do believe all the players are going to be getting ready. We still are in the match hosting phase. That means there is going to be still a minute or 2 before you can see them frolicking around on the spawn island on the screens behind us. Now, you asked me a question early on, and we're just going to come back to that. I believe it's going to be a bit more aggressive this time, because now what happened last time was we did see the teams, pretty much the entirety of the teams, prioritize rotations, because we had so many calls. I mean, it was like Russia at one point, but they weren't really picking fights. This time around, I'm going to expect, if 2 cars are whizzing past, there should be a little bit of firefight taking place between them.
But for that, you have to have a companion. This time, I was happy the teams were not making the mistake of carrying a single vehicle. This time, there were 4 different vehicles that, in fact, paid the price also. In fact, not paid the price, came into their benefit, because in the final circle, they could easily make the cover for themselves. Day 1, day 2, we saw teams, all the players in a single vehicle.
Which is what Spaceman did in this case. If you remember, the last vehicle was that one buggy. We did say they are going to have to come out sooner or later, and it was that same man who put the final bullet and put that final nail in the coffin for Luminosity. So again, we keep going on about vehicles and all these makeshift fortifications, but they do come to be helpful in the latter stages of the game.
Obviously in Erangel and Miramar, these are the maps where vehicles always come handy. In fact, from recent times we are seeing in Senok also some of the players make use of the vehicles. I don't know if it works in their favor always, because sometimes it also tends to give away your position, but this is Erangel. Carry 4 vehicles, please.
Well, for Sanok, we're going to have to wait just a few more days, because right now we're going to be looking at round 1. Of course, this is going to be day 4, which is going to be the last day in this round. However, we have hit the mid-May mark. 3 games done and over with. 3 more games in store for you, with action breaking out sooner rather than later, as all the players are pretty much ready, and soon enough that plane is going to be taking off once more. But again, we almost had that perfect quarry circle this time around. What's happening, BGMI gods? Why aren't thou shining upon us?
This time, I'm hoping.
You're hoping for what? All right.
Quarry
Say
circle.
it. All right, she says quarry.
If not quarry circle, at least a fight breaking in the quarry region.
Oh, you want to see some ups and downs?
Yeah.
You want to basically see how they use that terrain, right?
There is so much to offer in quarry. There are so many terrains, hiding spots also. You can expect any enemy, any bullet coming in from any direction. Let's see if it's going to happen.
Well, just to remind you of what's going to be happening in the next game, let's quickly have a look at the teams once again that are going to be competing. Group 59 includes Redemption Crew, Spaceman Official, the winners in the last game, Topper, Luminosity Esports, Shy Underdogs, again I'm going to say this, I love that logo, For Satya Sanatani, No Limit Esports, and Bot X4.
Well, Bot X4 were not playing like a bot, but unfortunately they had to face an early exit. But if we move forward, 0 Degree is there, Front Row Esports, Eclipse India Elites, who were missing quite a bit from the fights. They were in bad position.
They were at the receiving end pretty much throughout the game.
Exactly, they were at the receiving end. UP Esports is their initial use. They have a good positioning, position points, but not much finish points. I think. Redemption, very high expectations from this team as well. Simple Esports and 7th Heaven. In fact, 7th Heaven, they were also quite missing.
They were missing. They were pretty dormant throughout the beginning of the match. Even the midway stages, we did see them, pick a fight here and there. But, well, sometimes Lady Luck is not on your side, and that's the way the cookie crumbled. But now, they do still have another chance for some redemption. The question is, are they going to grab it? Because it is going to get a bit tougher, and a few more teams are going to be out looking for blood. But this is what I'm expecting. I'm expecting a bit more vehicular manslaughter. I'm expecting it to be a bit more like the Wild West, and we might just have a few more drive-bys this time around. Again, solely because a lot of these teams are migrating as soon as that circle shifts.
Well, they are. In fact, this time the rotations were also pinpoint. The teams were very particular with their rotations. In fact, except for the few teams, everybody was giving importance to the zone. And while rotating away also, they were being very careful of the ridges, of the hills, higher grounds as well. Because they saw some of the teams making quite
ridges
not going
in their favor.
Quite open field. Like we saw yesterday, one of the team was doing exactly that.
You were telling me?
Yeah.
And they were on foot as well.
Yeah. They were eliminated quite early.
Well, I mean, I would be surprised had they made it to the latter stages, but I know you all are again waiting for the match to be underway. But what I can do is show you a little bit of a glimpse as to what's going to be happening at the spawn island, because, well, the lobby is ready and all the players are psyching one another out, and within a few seconds, boom, we are going to have the players on our screens. And, well, Team RC, we did talk about the Redemption Crew. Mr. IGL, of course, taking his team to the beginning, to the very end, falling short just at the end there. Question is, are they going to turn things around this time?
Well, they have a tough competition. In fact, every team is having a tough competition, considering the fact this lobby is quite competitive. It's not going to be so easy for a single team to dominate. In fact, qualifying also in this lobby is going to be pretty difficult, because consistency, I'm hoping, is going to be coming in from all the top 5 teams.
Well, looks like it's already set. All the top 5 teams better be consistent, because we have seen that they have the gunplay, right? Now it's all about how they traverse around, and it looks like Sachin is just taking it easy. That is a dazzling outfit. Now, the thing is, if you want to make your enemies miss their shots, you wear something bright, you wear something shiny. So when they look at you through the scope, all they see is light. All they see is nothing, and they get dazzled. But of course, all that aside, we are going to bid you adieu once again from the studio as well. The big C-130 has taken to the skies, and Bhavna, Shadow, Shakeen, where are we flying to this time?
Southern flight path, and not at all cheating. I don't have a map feed in front of
Wow,
my
you
screen.
called
It's
it.
exactly from Primorsk towards Lipovka.
It is going to be heading towards Lipovka, which means, well, the Sosnovka military base is definitely going to be occupied by one team or the other. Now, we did see in the last game, even though we had a northern flight path, one of the teams in Novorupnoy took a long time to come into the circle, and, well, it did not bide well for them.
I think it was front row esports. I am hoping they have learned from their mistake. In fact, longer rotations I understand till the first circle or the second circle.
Not in the fourth or the fifth.
Yeah, the circle was shifted away completely from the military base area. Next circle also came into the picture. Yet they were on the shorelines of military base. That was a big mistake. But looks like Team Front Row Esports this time is not at all going towards Novorupnoy.
Also, quickly have a look at what's happening north of Primorsk. Looks like we might have an early skirmish breaking out, and it could be a battle for the vehicles between 0 degrees and the boys from Initial Zeus. Now, of course, I'm expecting Zeus to head towards George Paul and Mount Olympus, the place they call home, but looks like Surya is going to beat them to their vehicles. But of course, Abhi has that weapon, so I guess it is going to be an equal trade-off, and both teams are going to be happy for now, simply by the fact that, you know, none of them have lost any of their members.
Well, the question is where they are rotating, in the Georgopol or the North Georgopol or the Northern Island, because we know for a fact the western side of Gatka doesn't offer too many vehicles, and fuel also goes away. But again, a team is going towards Novorupnoy. Imagine the rotation. If they cross the Pochinki area, they have an enemy, and
Well,
a player knocked himself down.
that happens, I guess. You know, when you're jumping down, when you're flying down, sometimes the wind can catch your parachute a little off draft, and you might hit something, or you might just get run over and fall from a moving vehicle. Anything could have happened, but luckily for Krostro, love that name, his teammates are going to be on hand, and we did initially see, you know, Initial Zeus pretty much land right next to 0 degrees. But looks like both teams are going to be moving their separate ways. That means no love is still lost over here, and sooner or later we might just see them go up against one another. But now, something interesting. If we could just have the map pop up on our screens. The circle has done a major oopsie, as you know, we did have a southern flight path, but Shadow, the circle is all the way to the top, with parts of Zarki, shooting range, and Severny making up most of that first circle. But ooh, looks like the chase is still not over. Abhi is going to keep an eye out on Surya. Man, like I said, no love lost between these two teams. The fighting shall continue, and looks like Aman and Surya and the boys are hungry. They know where the enemy is. They have weapons. They want to corner them in, and he might just alight from his wagon in about 3, 2, 1. Let loose a few shots. Nah, he's trying to topple them over, but his vehicle unfortunately flips around as Aman is going to lay down a few shots. There you have it. Abhi unfortunately falls to his own knock, and well, Boke Dope is going to be on hand to take advantage of that situation.
Well, that was quite unfortunate for the players of Team Initial Zeus, because already in the game, it's not even 3 minutes, 4 minutes in the game, and they have lost 2 of their players. But if we were talking about the zone, we can't see a quarry circle, but I'll be more than happy if it ends toward shooting range area also, because shooting range also has to offer so much of the terrain. The smaller compounds are also there. Let's see if it goes there, because for now no team is being going over there. Most of the rotations might be coming in from the complete eastern side of the Lipovka area.
Wait a second, something is confusing me. I know that 0 degree are a hungry bunch of people, but production, if you could please just have the map open up. There's something something interesting that is happening on our screens. Now, Initial Zeus, they've gone all the way to Zarki, so that means they bypassed Georgia Paul, they bypassed North Georgia Paul, and you know what? Somebody is on the hunt. Well, we don't need the map anymore because we have all the action unfolding right in front of our eyes. It's like they've got a tracker on their opponents. They are finding them. They're trying to find that bike. They're trying to find a vehicle. And well, let's see if the action continues up in Zarki. I mean, talk about being hungry. These guys are basically chasing them from one corner of the map to the other. Initial Zeus, oh boy, you have a massive target painted on your back, but for now, looks like they have a slight moment of respite, as it kind of seemed like 0 Degrees finally backed off just a little bit.
Well, they backed off just a little bit because Initial Zeus has already came in. They have the guns. On the other hand, 0 Degree doesn't have too many guns. We saw only one of their player is having an AKM, and he can't take. He doesn't even have too many bullets to fire on. So they have decided to rotate and go for the loot and not go for the finish points, not to be kill hungry. But so many rotations are coming in from the eastern side. But Georgia Pool, a team is already present. Better team 0 Degree goes towards the city area of Georgia Pool or the North Georgia Pool, because if they are going towards the container, maybe they're heading towards their own death. Pochinki quite uncontested, but what is the players of Team Front Row Esports doing? They are roaming around in the open area. They don't even have too many vehicles to help them out. There is just a bike, but there are also enemies present in the nearby area.
Well, it does seem like they have spotted enemies, as you did mention out, and a couple of them are going to be Bravehearts trying to give them chase on the bike, but looks like they're just going to go for a few vehicles. You want to make sure you want to have as many as you can to yourselves. Now, Yasnaya Polyana is where we are at, and of course on our screens we have the boys from Simple Esports. Now, Simple Esports had a pretty lackluster game last time around. Let's see if they can turn their fortunes this time, because despite the initial picks and finishes coming in via 0 Degrees, we haven't really seen any more action.
Well, we are yet to see the action, XP. It's just the first circle. The teams are busy in their rotations because the first circle itself has surprised them, and teams has to move in, hold on to their position. That's why they are trying not to engage in early skirmish or the fights happening. In fact, Team Space is also moving all the way from the southern side, I guess. No, from towards the Yasnaya area, and all the teams are kind of predicting it will be a complete northern circle, shooting range kind of a circle, because we can see the teams already going towards that area. So the team dropping in towards Sivarni is going to be very happy.
Well, let's see if they are going to be happy, because for now, yes, there are going to be a bunch of happy campers, but by the look of things, a few more teams might have that same idea. So although Sivarni is that little safe haven all the way to the north of Erangel, sooner or later the streets could be dripping with blood. But for now, Spaceman officials, the winners of the last game, are going to be content with the compound just north of the fjord near Yasnaya Polyana.
But Redemption Crew, they are doing exactly what Front Row Esports did in match 1, dropped in towards Nova Ripnoi and facing the blue zone damage. Very late rotations coming in, but this time for Redemption it might end well, because their path will be clear, completely clear, because most of the teams have already rotated away. But the thing is, Redemption Crew, don't waste too much time inside the blue zone area, because then things might not go well. On the other hand, Pochinki is still held by a team which can gatekeep the team coming in from the southern side area in the blue zone. Let's see if that is going to happen or not.
Ooh,
but
looks like we were about to have some action, but suddenly they had a sudden change of heart, a massive U-turn. I think they realized that, you know what, this gas station is occupado, and well, they were right, because Simple Esports are calling it their home.
XP, What do you think? Is it going to be a shooting range circle?
You know what? Chances are it looks like it because the circle has kind of imploded in on itself. We do have the shooting range to play around in. We have Severny still in contention. And mind you, Rozok is still going to be in the circle in its entirety. Lovely, lovely thing that we have the map on our circles. You were calling it out. Have a look at Redemption. Well, they are going to be traversing across their farm. It looks like they are going to make it in the nick of time. But now, shots are going to be fired as Simple Esports do spot the enemy in the distance, and I do believe the enemy are the boys from Eclipse India Elite.
Well, they did spot out the players of Team Eclipse. Eclipse was quite uncareful. Is that a word? Is that a word, by the way?
Well,
No.
it isn't.
If it is not, that was the thing happening with the players of Team Eclipse. They
were a little
not
careless.
I didn't want to say careless because
Ah,
there are.
I see. You wanted to rhyme.
I didn't want to hurt the players, but that's okay. This time they need to be a little careful, and looks like they are heading towards the shooting range area, which is still unoccupied. But the minute teams are going to enter is going to be full of action. But no, Eclipse is going for a safer compound, which is a good thing because they didn't have a very good ending in the match 1. They need to play this match very safely, go for the position, go for the finish points. They will need both.
Alrighty, well, there you have it. On the other side, we did say Severny was a safe haven, but not for too long, as now we are going to have a couple of teams vying for control of said city. Front Row Esports were the first to make it to the city, but I do believe we have another team nearby, and well, that team is for Satya. If I'm not mistaken, yes, there you have it. Jirain over here, he does have an idea that the enemy is nearby, and by the look of things, they are getting ready for a bit of an onslaught as well. They are all facing one direction, but the thing is, have a look at front row. They're doing something right here because they are spread all over the city while, well, Mad Bear, I wonder what you did to that vehicle as it's lying on its back, pretty much burning. But lucky for him, he has a bike right nearby, and well, he can make it to safety and to his teammates.
Well, he will make it to the safety, but the team that is not making to safety is going to be 70H, because the players of 0 degree are shooting in their direction as they already taken out one of the player. Let's see what's going to happen. And Surya is at the perfect position, and looks like 70H.
They're underneath?
They are under the bridge. No, one of the player is still roaming on the bridge. No, he is in the water area. Both the players are being hunted like a fish, and 0 degree mistake. Perfect grenade coming in towards XM, just missed it. And Exception, how is he going to survive?
Well, the only exception to the people in the water is the man himself, but now he has to patch himself up, which he does. But Bopedope and Mystic, they know where he is, with Aman, who is going to be their overwatch as he jumps from building to building. In fact, he spots the enemy, shoots. Yes, the knock. No, it's going to be Bopedope who gets that little pick, but it's going to be Aman who puts him 6 feet under. Now 0 degree, 4 finishes to their name. Definitely looking like one of the favorites to get that chicken dinner in this game. But now, what was interesting was that, you know, their opponents, 7th Heaven, they had the right idea, trying to go by that Georgia Paul bridge and, you know, hit the new circle from the north. Unfortunately for them, 0 degrees had other ideas, and well, Shadow looks like the shooting range could still be in play as the action is going to converge in and around Severny.
Well, definitely shooting range and Severny is going to be up for contestation. Most of the teams are going to be over there. Let's see if a fight is going to break or not. But like you mentioned, 70H had things safer in their mind, because that is the route not many teams opt for. That is my route. That is my route, because I always go from that northern bridge and move towards northern Georgopol and then enter in the circle. But 70H, we were talking about you,
well,
and you guys have been eliminated.
We were talking about you, and it was pretty inevitable because 0 degrees, they did chip away at them, and, you know, one man was standing, but the question was for how much longer. Well, there you have it. The first team to bite the dust are going to be the boys from 7th Heaven. Not the game that they would have wanted. In fact, they've been sent down to the depths of hell.
Well, I see a car 98 XP. Let's see if the player Darinda is going to use it for its perfection, or he's going to miss the shots onto the players of Team Front Row Esports. Front Row Esports, not a very good outing in the match 1 as well. This match, they can't afford any mistake. But the team that is already in the good compound is going to be shy underdogs. who are quite careful, who have to be careful
Oh,
because
yeah.
there are two teams in the close vicinity. Team Ellie is so close. One wrong peek from the players of Team Shy Underdogs and their head will be puffed off. But Team Ellie is also being careful of the backside because they do know that teams' rotations are coming into the picture. There could be any backstab that could be happening any minute, so they're not making too much noise.
Now, the only thing that the Shy Underdogs need to keep in mind is that they don't shy away from picking a fight because, well, Brains is going to use that big brain of his to try and spot the enemy in the distance. Now, Luminosity Esports, both these teams, they know exactly where each other is, and, well, Harsh OP does have that Car 98 in his hands, so we might just see some bolt action unfurling sooner or later as Harry OP does spot some more movement in the distance. This time, it's going to be the boys from 0 degrees who are going to be far away, but again, at this distances with all those scopes, a lot of damage can be done downrange. Now, as the circle is going to be imploding in on itself, Severny again is going to be the epicenter of all the actions, but I'm still surprised, Shadow, at how many teams are still alive and kicking. 56 players still alive in this game, but the question is, where are we heading to next?
It doesn't matter where the circle shift because look at 0 degree. I was about to appreciate their position.
Well, you were about to appreciate their position, and they are going to be happy that they're going to be there. I know, I can see a smile on your face as well. We are heading close to the shooting range, which again kind of tells me the BGMI gods aren't in my favor. I should really be going through you for my next few requests. But anyway, coming back to Severny, we are going to join Front Row Esports once again, where we left them off in a stalemate with 4 Satya.
Well, we saw the map. XP 0 degree esports is having the complete control of the western side area. Even if they make their rotations towards from the northern side, they have a complete open path. But what worries me, the team that are rotating from the southern side, because there is so much cluster. In fact, 0 degree is also in the position to get so many finishes from the teams coming in their direction. But what is happening? Team Boat also joins the party in Severny.
I mean, Mad Bear is definitely a mad bear. I mean, he could have easily just sat in one of the seats in the vehicle, but nah, he was like, you know what, I'm just going to be riding on the bonnet. But of course, since it is a 2-seater, I guess it makes a lot of sense. Now, Icy's got to make sure he patches himself up as Front Row Esports once again. They are in between a rock and a hard place because, Shadow, it kind of seems like they might have left it a bit too long, as elsewhere looks like one of their members is going to fall down to his own demise. Question is, can they revive their teammates? And, well, the short answer is maybe, because now Team 8 are making a move as Bot X4 are on the prowl, and they are definitely hungry for some blood.
But XP, does it make sense? The circle had already shifted towards shooting range area and the players of Bot entered in Severny and made the rotation. But what is happening? The players are falling down, XP.
Well, they did get the first shot. Unfortunately, it's going to be Initial Zeus who was cemented in, then fortified in as well. 2 guns opened up fire, and 2 of the members were taken down. Now, one last man is going to be on his feet. Aryan OP has his work cut out for him. He is going to try and throw a few Molotovs, making sure that he blocks that little tunnel entrance so that he can go in for the revive. Mad Bear should be giving him a lot of information right now, but the question is, as soon as the flames are going to extinguish, are they going to come out rushing? Because they should be anticipating a few revives taking place right now. Looks like they are, as 5 does come out. He spots the fallen comrade, takes him out of the equation, and now Grim on the right flank with that thruster. High rate of fire could spell trouble. Spots the enemy point blank range, but the thruster is not going to be enough as the AKM rattles off. However, it is going to be 5 providing cover from atop as Aryan OP is brought down into a one-on-one situation. Icy up against the man in green. Question is, who's going to come out on top? He goes down, hits the deck. It's going to be Zeus who come out in top in the skirmish. Bodex eliminated in the 14th position.
Well, a good gameplay coming in from IC, but a very bad rotation overall coming from the players of Team Bot Esports. But Team Zeus better be careful because Front Row Esports has their eyes set on your players. Go for an early revive. You have already suffered a casualty. Only 2 players are remaining. Better be silent. Find a good cover because Front Row has spotted you down thanks to courtesy of that smoke. Also, the players of Team UP Esports might also spot you down. So better be careful. And we have a shooting range final circle.
Oh, you can just hear the excitement in Shadow's voice right now as she is jumping up and down with joy. But right now, someone who's not jumping with joy is Mr. IGL from Redemption Crew. Now, his teammates are a bit far away. The revives might be a bit dangerous, but wait a second. Looks like the respite for Initial Zeus has ended, as they do have a couple of teams coming in. It's going to be Team 10, Front Row Esports at one end, and, well, UP Esports at the other. Question is, are they going to come out of the sandwich position, or are they going to be taken down? Now, they are going to hit the deck. However, those grenades could spell trouble.
They are going to spell trouble.
Wait a second, this Aman from afar who takes down Grim from top of his mountain.
Well, when you are on top of mountain, you have the perfect
you go.
scope. You can easily get the finishes if you are accurate on your aim. But Front Row Esports going for the knocks onto the player of Team Zeus Esports. Can they knock them down? Scrapey is also already out, and both the players are out. UP Esports, on the other hand, has been eliminated by 0 Degree.
Well, they have been eliminated, and it looks like Initial Zeus are going to bite the dust as well, as we did see the man in green go up against the opposition in a similar situation this time around, not in their favor. Elsewhere, Eclipse India Elites are picking a fight with Luminosity Esports, and a tremendous amount of grenades are being flung. Somebody definitely called in a strike, because there is going to be a mini red zone over here as they creep away. Vignesh is going to be caught by that last grenade courtesy of Sachin, and now they are going in. G2OP with that AKM is going to make sure he hits the deck, drops down, puts the enemy 6 feet under, as again it is going to be merciless driving around through the smoke. They are leaving an old chance, one last member alive and kicking for LE, and well, we've seen them do things in the past. It is going to be Conquer Yopi, but unfortunately for him, he gets spotted out, shot in the back, and well, that Molotov is not going to keep the enemy at bay as Luminosity Esports bid us adieu in the 9th position.
Well, Team Eclipse this time coming in with good outing, but can't say the same thing for the players of Team LE. On the other hand, grenades are coming in. Redemption is at the receiving end. 0 Degree Esports. Perfect positioning, perfect 2v2 split for these players. Surya is already almost inside the shooting range area, but his teammate has a job to do, that is raise both rope over there. But look at the players of Team Shy Underdogs. They are quite in open area, but Redemption, Vicky also goes down. Eclipse is on a rampage right now. The way they are spotting down the players, they have spotted down the players of Shy Underdogs.
Well, they might be on a rampage, but it's going to be Simple Esports who are the Grenadiers in this game, getting knock after knock after knock with their grenades as one another is going to bite the dust. Finally, Rick is going to be brought down. That means, well, the Elites are going to be in a little bit of a bother. Now, we did kind of mention Shy Underdogs. Looks like they aren't shying away from a fight just yet, but they don't really have a lot of options. Let's see if Ranveer throws that perfect grenade. It does look good. Is it going to be devastating for the Elites? It is, in fact, a good nade as Rick is going to be blown to smithereens. And yet some more grenades are going to come in as G2OP is brought down as well. And now we have the push. The shield is going to be the first one. Molotov coming in from Ranveer. Oh boy, this is not a position I want to be in. Elites are under heavy, heavy fire.
They are under heavy fire and they are surviving, I guess, only with one last player, and that too very low HP. Sahil, Molotovs are coming in but not helping, and that was a bad move, getting into the vehicle when shots are coming in your direction. Sahil is trying to help his teammates, taking down the players of Team Eclipse, and with that, Eclipse India has been eliminated at 7th position, but Team Space is at the receiving end of the rampage from the players of Team 0 Degree. 0 Degree taking multiple fights and succeeding onto the players of Team Front Row Esports as well.
Well, they are definitely living up to the hype, picking fights on multiple fronts as 0 Degree are going to make a move. Mystic, in fact, is going to go high up on the mountain, and against all odds, Redemption still in this game. But look at Simple Esports, the Grenadiers themselves all clumped next to a little shack. One stray grenade could be problematic, but for now, it is going to be the gentleman from Spaceman official dishing out death as Shy underdogs are finally going to be taken down with 2 finishes to their name. Now 0 degrees, they've got to make a move because they've got to contend with 2 teams. One team is definitely going to be inside the shooting range. Massive grenade thrown. Is it going to be good? We're going to have to wait and find out. It is going to be a bit too short, but let's have a look at that replay in slow motion. I love that. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta. The shots are fired off. The vehicle goes boom, and with that, the hopes and aspirations of a team go down in flames with it.
Well, the hopes are very high for 0 degree, 14 finishes and more to go. The positioning they have is very good, but they have to be a little careful of the team that is Simple Esports because they have the height advantage, but the team present in the shooting range area is going to be Front Row Esports. Let's see how things fare off for them because they have already been spotted down, but 0 degree has their eyes set onto the players of Team Space, and Team Space, one of the player is already down.
One of the players is already down. Mortis is going to be high up on the ground over there, but unfortunately for him, I don't think Respite is going to be coming in because, well, his teammates will have a little bit of an uphill trek, and if they do that, the sharp eyes of 0 degrees are going to catch them. For now, they are going to get the better of Front Row Esports as he has been spotted out. With that, we are down to the final 4 teams. That means Hitman OP is the last man standing for his team. Now, Front Row had a bit of an issue. 1 finish to the name. Let's see if they rack up those finish points. 0 degree Bhavna on a tear. 15 finishes already. Hitman does come under fire. Now the DDC does going to help him. Unfortunately, he's been spotted out as Aman racks up another finish to his name.
Well, 0 degree is not stopping for anyone. With that, Front Row Esports has been eliminated. Board of getting another knock. Team Space, Mortis is already down. Team Space, can they go for another chicken dinner? Looks like it's going to be a little difficult. Looks like it's going to be a little difficult, but 0 degree Aman is already cooking up that grenade that can be deadly for the players of Team Space. Can he get the accuracy? That is the main question, and no, he can't.
Well, while 0 Aman is going to be engaged with another team, looks like SE was coming in, but Aman was quick on the trigger as he put Simple Esports' member down on the ground. Now, Simple Esports do have 3 boys. Junior is out, Mihir Ignite, and Megatron have all their work cut out. Oh, grenades are going to be flung in. It's going to be Mystic who has that Mystic ball, gets Megatron off his feet. The Decepticons are definitely going to be hurt over here. And now Aman, hungry for blood, all that experience coming in. He is going in for the kill. Unfortunately, he gets 1 knock. He is shot at, and finally, just before he can get behind cover, he is taken down, but his teammates are going to be on hand as Simple Esports bid us adieu. Down to the final 2 teams. It is going to be the crowd favorite 0 degrees going up against the winners of last game, Spaceman Esports. You cannot ask for a better finale than this.
Well, Bob Dog is not stopping. He's knocking down the players of Team Space with those precise grenades, and the rush is already coming in from both the players of 0 degree, and they're firing shots in the smoke and knocking down.
Oh my
and
God!
Last one also goes down in that 0 degree.
Oh, talk about trapping your opponents in. Drop guard, making sure that you are in a 360 around them. I mean, they basically, forget cornering your prey. They surrounded their prey and then applied the pressure and slowly choked the lives out.
I just want to know how many finishes they have. Did they break the record of Team Mayavi?
You know what? I think they could have. But again, individually, this team was just popping off. I do believe Aman ended up with somewhere around 7 or 8 finishes. But everyone else played their part. I mean, Surya was popping off with the grenades. And of course, Mystic did a lot. Bope Dope with those long-range engagements.
Even Aman also with those grenades on Simple Esports. These guys were picking multiple fights.
What do you guys think sitting at home? Do you think they have beaten Team Mayavi's record of 21 finishes? Well, we are going to have to wait and find out in a little bit of time. But of course, if you missed any of the action in this high-octane game, well, we got you covered because we have the highlights coming up right about now.
Well, 0 degree started off with those initial knocks and finishes onto their name. They literally hunted down the players of Team Zeus, but later they spared the lives of 2 last remaining players. That fared off well because they got the position points.
They did fare well for them. They did get the position points, but again, Zero damage, man. I mean, they were in the thick and thin of it right from the beginning. A well-deserved victory, but this little move from Initial Zeus completely catching the opposition off guard as they came in. And, you know, it all came down to 5 and his ghillie suit, because it came down to a one-on-one situation. Have a look at this. He gets one, he spots the enemies in the smoke, and, well, surely but steadily he is going to be putting them in. But again, their woes continued as, you know, they did have a moment of respite because another team suddenly decided that, you know what, we heard that commotion, we want to come in and play as well, and Initial Zeus were, well, eventually taken out.
Well, most of the teams XP were coming from the southern side. That's where they were getting early elimination or the casualties. But Team 0 Degree, the way they held their ground on the western hemisphere, had complete control. And the teams coming from the north or the southern side, they were taking multiple fights and completely eliminating all of them. In fact, they had a very good position. Look at that. Aman is picking fights somewhere else with another players and completely winning it. They're always one thing, they're always having a backup as well.
Oh yeah, they always have a plan B, and if plan B fails, normally they have a plan C as well. But again, the thing is, you know, in 0 Degrees, they have such individual prowess that, you know, they can easily take a fight. Now, this was where that mistake happened. Now, all right, you do not run over your opposition with the car. At least you want to jump out, you want to alight from a vehicle and lay down some lead in your enemies. Well, they are going to be learning from that. Let's see if it's going to be enough for them to make it to the next round. Now, of course, Mortis Jord taking a few shots at distance with these, and of course, we did see Bope Dope saying bye-bye to Shy Gamers as, well, their vehicle went up in flames.
Well, 0 Degree had the height advantage also. On the other hand, the players of Team Space were pretty much pinned down beside
they
that.
Were pincered in.
Yeah, they were pinned down. They had no space to move around. Space didn't have space. On the other hand, Team 0 Degree, like Simple Esports, also had a very good position. In fact, took down almost all the players of 0 Degree.
If you notice, 0 Degree pretty much just fought another battle with Simple Esports.
Yeah.
Yet Spacemen, they just stayed in the smoke. That is when they should have probably peeked out a little bit and done a bit of damage to 0 Degrees. But again, 0 Degrees, what they did was they ended a fight over here, but somehow they suddenly found themselves behind them on all sides. So again, their movement, all that experience pretty much on display for us today. But again, the question on everyone's lips, have they broken that record? Well, you and I, we're going to find out together as the points table is going to be coming up on our screen. Let's have a look and see if Team Miami's record has been broken. And well, it has been.
Whoa.
0 Degrees, 23 finishes, and unprecedented 38 total points.
That was a very impressive performance coming in from the players of 0 Degree. One more fact was, XP, I noted 0 Degree players were not staying at one place for very long. Constantly moving, constantly taking fights. Their enemies, opponents couldn't spot them down. When they're lying at one place for a very long time, like the players of Team Space did, you pay the price. But Space also had a very good outing, 9 finish points, total 21 points, and they get second position. Consistency coming in from all the teams. Simple Esports, all the 2 finish points only, because most of the finish points were going for the 0 Degree. Total 12 points. Redemption, again, consistency coming in, 6 finish points and total 12 points.
23 finish points. Just let that number sink in right now. Team Miami held that mantle for quite some time, but it is going to be 0 Degrees OGs. Well, the OGs who are going to come out on top. Now, as you did mention, most of the kills have been shared by 1, 2, maybe 3 teams.
Exactly. Most of them, 23.
I mean,
out of 64, 23.
1/3 of the server wiped out.
I want to see in the coming matches if these teams qualify, 0 Degree and Miami in the same lobby.
Well, let's see if the heavy hitters are going to be going up against one another. Well, that question is going to be answered in a few days. Now, of course, we've had a look at all these points. We've had a look at how the teams have done. We all know who the iQOO MVP is going to be, but for all watching, let's have a look. It is going to be 0 Degrees Aman who's on top. Forget the fact that he has 8 finishes. Forget the fact that he has 1,000+ points of damage. He also has 5 assists.
Yes, exactly. 5 assists, 8 finishes already, and damage 1100 almost damage. If this single individual is having 1100 damage, what is the whole damage, overall damage of the whole team?
Well, we already know that this team has wiped out 1/3 of the thing. We are going to have the top 5 players come out. I won't be surprised if 4 of them are going to be from one team. There you have it. Aman, Mystic, Vope Dope, Surya. Take a bow because, well, you have won everyone's hearts here. And of course, we can't forget about Spacemen. Mortis, Jord finishing in the 5th position. I mean, we're talking about records here, Shadow. This is yet another record that 0 Degrees have set in this tournament.
Multiple records,
Oh, yeah.
XP. They have broken the records of Team Mayavi, and the highest damage till now, I think we had 3,000 something. But I think they have broken that record also.
I mean,
Look at it.
you can already do the maths yourself. I mean,
Yeah, I was trying to do, but for me, 3 plus 2 is still 6.
there you go.
It's more than 3,000. They have broken so many records in the assists, in the damage, the way their consistency was coming into the picture, the way they were taking the fights. Everything was impressive about 0 Degree.
Well, they definitely have the maximum finishes, the maximum damage, the maximum assists, the maximum survival time. How many more do you want me to keep adding? Maybe they might even have the maximum headshots. But of course, it all comes down to, well, I mean, you know, Bhavna, you got to keep one thing in mind. The experience definitely on display, and, you know, that is why they are the favorites. Now, let's have a look at all the numbers and all the figures from this game, as the match summary is going to be up on our screens. 96 grenades used, a lot of which were used to knock people off their feet, but only 5 used to finish.
Well, only 5 used for the finish, but the longest finish distance is also quite high this time, the 317 meters. Finally, see, I think that one of the player of team, I don't remember, it was team Shy Underdogs? No, Force Satya. The player had a car 98. Most probably it came from him. But the knock and finish ratio is also quite impressive this time. 58 knocks, 53 finish. I think this is the best knock finish ratio we have seen yet.
It is possibly the best we've seen thus far. But again, speaking of ratios, we are going to have a few more graphs coming up on our screens shortly. And, well, let's just actually have a look at it. I'm pretty sure you can all expect what to see. There's going to be one Al-Burj, as one guy likes saying. Floki is going to be happy looking at this. Have a look at that 0 Degree smashing records in this game.
They have broken all records, the damage, the finish, the performance, everything. 0 Degree has won it all in all the 4 days. The teams might be very careful in the coming stages of 0 Degree. They have to be very careful. This is absolute, what should I say, rampage.
I'll tell you one thing. I think the mind games are already on because, you know, a lot of people know who 0 Degree are. It kind of showed at the end where Spacemen were just frozen with fear. Now, I know that might not have been the case, but from my perspective, that is what it looked like because they just kept deploying smoke after smoke after smoke, concealing their position. They never budged.
They were being defensive.
They
Instead, they should have been offensive in that situation because then it might have helped them. But let's have a look at the top 4 scores. Most definitely 0 Degree with 23 finishes, Spaceman with 9 finishes, Simple Esports with 2 finishes, Redemption with 6 finishes.
Well, you did say Redemption needed to redeem themselves, and they definitely have 4th finish, 6 finishes for them, and not a bad outing as well. Of course, you should count yourself lucky to even get a finish or 2 when 0 Degrees is in the same server as you. Now, I love the fact that this team came in with a lot of hype, and well, they have definitely lived up to that, which makes for everyone being happy. I'm a happy camper, you're happy, and again, I've got to say one thing, you have a little bit of a connection with the BGMI gods because you wanted the shooting range, you got the shooting range.
I'm very happy.
Bhavna, it isn't funny anymore. I'm telling you, there is some hocus pocus about because there is something dark about this.
I have a direct connection with the gods.
There you go, there you go. Maybe I should spend a few more hours on my knees praying, but again, it is what it is. Again, 4 matches done and dusted with. We still have 2 more action-packed games in store for you. You got to keep another thing in mind. We still have a couple of well-known teams coming up in the groups that are going to be playing those games. But again, lovely affair over here. We were thinking it's going to be a bit slow at the start, you know, at the beginning. But right from the beginning, I mean, 0 Degrees chasing down their opponents. Let me just break it down for you. They chased down their opponents pretty much from Primorsk all the way up to Zarki.
Yeah.
From one end of the map to the other.
I think they broke one more record. Highest distance traveled in under 4 minutes.
Oh, easily, easily. They even probably have the highest finish per minute ratio. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, these guys definitely coming in and getting the job done. But of course, with all of that done and dusted again, it's going to be funny every time you think about, all the records that were broken. So you know what we're going to do right now? I think you and I definitely need a little bit of a breather. You all get yourself some drinks as well, because there's going to be a bit break, but a lot more action on the other side of this.
iQOO 7 Dual Chip Monster. One for performance, one for display.
Are you ready for this?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've had your break, so welcome back to BGIS 2021, powered by iQOO 7 Legend, of course. My name is Fluky. Joining me for this one is going to be the lovely Shadow herself. Shadow, the last two games were extremely action-packed, lots of stuff happening, and I think we broke a record. Do you want to shed some light on that? Tell our viewers what that record was?
Not just one record. More than one record.
Multiple records?
Multiple records were broken. The finish points, 23.
Whoa.
The damage, more than 3,000. In fact, close to 3,500. 3,600 it was. And longest per minute finish, like the distance traveled initially, because 0 Degree literally from Primorsk chased down the players of Team Zeus all the way towards Zarki over there.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, the way the Team 0 Degree dominated throughout the game, they were not stopping for anyone. They dropped in. From the minute the parachute they dropped in, they started going for the finish and ended with chicken dinner.
Wow, great stuff coming out by them. But now we can have a fresh set of teams. So let's have a look at them and see what they're up to. Let's put some names to these logos and see what we're dealing with over here. We're going to be starting off with One-Sided Glory. I love that name. Corrupt Soul Esports, Team Elves, OMKV Official, Reapers Esports, Teen Outlaws, Zos or Zone. Okay, I don't know the form is Zos Esports, and Levitate Dead Squad A. A little bit of French in there, I think.
More than a Harry Potter. Wingardium Leviosa.
Levitate Dead Squada.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
Let's see if something is flying in the air or not in the game. But we have No Mercy officials, Team INST, Team One Last Rides, Team Signify Esports, Team Charts OP, Bombs and Guns, Team Evil Zombies. We have Zombies as well, and we have Dead Squad as well. Let's see who will be rising in the air. And we have Team Spec.
Yeah, we've seen some zombies, we've seen some reapers as well. Lots of different species participating in this game. As you see, clearly we do not discriminate. Zombies, vampires, reapers are all welcome to participate in the BGIS 2021 Open Qualifiers for this particular reason.
It's a supernatural tournament.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All sorts of different things allowed. But you know what else is supernatural? I'm going to show you. It's this phone right here. So let's have a word from the sponsors and see what they're all about as we jump into the promo for iQOO Legend 7.
Are you ready for this?
Well, that was the wonderful world of iQOO Legend 7 as they showed off the multitude of features that they have. But the ones that you really need to keep in mind are the Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 processor, of course, one of the best in the business, making sure that you don't have trouble multitasking, you don't have any trouble running the game itself. You can even listen to music while you're at it if you're more of a casual gamer like me. And on top of that, you've also got a 66-watt flash charge, making sure you're able to charge up in 22 minutes and just continue with the BGMI action, of course. The camera also really good. It's got that stable mode, making sure that no matter how fast things are going, you can capture a perfect still. But with that out of the way, let's talk about what we can expect here for this third set of matches that we have today. Now, we've seen a lot of aggression early on. Do you perhaps want to turn it down a notch, or do you want to kick it up a notch? What is it that you want to see in terms of aggression from these players?
The perfect way to end round one is action. I
Action.
wanted to more aggressive. In fact, today both the groups, Group 1 and Group 2, initially that played, they were full of action. Team Celsius Esports, we saw Team 0 Degree. In fact, this lobby was almost every team was so competitive. I want action to be amplified, doubled, tripled.
Oh my god. I mean, okay, well, yes, there's going to be no action remaining for the late game itself, but yeah, that should be pretty interesting to see if that does end up happening or not. In the meantime, we are having something else for you. So let's have a look at that. The in-game island is, like Experiment loves to say, bustling with activity and life itself. All of these players having a good time, and this is where we get to assess the personalities of the players. You know, have a little psychological test of sorts. What are they doing? Are they staring at the water? They must be very, very calm then. Of course, this is armchair psychology. Don't take my word for it. I'm not a certified professional. But yeah, you can tell a fair bit about the player by what they're doing at this point, right?
It's basically a chill out before the action begins, before the seriousness of the game begins. It's a chill out session, chill with your friends there that are opponents. Because we have seen outside of the game, everyone is a friend, and this is the time they can chill out, have a chill chat amongst yourself or the opponents, and later on just shoot them down with your gun.
Absolutely. It starts off very peacefully, and then it becomes more and more violent as the circle forces them in close proximity with each other as they find out their true colors. They're not able to withstand each other, but enough about the banter, enough with all the chattering. Let's just jump straight into the action itself, and let's have a look at what that flight path is going to be bringing us. This one should be interesting because I am looking at it right now, and it's starting off at Sosnovka military base, ending at Lipovka, leaving Georgopol relatively inaccessible. A drop where a lot of teams tend to go, but this time around, they might have to change up where they go. Well, let's see if they do end up going to Georgopol, or if they are, just going to stick to somewhere like Gutka, Quarry, Primorsk, Ferry Pier. There's also a fair bit of option towards Rozhok if you want. Sosnovka and Novorupnoy are also open for the taking. Milta and Milta Power, a drop location where we see some teams go, but not a lot of teams really prioritize and fight over. Might just be contested. Excuse me, not consisted, contested, as we see all of these teams dropping in because it's quite close to the flight path.
Well, Milta Power offers a very good loot. You drop in towards Milta Power, two of your teammates in the factory area, that is in the close area. It offers good loot. Loot away the area, then just go ahead your business, rotating inside the zone. But this time again we have a team in the military base island, we have a team in the Primorsk, and looks like there might be some drop location clash in the Primorsk area. Let's see, players are still in the parachute, but ZOS Esports is already there. They have arrived early, and early bird gets the food, and they are definitely going to have the advantage. But I want to focus on the circle.
Yeah, well, it's
beautiful. Don't tell the viewers.
Okay, we're going to leave them shrouded in suspense. But in the meantime, let's have a look at who ZOS is going up against. It's going to be the one-sided glory. The team who want all the glory for themselves, as their name suggests. Can they actually find it? Well, so far, it's been rather anticlimactic for them because they have had to share this little area near Ferry Pier with each other. Primorsk, of course, being contested. Something that we should have anticipated considering the flight path. But, well, speaking of action, looks like there might just be some over here at this moment. No Mercy official Thunder. The rest of their team trying to take up arms against the side of Team INST.
Well, Team Thunder, No Mercy official Thunder has already gotten a UMP-45. In fact, all of the players have a gun in their hand. If we talk about another team, they don't have a very good loot. That is Team INST, and in fact, Ban does have the grenades, and let's see how he can put good use to it. But from the back side, we can see Dexter moving in towards the Rozhok area, but Gunda of Team INST goes down. A perfect backup coming in from Hawk with that Bison in his hands. The problem with the INST is increasing because they can't go for revival. Wait, finish has already been confirmed.
Okay, yeah, the finish has been confirmed, so there's no option for revival there like you talked about. And, well, speaking of finishes, someone else might be under trouble over here. One of the team else member caught all alone by himself. Phoenix is now going to try and make a run for it, but he's already been hit, and they know, and they're scrambling to get him. A couple of grenades being popped as well. Elsewhere, Ben does end up finding Dr. Hawkins, but there's one grenade. But in the meantime, okay, looks like Phoenix is not going to go down without a fight. Knocks one down himself, still standing strong. In the meantime, elsewhere, where the single grenade did knock out two people, you're seeing those knocks being converted to finishes at this point. Team INST finding themselves too. They do lose one, but it's well worth it. It's a trade that favors them. And Ben gets the credit for being a grenadier. Two knocks with one grenade. That is peak efficiency.
Well, this time hot drops are not being contested. Small compounds are being contested, and the players that are outnumbered are paying the price. Team No Mercy official is one of them. They have already lost 2 of their players. Team INST also lost 1 of their player. Now the rotations are coming in. They have to make sure they stay in the game for as long as possible, and we can already see I think 5 players have already been lost, and we have a quick replay how things happened, how the grenades were coming in.
What the hell? What? From that distance he managed to get himself 2 knocks? What the hell is up with this man? Holy moly, his arm must be strong as an ox's. Well, oxes don't have arms, they've got calves and legs, but you get the gist, you get the spirit of it. Arms like a gorilla, there we go. There's a strong animal with big biceps that could toss grenades over long distances if it desired to do so and if it was taught to do so. But in the meantime, less about gorillas, more about the players on our screens. Zos Esports as well as One-Sided Glory still staring at each other. And they have exchanged a knock, or rather a finish. I see one of their players, I believe it is Spite OP, has been eliminated. But in the meantime, One-Sided Glory, they've not lost anyone. So it hasn't been exchanged, but rather a favorable, how should I say, a favorable engagement for the side of One-Sided Glory.
Well, what I can think might have happened is Zos officials landed quite early in the Primorsk area. One-Sided Glory were very late in the landing, and Zos didn't anticipate that another team might be present over there. They were just looting away, moving in the Primorsk, and one player might have been caught off guard. But look at Levitate Dead Squad. They are literally up in there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, Levitate Dead Squad certainly doing some justice to the name as they find themselves a fair bit of high ground. The question is, can they actually capitalize on it? I mean, sure, they can get themselves a couple of picks over here, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be any action here just yet. Team L's very, very careful about their position. They don't want to give it up for no reason whatsoever. Primorsk under heavy contest as we see a bunch of teams in that general area as of now, and no one's really pushing, no one's really moving just yet. And so are the side of One-Sided Glory elsewhere on the map. You can see these guys are relaxing. And in the meantime, let me just give you a brief overview of what is happening on the map in case you guys would like to know. There are a couple of teams in Sosnovka. Well, there's only 2 teams over there. The eastern part of the map, though, near Milta as well as Milta Power, fairly contested. A big number of teams over there. Shelter and Prison as well, the middle of that ground, seeing a fair amount of action. There's a lot of teams in that general area. Yasnaya, Polyana, and Rozhok seeing a team each. And yeah, Primorsk also has a great density of teams. Pachinki relatively empty. No one towards Georgopol, of course. Hospital, Rules, and Gatka all relatively empty. But speaking of some action, it's just breaking out in front of the screens right now. Team Spec trying to take a fight against Team One Last Ride, but it's actually Team Spec taking one last ride, potentially to the center of the circle, because they don't want to take this fight.
They didn't want to take this fight, but the player was already taken down while the rotation was. One Last Ride had a very good compound to their name. Zos Sam has been knocked down. Zos Sam has already been finished. And in fact, so many fights are breaking in during the rotation, especially on the Novo Ripnoy Bridge area.
Yep.
Anytime soon, I'm expecting a fight breaking on the military base bridge as well. But seems like the teams have decided to rotate from another path. Water rotations are also coming in from Milta Power area. And this is what I'm talking about. Team Corrupt Soul Esports is picking fight with the players of Team Jat. Team Jat has already lost one of their crucial players. And they're holding on to the petrol pump area. They better be careful, because if any of the player of Team Corrupt rotates away and comes anywhere nearby, one grenade is all that is going to take to knock down at least 2 of the players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just one grenade could be the end-all, be-all. That's what happens when you huddle up into a corner, like we saw in one of those games earlier today, where I think 2 teams were trying to stay inside a shack only to be put out by a single nade, and that did not really end that well for those teams. But in the meantime, we're going to be seeing some action breaking out at the gas station that leads to Nova Ripnoy. A couple of teams contesting that general area. In fact, lots of teams over here. In the meantime, Corrupt Esports still huddling around the corners. A bit of a weird position to be holding coming in from them, but one thing they can be sure of is that at that, they probably do want to spread out a little bit. And speaking of the circle, well, there it is. It's a fickle mistress, like always. Very, very impartial. Hates everyone equally. And this time around, it has drawn a particular liking for the players inside Sosnovka military base.
Well, the players are already trying to move inside the military base area. Some of the teams have already taken or occupied the cave area of the military base. Others are trying for the hill. No one is exactly in the base area because they know the circle is in the end going to shift. Most probably we see that happening, that it tends to shift outside of the military base C buildings. But Jad OP has different things in his mind, as with the UMP-45 he takes on Inferno of Team INST, and pretty much he will get the confirmation as well. He's going to shift on to his N416. No, his teammate Sandhu is ready with his N416, dishing out a lot of damage on Ban over there.
Yeah, Juts OP clearly not afraid to take this fight against the side of Team INST, as they have lost two of their members. They're on the ground reeling, licking their wounds and suffering from their losses, while the rest of the Juts try and surround them. And Team INST, well, they're gonna cut their losses short, get the hell out of there, and try and play for paid placement points. Speaking of which, not a single team has been eliminated yet. Sure, there have been players who have been knocked out and finished off, but all teams still in the mix, so no placement points being handed out just yet. As usual, survival being of key importance over here. And the Juts, well, they found themselves a big old boat, and they're going to be taking it to rotate the hell out of here. You might want to wait for your friend to get in there.
Well, you might want to wait, but boat rotations are always very risky because we know the health of the moving vehicle of the boat is not too much. If the players are shooting in your direction, you might lose all of your squad, all of your players, so better be careful. Let's see what's gonna happen. For now, the players are looking pretty comfortable, but 4MBS Bean has been knocked down. On the other hand, Elvis, ELV Riser has been taken down. ZOS Esports has been eliminated at the 16th position. And present fight, it's a stalemate situation. Neither one of them is shooting in each other's direction, nor they are moving in the direction of the zone. They are taking so much zone damage, but look at Dragon. This grenade is going to be deadly if he lands it accurately, but no, he misses it.
Yeah, slightly off the mark over there. And Team Elves, well, we've talked about this earlier. This is a lose-lose situation. They should get the hell out of here because the rotations are only going to get tougher as time goes on. They're still busy trying to take this fight now. Of course, this is only the first blue zone, but now soon enough, the third blue zone is going to start kicking in and the damage is going to start ramping up. And at that point, it's not something to just snicker about. You're going to lose a lot of your healing abilities. The bandages, those energy drinks, those first aid kits, going to be expended. You need to save those for the late game. You are taking a gamble considering that, you know, you're going to be able to loot it off of your enemies' bodies, but you have to remember the blue zone affects everyone, so everyone's going to be healing, everyone's going to be staying alive, and there is nothing to be easier in this situation. So they're like levitate. Well, they realize that they're going to take the fight to them, and this time around they will finish it off in the nick of time, but their rotations could be problematic. A first aid kit being popped will get him high enough in terms of HP, and now they quickly need to get the hell out of here. Can they actually find some bandages and first aid kits? Well, hope they are. Oh, Dragon Knight. Oh no, Dragon's gonna be in a world of trouble. He's gonna have to res him up, and I think he's done for. Don't think he can be resed at this point. They're gonna try to get him up back on his feet, but they need to drop a couple of bandages for him. And we'll see. And there you go. Those are the bandages and those med kits being dropped for him. He should be able to heal up. Hopefully get inside the base, but back towards the circle. We see some action outside the Nova Ripnoy bridge. It seems to be two evil zombies. Not TWO, but TOO, two evil zombies, as they just try and tell us the intensity and the magnitude of the evil. It is indeed too much to bear. Going up against OMKV official. Now, so far, no finishes being exchanged, but soon enough, there should be some more action breaking out over here as we see them just waiting around the corner for something to happen. They're both trying to fight for the Nova Ripnoy bridge control so that they can get inside the circle, but they're both not in a position to get there. I mean, they're both at such an awkward position where neither of the teams can get out of here, so it really is a true stalemate. And now OMKV will try to break that stalemate instead by getting a couple of cars and getting a bit of backup for themselves in the form of their players who were a little bit away from them earlier.
Well, Team OMKV, their misery is not gonna end so easily because on the other end of the bridge area, there is another team waiting for them. They might escape one of the team present, that is Team Evil Zombies. But what about the team that is present on the other side? Both the teams, Team OMKV and Team Evil Zombies, have to be very careful. They have to anticipate that there is a bridge camp happening, and Team Leviat Dead Squad is paying the price of their mistake. Very late rotation, they were on the upper hill of the prison area. They could have easily fallen back, but the greed of the finish points, they are paying the price now.
Yeah, they've been knocked over by a vehicle, it seems, and oh no, wait, it was actually the blue zone. It was the blue zone that got them. Never mind, it's the HUD being a little bit sus over there, and yeah, Levitate Death Squad. This is gonna be a painful end for the three of you at least. Knight will live to tell the tale, but he still has to fight his way in there. Like his name suggests, can he be the knight his team needs? Well, all the teams are out of that area, so maybe he can still rotate him from the bridge, stay alive, get those sweet placement points we talked about earlier, but still, it's still only the 14 days. So if he gets taken off here, he's gonna get nothing at all. He's trying to dive his car into the water over here. He will go for a swim. Unfortunately, cars don't really swim as much and believe OP will be knocked out. Although Knight is still in play over here, he is in a dangerous spot. They're looking for him. They're trying to find that pick. Do two evil zombies see him? That's the question. In the meantime, elsewhere on the map, it seems that there is some action happening towards the entrance of Sosnoka military base from the Mill to Power area, and lots of teams converging in there as we speak. As of now, great density of teams and lots of fights going to be breaking out. The circle shifts towards the center. No crazy water finishes today, but boy oh boy, there's very real estate in there. Very few compounds, and the few good compounds are going to be quickly snatched up by these teams coming in.
Well, if we talk about the zone has taken another shift, and for now, the team Bombs and Guns having the control of the cave areas looking very good, because on the eastern side, there is no team that is going to harm them or going to backstab them. They are looking wonderful, but the team that is not looking good is the team Outlaws, because they are on the receiving end of the shots coming in from the players of Team Signify Esports. In fact, the grenades are also coming in. Unfortunately, it was a PP Bison. If it was an M416, he could have gotten an easy knock onto the players of Team Outlaws, but his teammate Arnab might do the job. Let's see what's going to happen. On the other hand, Ban has been eliminated. In fact, his whole team has been eliminated by Team Spec at 14th position. Not a very good outing coming in from that particular team as well. But Signify Esports is still firing shots in the factory area where the Team Outlaws is present. LVT Knight was the only guy standing, but Team Zombies was ready at the edge of the circle to eliminate him, and with that, team gets an early elimination.
Absolutely. I mean, they're gonna get a couple of early eliminations over here, and okay, relax, Slam God. You know, that's the one vehicle you have to rotate inside deep into the circle. Just don't be as reckless with, drive it on the road like it's meant to be driven. But just as I say that, he was actually gonna ram it straight into a chain link fence. Speaking of vehicles, well, there's an abundance of it available for the side of OMKV official, but they need to worry about another team closing in on them. That's two evil zombies. Now, they do have their entire roster up and running, and the only person who's on a fact-finding mission from them is Phoenix. He's trying to watch the flank and trying to get some information, and that grenade is going to tell them a lot about the locations of the members of Team 2 Evil Zombies. Let's see if they can try and get a couple of knocks. Oh my god, a single lane knocks on two players. What a great play coming in from Anand as he gets himself one. The car's gonna explode as well, so no way they can get out of this one. Now they're gonna capitalize on the opportunity. Anand going in for the third thing as well. Can he get the squad wipe all by himself? Yes, he does. One single man completely eliminates an entirety of a squad. A rampage for Anand from two Evil Zombies. And boy oh boy, these zombies, I don't know how evil they are, but they're certainly very, very strong.
They are very strong and aggressive as well, because after the grenades, Anand is now relying on his M4 and shooting in the direction of the nearby teams. On the other hand, TOS IGL has been taken down, and Smiley goes down with a follow-up grenade coming in as a trade, but Jarts you have to be very careful. You have already lost one of your players. You have the control of the northern side of the zone area. Don't over peak or don't come out in the open area, because the players of 2EZ have already spotted you down, and maybe they can shoot in your direction as
wait
well.
a second,
But
another
Dexter!
double knock. What the hell is happening? I mean, everyone is cooking their grenades to perfection today, Shadow. Oh my goodness, I mean, I think this is the third time in the same game that we've seen a grenade knock 2 people out at once. This is absolutely absurd. Team No Mercy official doing very good justice to the name right now. Dexter just not feeling particularly merciful, much like his Showtime counterpart. He too is a serial killer, except he uses grenades, not knives.
Well, he's still using the grenades and relying on that, because closing in on your enemy directly with a blazing gun, maybe multiple shots
Oh, and he's
can
the only
come
person alive
in.
for his team.
Yes, he's the only person alive. He has the responsibility of the position points. He can't afford to get elimination at 11th position, because he might be ending with 1 or 2 points only. That is not what he wants. On the other hand, one-sided Glory has a control of Wizard Tower, but there's so much crowd nearby them. There are so many teams, but they are looking good. Let's see if they can find the knocks as well. But Team 11, that
okay.
is one last right. You have a height advantage. You can't fall down, but they are picking their fights.
look at
On
2
the
evil
other
zombies, bro.
hand, bombs and guns.
Yeah, there you go, Team Bombs and Guns, and 2 evil zombies coming in. I mean, there's going to be hellfire from all directions over here to the side of Team One Last Strike, and this might just be the one last strike that they're talking about in their team name. But boy, do they wish they get another one. Let's see if they are able to stand up to Reapers Esports as well. My goodness, just so many teams closing in on the action. There's going to be so much action going on. The team that is third party is getting fourth party themselves, getting sandwiched between the 2 rosters, and ultimately the team at the high ground getting the advantage over here. The Juts now taking the fight towards Team GTR, trying to get those picks for themselves, and they are succeeding. But in the meantime, this is a horrible... oh, okay, that's slightly off the mark there. But he does spot out the play, he gets the information, and there you go. So this time around, Team Bombs and Guns is going to try not to miss, but he's going to get shot straight in and get knocked down once again. They're going to be able to protect their position, hold on to it. Team One Last Right still standing strong, not saying die just yet. And man, those smokes, they're working overtime for them. In the meantime, Team ISG also finding themselves a couple of knocks. Another knock coming in from 2EZ Anand. In the meantime, he found himself another grenade knock. And he's found himself another grenade knock. This man just cannot stop landing those nades. Holy moly, what the hell is up with this guy? I want to have whatever the hell he's eating for breakfast. But in the meantime, lots of chaos, because there are 10 teams in the picture, 31 players still alive. And this is the 5th circle closing in. About to be the 6th circle soon enough. Shadow, it does not get more intense than this.
But I'm impressed the way they are, One Last Right are defending their position, because so many teams are trying to shoot in their direction. It was quite difficult to defend it, hold on to it, but other teams are also helping by picking fights with their enemies. Team Bombs and Guns went all blazing with their guns onto the player of One Last Ride. One Last Ride, just be calm and patient, but not so much, because you are knocking down the players of 2EZ on the low ground.
Oh, and look
It's
at...
so difficult for 2EZ right now.
Absolutely. Now, One Last Ride do have 3 of the players still standing, but they have to worry about Corrupt Soul Esports coming in from the flank, as they just experienced. There was a couple of nades tossed their way. They did find their mark, and looks like Bars Arnab is going to be knocked down by a grenade as well in the meantime. Lots of grenades finishes being found over here. Dexod finding himself too once again. The members of 2 evil zombies, they were eliminating everyone with nades themselves. Now they're the ones who get the taste of their own medicine. And this time around, One Last Try. They know where everyone else is, but they choose to rotate out over here. Exod, does not have any sort of utility remaining. No bandages for him. He's going to be knocked down again. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Sack his life so his team can rotate out. A very noble sacrifice. And One Last Try doesn't look like it's going to be any useful for them, because the Reapers have eliminated them as well. And now, once again, 7 teams remaining in the picture. One-sided Glory are at the periphery of the circle and have some of the best positions available at the moment. Can they hold on to it though? Captains very well spread out. A couple of the players knocked down though. Can they get them back up on their feet? Well, Ash is actually... Oh, no, it is actually Ash. Ash is guarding all their bodies at the moment, so he can't really, well, get the rest going as he
would have liked it. Now, one-sided Glory in the meantime turning their attention towards these small guns who have also been eliminated once again, and now Reapers Esports could also be in a world of trouble as Reapers Esports get eliminated over here. 13 team finishes for the side of one-sided Glory. It is indeed already one-sided, and a drive-by comes in the nick of time, and Team Spec will be eliminated. They will keep their final player alive. 14 finishes for Team One-Sided Glory, being responsible for knocking out 3 squads and then some. And now there were 3 teams still standing. Corrupt Soul Esports with all 4 players up, and Signify Esports, not the real one, with 2 members standing, a 3-way Mexican standoff.
Well, Team INS, the way they are, ISG, I'm sorry, the way they are dominating, 14 finishes and more to come. But Corrupt Soul Esports, they don't have the position advantage. One side Glory is completely getting all the glory onto themselves. They can easily pin down the players of Corrupt Esports.
Oh, look at the angle.
Shadow OP has found a good angle onto the players of Team Signify Esports. One of them is already down. Now the rush is coming in. Eclipse is not moving, just lying prone there. You could have done something. Deploy smoke. Don't just lie prone over there. With that, the team has been eliminated. Boinside Glory is still standing very strong. 16 finishes, but Corrupt officials are throwing grenades, knocking down those players of one side Glory. They are outnumbered right now. Can the race come in? The question is, can the race come in when the players of Corrupt Soul Esports are going with follow of grenades? But backup is coming in the name of Substitute, who is trying to pin down the 3 players of Corrupt Soul Esports. Beside that vehicle and 3 Molotovs are coming in, but not getting connected. But the gun will do the work as Mascare goes down.
Yeah, there you go, one-sided Glory. Nick trying to take all the glory for himself. Once again, as Corrupt Soul Esports now paying the price for their corruption, as they are a little bit spared. A couple of players have been knocked down once again, but Legend from the side of the team, one-sided Glory will be knocked down. In turn, 3 players knocked down from Corrupt Soul Esports. One man standing, Strider will be trying to take the fight, gonna be the hero. Can he be successful in this? No, he cannot. The win is gonna go the way of the other team. Team One-Sided Glory, like their name suggests, they get all the glory for themselves. So many finishes for them, Shadow. These guys are on a tear.
Well, they were on a rampage, considering they had so much good position. They had the complete control of northwestern side, while all the teams were engaging in a fight with northeastern side, because that was the path they had opted for the rotation. But one-sided Glory, the domination, there were multiple fights, multiple teams. At one side, Corrupt Esports was there. On the other side, another team was there. And what was the last player doing over there of team number 12? Just lying there in prone position.
I think he was trying to go for the flank over there.
Question is, did he have smokes?
I don't think he did. I think his idea was, well, since I'm out of utility anyway, I might as well try and make the most out of it by using my body for information, by maybe setting up some sort of flank, some sort of surprise element. Because at that point, the only resource you have is your wits and the weapon in your hands, right? But let's have a look at the highlights so we can put some more context to what we're talking about. Yeah, we can talk about the game in a bit more detail so you guys also have an idea about what we're rambling on and on about. And there you go. I mean, I have to say, just overall, lots and lots of grenade knocks in this game, and I'm so happy to see those.
Well, there were, from the beginning, in fact, the compounds like these, where so big windows are there, we kind of anticipate grenades might be coming in anytime soon. We all have done it. Just throw grenades from all the windows, you're definitely getting a knock. Jatopi was also trying to play real well, but this was the fight. There was no need to waste so much time outside of the safe zone area. LVT was on the hills of the prison. They could easily fallen back, but yet that didn't happen. In fact, they were missing so much accuracy on their grenades. Later on, they fell down because of the play zone. The last player that remained, he fell down on the bridge or the zone edge area. But Too Easy was looking quite impressive with the performance, the way they were dominating squad after squad.
Yeah.
Grenades were also point accurate from Too Easy.
Yeah, Anant was just a madman on those nades, I have to say. He just connected so many of them. It just didn't seem like teams ever stood a chance. I mean, I mean, it's really refreshing to see someone so potent with those nades, right? Someone who's gone into a lobby, practiced it by himself, learned how the arc works, learned at what distance to throw them, learned how to perfectly cook those nades so they explode right where you want them to. And boy, oh boy, I mean, we saw so many grenade knocks and finishes. I'm just curious to know what that stat's going to be like towards the end when the match summary comes up. But of course, before we get there, we got to talk about what was happening over here. I mean, lots of these teams had really good positions, especially Team Bombs and Guns. They had a good spot going on for themselves, but it seemed that they just could not hold on to it. They were too many options for them. They were spoiled for choice, and as a result, well, they sort of had to pick and choose their own fights. And this is probably the highlight of the entire match for me. The way his teammate was knocked down and two players come in those cars and just knock the other guy over. It's like a scenic movie entry, you know. The team looking out for each other as always in one side of glory. Well, this was the straw that broke the camel's back. That player being picked off there on the flank as he got discovered. And well, when three players are knocked down stride, he can try and make it interesting. He can try and make it work, but there's only so much he can do as the last surviving member of Team Corrupt Soul Esports.
Well, Team Corrupt Esports, if you look at it, three players were behind that vehicle area. The last player of one side Esports was, one side Glory, I'm sorry, was coming in. The problem was Corrupt Esports had to move outside of the safe zone while the player of One Glory had a good cover, the ridge cover. But let's first have a look at the point standings. Which team got how many points? And records are not broken, but 20 finished.
We are
Too
coming
impressive.
close. We are coming really close to breaking these records. 35 total points for the side of one side of Glory. Corrupt Soul Esports on the other hand with 6 finished points with a total of 18. The placements doing overtime work for them. Signify Esports in that third place with 11 total points. Teen Outlaws in fourth. Team Spec, Reapers Esports as well in good positions, but unfortunately two Evil Zombies, despite having 6 finishes, only ending up with the 7th place with just 1 placement point. Gonna be heartbreaking for them considering in the manner in which they found those picks. It was absolutely beautiful to see, but at the end of the day, it just was not enough. And Team One Side of Glory, all the glory went to them. Of course, teams Bombs and Guns, Juts XOP, Levitate, Dead Squad, No Mercy Official. They all tried, but in the end, they couldn't do all that much. And Elves and Zos Esports, well, not much I can say except that it sucks to be there.
Well, if we talk about Too Easy and Reaper, the point difference between Signify and them is 4 points only, and the way they were playing, Too Easy and Reapers, both the teams, in fact, won last ride as well. They have a very high chance to qualify if they play consistently in the match too. Even if they're getting 7 points or 8 points in the next match, they will be very consistent. But let's have a look at the MVP. That is our iQOO MVP. That is none other than Nick of One Side Glory.
Oh man, yeah, One Side of Glory. I mean, we talked about this guy. He wanted all the glory for himself towards the end, just being the first man and to rush it and just rack up all those finishes for himself. Great stuff, great performance coming out from One Side of Glory, of course. But in my heart of hearts, the real MVP has to be Anand, man. That guy was just so bloody good on those nades. I don't think I've ever seen a player just get so many knocks time and time again with those grenades and those potatoes. It's just unheard of to see a player at this stage who is so potent and is so well polished, right? This is refined gameplay, but he might just be in the top 5. So let's have a look at the top 5 and see if he's in there. I'm hoping he is, fingers crossed. Yes, he is right there in second place. 2 Evil Zombies have Anant. Well, at least they got something to cheer on about. One of the players ending up in that second place, but yeah, One Side of Glory, I have to say, having sort of a monopoly on that top 5 statistic over here. Of course, RS from Juts as well in that fourth place with 572 damage done. A good amount of survival time, but all the members from One Side of Glory having 500 plus damage.
In fact, 800, close to 900 over there. Anant, like you mentioned, 793, almost 800 damage. But how many are those grenade finishes he got? Let's have a look at the match summary and find out how many total grenades were used. And Floki, you'll be surprised. 11 grenade finishes.
Wow. I mean, we were talking about how good the grenade used to grenade knocked ratio was in some of these games. Well, it's not the highest, but it's the second highest over here, and I'm sure the efficiency this game is through the roof. I mean, my goodness, 68 grenades used, 11 of those converted into knocks. Great stuff coming in from them. And yeah, round 1 match 4 was where they had the highest number of grenade finishes. This one coming very, very close to that. But yeah, the total finishes and knocks being really, really good. There were 14 grenade finishes, guys, by the way, in case you missed out on the action, in which case you might want to subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on all that stuff. But yeah, as we are talking about, once again, just great stuff overall coming out from them. Who the hell gets, I mean, at least 4 knocks by himself just on the back of nades? Anant does. That's what happens.
Well, that is impressive. 3 more finishes we need from the grenades. But let's have a look at the finish damage graph.
Wow.
And the team that is leading is One Side Glory. 20 finishes and 2200, close to 2300 damage over there. But the team that is going to be little disappointed is going to be Corrupt Soul Esports, because damage they were also dishing out quite high, 1482, almost 1500 damage, but just 6 finishes.
Absolutely, I mean, just 6 finishes for them, so the Reapers really did a lot of stuff, but this is just the finish to damage performance. This does not actually tell us who the top 4 squads or who are some of the best squads over here. So let's have a look at the top 4 squads and see what they're made up of. But once again, that efficiency for One Sided Glory off the roof, all that damage being converted into finishes, 20 finishes for them, followed by Corrupt Soul Esports at single digits, by the way, only 6 finishes for them. 1 for Signify and 2 for Teen Outlaws. I think the only team with a double-digit finish in this matchup has been Team One Sided Glory.
Well,
Boy, oh boy.
definitely. Finish points are going to matter, not the damage you have given. Corrupt Soul Esports better convert the damage into the finishes in next game, because I know you guys can do it. But Outlaws also just 2 finishes, not a very good performance. But they were not dishing out too much damage as well. They were pretty silent. But Corrupt Soul Esports, like I mentioned, they had a good cover, they had a vehicle to themselves. On the other side, the last player of One Side Glory, he could have gone out in the open, but Corrupt Soul didn't wait. One by one, the players were coming in directly in the crosshair of the player, and they were being knocked down. In fact, if all the 3 players had come in directly, might be this chicken dinner could have been theirs.
Absolutely. Well, that was a brilliant point and shoot adventure for him. But if you want a good point and shoot adventure, check out this promo coming in from iQOO. It's a word from our sponsors.
Are you ready for this?
Well, that was the iQOO 7 legend for you, unleashing the monster inside, much like all of the players from the side of One Sided Glory did. They unleashed the monster within, didn't they?
Well, they were unleashing the monster, not only One Side Glory, I think, from Celsius Esports to 0 Degree to One Side Glory, everybody is unleashing the monster today.
Yeah, even Anand from 2 Evil Zombies, I mean, that man was definitely a beast. Who the hell gets a squad wipe all by themselves?
Anand.
That man does. And on top of that, he got himself 2 more finishes to add on top of that. And that's the only reason why his team even had 7 points to begin with. It was all him. But, well, let's have a look at the teams once again to jog your memories and refresh in case you're just tuning in. And in case you're just tuning in, well, welcome to the stream. This is going to be the final match of the day. For some context, it was One Sided Glory, like you see on your screens, who won that first match. But there's also Corrupt Soul Esports, Team L's, OMKV, Reapers Esports, Team Outlaws, Zos Esports, and Levitate Dead Squad, who are in the mix over here.
Well, levitate, didn't have their magical Harry Potter wand, I guess. That's why they fell little short on the position points and the finish points as well. But moving forward, let's have a look at the other teams that will be playing. And ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the same teams that played match number 1, because every team is having 2 matches. Match number 1, match number 2. So who are the remaining teams? These No Mercy Official, Team INST, Team One Last Ride. Very impressive performance. Team Signify Esports, Team Jarts OP, Team Bombs and Guns, high expectations. Team 2 Easy, very, very high expectations. And Team Spec.
Absolutely. I mean, all of these teams just putting up a great number over here, but really the side of One Sided Glory just stealing all of the glory like their name suggests. But it has been a pattern since the very first day, and I hate to play the devil's advocate. You know I hate it. I just hate playing the devil's advocate. Nah, just kidding, I love it. But it's always the team in the first spot and the second spot who have trouble just, having the same performance in the second game. The only team I still remember, and it's still in the back of my mind, was Aztec Esports, who performed really, really well in that
Hold
position.
on to that thought. We had another team. They didn't get the chicken dinner, but they close. They were so close. Space Officials in the last game, last group. They got the chicken dinner. Second match, they were the second position.
Yeah, I mean, they came very, very close to it, like you mentioned. So, yeah, I mean, considering the number of matches, how many teams have played, so, I mean, not considering the teams, but considering the number of rounds and the number of matches that have been played, I think only in 2 sets of matches have we seen a team that was number 1 in the previous match break into the top 3 in the next one as well. So once again, that consistency not being found. Even if a team manages to win the first game, it could, statistically speaking, very easily mean that they get eliminated in that bottom 8 spot. So keep your eyes peeled out for that, because that might just be the case, and some of you fans might be disappointed. But when you've got so many points and you've got 20 finishes, a first place finish and 35 points, I think you can kick your legs up on the table, relax, and take a breather, because I'm sure you've got the second game covered as well. Even if you get eliminated right off the bat, that's just the first game itself is going to carry you.
Not always, Floki.
Not always.
Because we can see any of the team breaking another record, going all bizarre in the game, or maybe some more consistencies coming in from the other teams, and the top team gets 0 point.
Yeah.
Their chances of qualifying will nullify.
Absolutely.
You have to be consistent.
You most certainly do, and if the stars align like you do mention, if let's say some of the second or third place teams start popping off, start playing out of their minds, getting a bunch of frags, all of a sudden, I don't know, unknown spirit starts inhabiting all the players from corrupt soul officials. Hey, who the hell knows? They might just end up dethroning the champions themselves. But somewhere or the other, I think they have that sense of security that they're going to be in the top 4 at least, or maybe even in the top 5.
Just get 5-6 points. That's enough.
Exactly. That's all you need to get to just, make sure that your position does not get taken away. And even if it did, I don't think they'll be too bothered, because they know they've qualified. So they're just going to be relaxing this game. I wouldn't be too surprised to just see them hot drop in the middle of nowhere, just do a sort of a dance and just feed away a couple of finish points to the other players. Although they don't want to do that, because the caliber of these teams over here is very good, and this is an opportunity for them to perhaps just iron out some of their mistakes and be refined for the upcoming round 2, which is coming up after 1 day's break. And you want to make sure you subscribe to our channel so you do not miss out on any of that action. But yeah, we are getting a little bit of word right now. We're just waiting for one player to connect to the lobby, and as soon as he is in, we will be jumping into the lobby, seeing what kind of stuff they're going to be doing. But today's flight paths have been very, very interesting. Today's circle finishes have also been very, very interesting, haven't they? Now, we've seen a Sosnovka, we've seen a Sosnovka finish. You've seen a northern part finish as well. I think you've seen some more central finishes as well. So today has just, kept everyone really, really happy. What is the one crazy thing you want to see today before, we call it off after this match?
Well, me and XP have been asking for a quarry finish, but we were quite happy to see a shooting range finish as well.
Yes, I was as well.
Yeah, but let's hope for a quarry finish this time.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I want to see something happening to the southwest of the map, and that part just never gets any love. Primorsk at times even goes completely ignored. How sad is that, right? How sad is that? But if you're lucky, if the BGMI gods do say so, and if we don't make too many requests and annoy them, well, there might just end up being a southwestern finish. Might not be Quarry, but it could be Primorsk, and that's close enough.
No.
No?
Primorsk has too many buildings. It's a safe area. We
Okay,
want
fair
Quarry.
enough. Quarry, yeah, well, Quarry
Yeah.
is fairly open, not gonna lie. I mean, there is
There
a
are so
lot
many
of room.
terrains, ridges, so much stuff to play around with, containers. You don't know where the bullets are coming from. You need utilities, smoke, grenades, everything you need, and a good position as well.
Yep.
Quarry, we want to.
I mean, yeah, I certainly want to as well after I just heard. And guess what? On our screens, you can see the players on the island right now, relaxing, kicking up their legs, and the other ones who have not done so well in the past game, gearing up, having a bit of a strat talk, maybe even playing some mental games just to throw the other teams who they're trying to pursue, well, off their game a little bit. So let's see what they're up to over here. Well, doesn't seem like there's a lot of stuff happening, but, well, there's definitely a couple of bullets being exchanged as we are seeing over here. Okay, can you climb on top of that
That's
tail
a
wing?
Glacier M4. By the way, Floki, do you have Glacier?
No, I don't have any skins.
I'm the lucky one who got it for free.
Now you know who
Yeah.
to tag. Now you know who to tag on Instagram and ask for that free skin. Well, there's the criminal right here. But yeah, all jokes aside, I do wish I had that skin because I do use the M4 fairly often, and
Me
that
too.
does look pretty.
Everyone loves M4.
Everyone
The
loves
spray,
M4.
3x, 6x scope.
It works with everything, right? It's
Yeah.
just such a versatile weapon. Long range, it's got you covered if you've got a good scope. Mid range, great fire rate, great accuracy. Bullet drop also not that bad. And of course, at close range as well, it can work. The only sort of downside being that sometimes the reload can take forever. But even with an extended fast mag or something like a big extended mag, you can work around that. Reduce that reload time to less than 2 seconds. But we're going to speak about gear later on. We're going to focus on more what's happening over here. There's the flight path this time around. Sort of similar. We're not getting the quarry finish, but we are getting the flight path ending towards quarry. Is that good enough, Shadow? Or
Not at all.
wow?
We want a final circle, not a plain path. Plain path could have been Kameshki towards Zarki.
You
We
wouldn't
haven't
care.
seen that also. We have
Yeah.
seen Novo to Primorsk, yet to see Kameshki to Zarki.
Yeah, that is a
Teams
very...
hate me.
Absolutely, not only the teams hate you, but I think the BGMI gods are trying to teach you a lesson here. They think you're asking for too much. I learned that lesson today myself. When I was asking less of them, they blessed me with more. So maybe that is what needs to be done over here. But in the meantime, we are seeing a lot of teams dropping in towards Lipovka. Lots of areas open now for the taking. Sosnovka in play as well. Of course, Georgopol, shooting range, all of those northern places are going to be a little bit harder to access, but we could see teams rotating in later on as time goes on. And if the circle allows it, speaking of which, done. I'm going to try to time it a little well. Let's see if the circle's going to spawn when I finish speaking. I'm still trying to speak so the circle spawns. It's not working. There we go. There it is. Well, that took a little bit longer than I anticipated. I was just off by a small, tiny mark. I'm not big at all, by the way. I am perfect, as you can see. But, yeah, well, speaking about the circle, it is about as basic as it gets.
Quarry and AWM are jinxed. My
They
god.
certainly are.
But, Floki,
There is hope.
the two teams which need consistency are sharing the same drop location.
Oh,
Corrupt
yeah.
Soul Esports and Team Reapers. My goodness, but
Oh, okay. Looks
Outlaws are being very happy.
Yeah, I mean, they just see one member of Signify astray away from the pack, and they will be very, very happy to snatch up that finish for themselves, being like, thank you very much, sayonara, moving on. Let's keep the show going over here. Well, Signify Esports also need to do the same thing, because the issue is, when you're one player down, it can be tempting to go out there and get revenge, but the more calm and the more rational play to make is to just try and survive. Let's see if they do that. Arnab, he knows what he's supposed to do, and he's going to try his best to make sure his team has a fighting chance by getting those placement points. But, okay, some action coming out over here as well. Elsewhere on the map, we see Team INST trying to take some fights. Oh my god, these players haven't even dropped in over yet. No Mercy official, a little bit late to the party. As we see Gaida trying to just pluck them out of the sky, a little bit unsuccessful at that. But good news for the side of No Mercy. They might not be showing any mercy, but the BGMI gods certainly are. They seem to have taken a liking to this team, and they are going to be okay for the meantime.
The team in the school has an M24. If they find a scope, it will be very difficult for the players of team No Mercy to peek in and shoot in their direction, because INST has got the best weapon for the long range fights. But on the other hand, let's see if the fights are gonna break in, for how long they tend to go on, because usually the main school building and the apartment fights tend to go on for a very long time. And Bazara, if you're separated from your team, that tends to happen. Team Outlaws gets the better of him, and now the team Signify Esports reduces to 2 men, I believe. They are so segregated, so separated.
Absolutely. I mean, they're all over the place. Even if you look at it right now, if you have the bird's eye view of the map, the video, you can see the two of the players are not really close to each other at the moment. And soon enough, the blue, it's gonna start closing in. So, you know what I said, but you know what I've always said, staying out in the blue and taking a fight when you're away from the circle is a lose-lose situation for everyone involved. But considering how central the circle is, the geographic location of the circle, it could be a little bit easier to rotate, and it's not as bad as rotating all the way from Lipovka towards Quarry or somewhere, you know. It's not that bad.
But look at San over there.
He is struggling to cross that window. Now he'll finally be able to get away from it.
Team Reapers, I think, have made the best decision to not engage in any early fight with Corrupt Soul Esports, because they need consistent points in this game as well. So they are moving away, falling back. But in Yasnia also, we have a guest. We have two teams. That is going to be the players of Team L's and as well as Zos Esports as well. But Zos, UMP45, good gun in the close range, but Yasnia, buildings are there. You usually have to take mid-range to long-range fights or rely on the grenades if you close in. But what just happened? INST, why, buddies? You move in the open area. You are being punished. One of the player has already been eliminated.
Yeah, that's gonna be another problem that they're gonna have to work around as Team INST. Much like Signify also lose a member at the start, but do they learn their lesson and do they cut their losses and get the hell away? Well, it does look like that is what is gonna happen as Inferno. He's got the buggy of his own. He's trying to get the hell back towards safety. In fact, he is already making his way away from the area where they dropped early on. Team INST just saying sayonara, goodbye. They don't want to see any more of Rozhok. Instead, they're going to try and find some real estate towards school, but there is another team waiting for them. That's No Mercy official.
Well, No Mercy official has also started moving towards the Rozhok area where the players of Team INST. Are we going to see another chase happening? Let's see if that's gonna happen, or No Mercy will move away, loot the smaller compounds. Looks like they're not heading towards Rozhok. Yeah, they have decided to move towards the smaller compounds nearby the school building area. If we talk about North Georgia Pool, all the way up in the map, we have team One Side Glory. I'm telling you, Floki, what this team is gonna do.
What are they
The
gonna do?
minute they realize they are getting 5 to 6 points, placement points, or the finish points either, they are going to go all crazy, all aggressive, gun blazing on another teams.
Yeah, that might just be what happens, and at the moment they might just get what they're wishing for, because there is another team in the nearby, and there you go. That's the sound being heard and the buggy being spotted out. Team Spec want a piece of one-sided glory, but like the name suggests, they want all the glory to themselves. In fact, the player in the buggy could be in a world of trouble as we see him trying to run the hell away back towards safety, as he's going to be able to stay alive for now, but yeah, couldn't be as easy as he wants. I mean, One-Sided Glory, they're still firing away. They're still trying to pop those buggies, make life a little bit harder for Team Spec. And Team Spec are going to try to get the hell out of here. As there you go, Cyborg, Pegasus, Noah, Wiccan, everyone just thinking to themselves, I do not want to have anything to do with this area. Let's just get the hell out of the blue and rotate in closer towards Rozhok or Ruins, whichever place is more warm and welcoming.
Well, Team Spec better find a good place. Northern rotation will work for you guys, because on the northern island there are only two teams, Team Spec and Team One Side Glory. But One Side Glory, another team is also rotating in close vicinity, and looks like problems might arise. we'll see that. But Corrupt Soul Esports, good decision to hold on to your compound in the almost centrish, not centrish, near by the shelter area. But Team OMKY, shacks are never a good position to hold on. Wizard towers, another a bad position. Yes, you get the intel, but if a team full pack rushes towards you, you are basically in a 1v4 situation.
Yeah, now what he's trying to do is basically not take a fight at all. He's just there to try and get some information. In that case, the Shack, it's a 50-50. As long as you don't peek inside and don't see a player, he will be safe for the most part. But once again, if he gets spotted, he's going to be done for. And one-sided Glory going for sort of a late rotation coming in. It does seem that they are a little bit afraid of some of the other teams that are also in the general vicinity of Georgiapol. And it does seem that the team that is in that general area is the X squad of Signify. Well, two of their members at least. Can't really call it a squad yet, so soon enough they should be able to rotate out of here. But yeah, it seems that some of the players are just still happy looting. It's just the first blue zone. They're all pleased with the outcome. But now the circle shrinks again, and there you go. This is the context that we were looking for. All of these teams at the moment, well, they need to make their way towards school or Sosnovka, which is sort of in the play. But if it goes out of play, rotating out of there is going to be a nightmare.
Well, I'm impressed by one side Glory because they have to go for a safe gameplay. They don't want to take any risk. Northern side rotation will work for them. The condition is they should be early, not too late. Be on point. But we'll talk about it. No Mercy officials are at the receiving end. All the shots coming in from another team, and for now they have moved towards safety. Like I was saying, one side Glory, if they move from all the way towards near the Siverny area and then try to enter inside the circle, by that time mostly all of the teams have already made good position inside the zone, good compound, and the team not good compound is going to be Corrupt Soul Esports.
Yeah, Corrupt Soul Esports, the one from, oh my god, what a beautiful late toss coming in from Max from the side of bombs and guns. But they are being bombed and they are being gunned themselves as he's one of the players who has to hold up the assault coming in from Corrupt Soul Esports. They see an opportunity and they capitalize on it. The 1v2 now from the man. Can he actually not pull out? No, he cannot. Will most certainly be eliminated. Has to fall downwards to get towards some safety. Thankfully, being knocked means he does not lose any of his health. But oh wait, there's going to be a nade being cooked up behind that Jeep. Does it find its mark? Well, it does not. It's a little bit off menu over here in teams, bombs and guns. I think this might just be their end as Corrupt Soul Esports. Well, they smelled blood in the water, and like sharks hungrily, they were just swimming and going forward for their prey. The only other person trying to swim away from this is going to be Mew, and he is all by himself. Everyone else from his roster, well, he has to bid them goodbye. And maybe, just maybe, he'll see them on the other side. But hopefully that's going to take time. Hopefully he can get to a higher placement point and get a couple of points for his team. In the meantime, it looks like Team Corrupt Soul Esports will be trying to rest some of their players up. And some action happening elsewhere on the map as well. We will pan to it in just a bit. There we are. It's going to be the side of Team Levitate, Dead Squad going up against, I believe, was it Zos Esports? Or did I get that wrong?
That was Team Jut, I guess.
Oh yeah, that is Team Jut's OP. Well, the Juts were really aggressive last game. You know, they were going in for those fights. They were, you know, taking the fights to them, looking for those finish points. Are they going to do the same thing this time around? Now, if they are, the good news is that they've got themselves 2 cars, so they can maybe split and divide the attention of Jut's XOP. But let's see if they can actually do that, or if they do decide to take the fight over here. Teen Outlaws still considering holding on to this area in the meantime towards farm. Well, they're staring down Team Elves, and much like the Elves themselves were, they too are finding refuge on hilltops as well as trees. So let's see if they're going to pounce or if they're going to hold on to that position. The circle closing in once again. It's going to close in towards the southern part of the map. Sosnovka still in play, although just a tiny sliver of it. And farm being very, very relevant as a decent chunk of the circle is Water Shadow. Are you happy?
I'm happy, but one side Glory, late rotations are working for them till now. But now all 16 teams are still in the game. That means no position points if they suffer casualty right now, because northern side too many teams are present. Most of the teams, like you mentioned, are clustered around the farm area. So let's see what's going to happen to one side Glory over there. But the team at the shorelines is one last ride. Let's hope this is not their last ride, because Team Jot is already present and shooting in their direction. The little slope over there is preventing them from getting any damage, but Team Jot has their eyes set onto the players of that team. And Team LVT also had their eyes, and they get the better in this situation as they managed to eliminate, I think, one player.
Yes, one
over
last
there.
ride.
Yeah, one last ride. One player has already been eliminated. That was his last ride, buddy. Let's hope for the remaining 3 players, they find a shelter, because they were on the shoreline. There was no cover over there. Team Jot having the car 98 can go for the long shots, but Team ISG, Shadow OP, if we look at the map, gone all the way from the western side towards the shoreline, making sure his teammates are having a clear path. That's how his team will easily move inside the zone. That is a good scouting coming in from the player Shadow of one side Glory, and the players are looking quite good. They are playing very smartly.
Yeah, absolutely. They're playing very, very smartly at the moment. And even one of the last surviving members from the side of Team Bombs and Guns, I just want to point out real quick on the map that he's all the way towards the bridge that leads from Milta towards, or rather from farm towards Osnavka military base. And he's holding that because he knows no one's going to come there. But in the meantime, we are going to be seeing a fight breaking out over here. Going to be lots of teams jumping into the fray. It seems that Team 2 Evil Zombies are trying to take the fight to the side of Team No Mercy. This time around, they've got all the players standing strong. And Nando coming dangerously close to being knocked down. That helmet saving his life over there. Survives the headshot, lives to tell the tale, lives to perhaps bear children and grandchildren. But the fight is still to continue. Can he actually finish it off? And can he be the hero that he was for his team in the first game? Well, we're about to find out. No Mercy. The name does suggest that they are kind of heartless, but for the moment, they do seem to be insisting on a ceasefire, trying to get into a better position themselves. But there's another player in the vicinity. No, never mind. It's actually a No Mercy player themselves. But behind them, there is Zos Esports, who could easily come in and third-party them. So they have to be a little bit careful. There's also a bunch of other teams in that general area. And, well, there you go. The circle, it's going to shift all the way from Sosnovka, go up over towards farm, and Mew still standing strong on the bridge by himself, just trying to make sure he gets some placement points for his teams, although so far, no luck, nada. 16 teams are still in the play.
Well, Mew, that was a very smart positioning, because he knew no one is going to cross the bridge. The circle is moving upwards. That's why the safe gameplay is coming in. But Thor has been knocked down, and one side Glory player Substitute was also down, but he has been raised up. He's again back in the action, back in the vehicle, going away with the rotation. But Car 98 comes in, and believe OP goes down by the players of Team Jot. Team Jot still having a very good compound onto their name. One side Glory, better be careful of that Car 98. But a direct rush is coming onto the players of Team No Mercy official, and Hawk is cooking up the grenade Floki.
Oh yeah, once again, he's cooking up these nades. They want to find all of these frags. Once again, they're going to try and break the record they established early on, but there's so many teams in this general area. I see Team Outlaws, I see Team No Mercy, I see another team in the distance, Team Spec, and also Team Source Esports trying to make their way towards the same warehouse. And there you go, Team Outlaws, they will spring the trap, they will find the first stock. Now Team Limit Hungry looking and going forward over here. The Uzi has been pulled up, but it does not find the target set the shotgun. Or rather, the ARs at that range being a lot more effective in Team Outlaws. They will be able to find themselves a couple of finishes over here, get that loot for themselves, heal up, and go back for that second fight. Gonna get the player back up on his feet and then continue their journey onward. One player surviving from the side of No Mercy official. It's gonna be Thunder himself. Trying to bring the lightning, trying to bring the thunder as well, but I do not think that's going to be happening anytime soon, because he's the only member surviving from his team. But he's surviving! And so is everyone else, so no placement points have been dished out. It is 17 minutes in. Not a single squad has been eliminated, although the players one by one are being trimmed out. Now we start to see which teams are going to be the winners and which teams are going to be the losers.
Well, Thor, inside that shack in the compound, if enemy, let's see what's gonna happen when his teammates are going to come and help him out, because the rest of the players seems to be busy somewhere else. But Team No Mercy, there was no synergy or coordination. Something was missing. It was the coordination that was missing. But for the players of Team GT are holding on to a Z tower. One of the player is already down, and if a rush comes in or a grenade comes in, the team will get elimination, instant elimination. Levitate is at a very good positioning to get more finish points for themselves, and their backsides are completely clear. Their eyes are on the players of Team Zos who are in the open area. Pray to God help them, and Team Els has spotted down the players of Team Levitate who are making too much noise. Let's see if Phoenix can actually get some of the knocks with that M4 and 6x we were talking about. But he has also spotted down the players of Team GTR in the Wizard Tower. Team 7 Zos Esports.
Yeah.
Not a very good positioning, but they have the vehicles to help them out. They can make perfect use of that. And northern side, there are no enemy. Wait a minute, I jinxed it.
Yep, well, there's no northern side anymore. Now there's the central side, the farm circle. It shifts more and more towards the center, so the teams towards the northern end are going to be a little bit boned at the moment, but it does look like these teams are trying to make sure that their rotation in there is safe and sound, although they have to worry about 2 evil zombies keeping them all. And well, once again, I mean, Shadow, there are 9 teams still standing with 4 of their players alive. No one is out of the game just yet. Everyone's still very much in the race. Everyone's got a pony in here. Who's going to be the first one to lose it out? Well, we're about to find out as we see a couple of players being knocked out over here. Team L springing their trap, and I do think they managed to take out a couple of members from the side of Team 1 last try. I could be wrong about that, but in the meantime, no, it's actually one-sided Glory who are losing a couple of their players. Legend is going to get knocked down as well, and in the meantime, Team Levitate, Dead Squad, they're still standing strong with all 4 of their players. The vehicles coming in, the rotations are going to be there as well. They kind of just need to make sure that they do not get shot at while they are rotating, and thankfully, there's no one ready to shoot them in the back, but when they enter the circle, they will be met with resistance from a couple of these teams over here. As we see everyone trying to get inside the circle themselves. Team L's also trying to do the same, and now we're going to be seeing some action. Levitate, Dead Squad trying to take the fight over here against the side of Team 1 last right. Couple of knocks being exchanged back and forth, but give it attention elsewhere. For the moment, it does seem that Team Levitate, Dead Squad are winning this fight. They're going to be able to get themselves a couple of knocks. Knocks being exchanged back and forth. Too easy, and then once again, I can see you on the hood, buddy. You are the grenade mastermind, and once again, he's fragging out of his goddamn mind. There you go, finally some more teams being eliminated over here. 3 teams right off the bat, just out of the window over here. Let's see how many more are going to follow them in the grave. Levitate, Dead Squad, 1 foot in the grave. Nope, not really. The player might be knocked, but he can be rezzed back up. And in the meantime, elsewhere, it looks like there is a member from the side of Team Els who is just on the flank over here against Team Spec. Now, he could just be such a big thorn in their side, but they spot out the other player, which is a bit of a bait coming in. Do they know that there's someone else on the backstab? Now, it doesn't appear like they do, so once again, Team Els, they still have a pony in this race, but elsewhere, it does look like Team 1-sided Glory are going to be in trouble, and so are Team 1 last stride, and Levitate, Dead Squad, they do end up losing one of their players. Believe Opie goes down, and 2 evil zombies once again fragging out of their goddamn minds, but the placement points are what are important over here. 1 last stride, they will be able to eliminate another squad. In the meantime, Corrupt Souls as well. Kaneki is able to find 1 member of Levitate, that squad, and Corrupt Soul Esports, all 4 members still standing. They are in a good spot. They are inside the circle, but once again, it is about to shift, and their compound could be irrelevant. What's going to happen over here? Well, it does look like Team No Mercy official will be bidding goodbye to this particular round, it seems, because they don't have another player alive. Now, once again, I could be a little bit wrong about that, but yeah, 10 teams, 29 players alive, 5th circle. This is gonna be one very, very chaotic late game with tons and tons of action.
But one side Glory, they have already lost few of their players, but getting the position, crucial position points. And if we talk about Team Reaper Esports, they are slowly crawling their way inside the circle. Let's see if they can succeed, because another team is present right in front of them. Grenades are falling in. Let's see if they can find the knock. But Phoenix goes down from Team OMKV. Corrupt Soul Esports has a job to do, that is to move inside the circle, but Team LVT is right in front of them. But another team that is in a lot of trouble is OMKV, because Team Reapers are pushing in towards them. They are giving the chance for their players to come back in the game. Raise is happening. Why Sand was not pushing, but Sand does make a move and knocks down one of the player. Can he take down second one? No, he can't, because Sand goes down by Phoenix. OMKV, on the other hand, his teammates are providing the backup that is needed, but Sarthak also goes down over there, and Team OMKV throw a grenade. Reapers throw a grenade in their direction. We have got them, but nothing is happening. Captain Jasu trying to make the smoke cover. No, BTC is still holding on to his position, but Team LVT on the other side.
Oh no,
Night
it's burned
burning in flames. LVT gets an elimination.
Oh my god, Corrupt Soul Esports, a single volley is all it took, and they found themselves a plethora of finishes over here. Two players still standing strong from their side. Can they actually get the revives on the players who've been knocked down? That is the question. A lot of teams fighting the dust over here as another one gets out of here. Now the only horses in this race are Team Spec, Signify Esports, Team Outlaws, Reapers, 2 Evil Zombies, OMKV, and Corrupt Soul Esports. One-sided glory all out of the fight over here. And now we're going to be turning our attention towards two members who are still standing strong to Signify. They had to cut their losses very, very early on and try and move in. This is that paying dividends. They found themselves at least at the very least 7th place finish. Another car exploding from the side of OMKV official as they are standing strong with all 4 of the players being rather well spread out, watching different angles, covering different fronts, and just creating problems. But oh boy, looks like one of their players is going to be knocked down over here. A couple of the other ones still standing though, so they maybe can get the rest on him if they're able to finish off these fights. But guess what? The weapons are starting to look even better right now, as I see one of the members does have a Groza from the supply drop. Really, really strong weapon to have in this sort of a situation. Let's see if everyone else in the meantime can find those knocks that they are looking for. 5 teams live, 15 players still in the mix. 6 circle and another volley perfectly placed onto Fire Labs. Like his name suggests, he will be burning to the ground. Mentro is also going to be taken down over here. This is the end of the road over here for Signify Esports. They will be eliminated in 5th place, securing a good number of placement points considering how it started. And then there were 4. Corrupt Soul Esports, OMKV official, 2 Evil Zombies, and Team Spec.
Well, Team OMKV, how many players are they going to burn to death? Their eyes are set onto the players of Team Corrupt Soul Esports, but they are most aware that Too Easy is also present. They are being very careful. Team OMKV, very impressive performance, 6 finishes to their name, but they can they get the chicken dinner? That is the main question, because slowly and steadily Too Easy are also making covers for themselves, and they are shooting in the direction of the players of Team OMKV. Can they get the knock? I think they can, but Killer OP goes down by Share over there. OMKV is unstoppable. Jigsaw is trying to raise his player, deploying all the necessary smokes that are needed. Team OMKV looking pretty strong, but Phoenix goes down as Masker from Corrupt knocks us down, but a trade coming in onto Strider OP over there.
Yep.
Share has a lot of job to do. AKD is going for the revive. Share is trying to protect the rush or the charge that can come from the players of Too Easy.
Yeah, and this is the final blue zone, the final countdown. Let's see who's going to come out on top. Over here, it does look like the side of Corrupt Soul Esports will be eliminated. OMKV will secure at least the 2nd place for themselves. And then there were two Evil Zombies, both squads with full roster, still standing strong. It's going to be a 4v4 affair. Something that we haven't seen in a long time. And let's see who comes out on top over here. The problem for Too Easy is that they're all in a similar position. And there you go, the capitalization is there coming in from AKD. He does manage to find himself one knock, looking to convert it into a finish. Can he actually connect? He is trying to, but a nut fires back, blows his head off. The helmet keeping him alive though for the time being, so he's still standing. And looks like Too Easy, well, they are trying to revive their members. 2 Evil Zombies, they're not gonna let each other die. Much like zombies, they too resurrect each other from the grave and come back up. And can they haunt their enemies and do some more damage? The zone starting to, well, about to close in. Not starting to close in just yet, as we see the molly being thrown down to prevent their onslaught over here. And OMKV could be in a world of trouble. Just 1 bandage remaining for a couple of these players. She does have a lot, but there's no time to sort of drop bandage and exchange them with each other, and Sheer will be able to find one pick for himself, but that's going to be an exchange right away coming in from them. Now 2 members down for both sides and only 2 standing, but once again the rest, they're coming in very quickly over here. 3 players now standing strong from the side of 2 evil zombies, and can they capitalize on the situation? That is the question. They're looking to do so. Bandage is still abundant for them, so they're going to be able to heal up, and that supply drop is just so perfectly placed. Whatever's in there, 2 evil zombies, they're going to be very pleased to find it. And oh boy, this late game, I mean, both of these teams are fighting tooth and claw. They still haven't finished off one of the other team's players, and once again a knock coming in. This time around, only enemy teams are not being knocked down. Things are also going to go down as well. The desperately trying to provide cover. No one KB, they will be knocked down in turn, but PhD managed to find himself kills left. He's going to be exchanged as well. Now it's coming down to a 1v1 of sorts. It's just going to be Stark OP going up against Sheer. Can he actually connect? He's cooking up a nade. Can he find its mark? He's learning his lesson from Anand, but can he actually connect on this? Looking for the angle, throws it in, and it hits! But no, wait, it actually does not hit. Sheer still standing strong. I think he's managed to heal up and stay alive over here. 2 of his friends have been knocked down, so it's only him on his feet, and too easy. They're taking this time to get the rest going. Even if they don't have a lot of HP, they can use them as live bait to try and get a better angle themselves. And Stark OP will make sure that Phoenix does not have a single chance of getting back up on his feet. And Sheer, well, the zone is gonna be a problem. But who won? Who won? I don't know who won.
I think it's too easy.
Oh, but it's 2 evil zombies who take the win over here. They worked so hard in the first game, Anand carrying the team on their back. But in the end, it is going to be them who taste victory. They will see the fruits ripen. And boy, oh boy, are they sweet when they put them to their tongues and devour them. I mean, after that performance in game 1, I really wanted to see Too Easy have a top 4 finish at the very least. But a top 1 finish, that's the best possible ending they could have asked for.
And your guy Anand was the man of the show. He's the MVP or not, we'll say
so.
later. But yes, he raised his teammates, he raised his players, and went on for the chicken dinner. But let's see how things pan down in these highlights coming for you guys.
There we go. Second time's the charm when I move my fingers. That is when the highlights come up on our screens. And man, there has been a lot of stuff happening in game. Look at that slow mode replay of Team Outlaws, or rather Teen Outlaws, doing everyone in the cabin a little bit dirty over there. And yeah, Team INST as well. They were caught out in the open, like you mentioned, Shadow. A couple of mistakes being made over here, and these sorts of mistakes are not going to go unpunished at this point. Everyone is aware about these, and they don't let them get away with it. But there you go. In the meantime, it does seem that these teams are looking rather okay. I mean, you know, there have been a lot of knocks being exchanged back and forth, but even though there were so many knocks and finishes, being exchanged, all the teams still had at least one player in the race until the very freaking end. I think it wasn't until like the 6th circle that we started seeing teams being knocked out. So, I mean, all of these teams just playing it very well, and I couldn't have asked for a better ending to this round than this last match, where everyone was just alive and keeping us on the tippy top of our toes, looking out for all the action that's going to spring.
I couldn't agree more, Floki, with you. But Team One Side Glory is the example. Everybody was trying to stay alive. Team Reaper Esports, in fact, had a good position. But the way OMKV held on to their ground, eliminated squad after squad. In fact, at one point, I thought Team OMKV won't survive if a grenade will come in from Reapers. But no, they proved me wrong, proved everyone wrong. In fact, in the end also, the way they were playing synergy, the communication, coordination between the players was on point over there. But GTR, the last player, was standing. He also went down by getting at least one finish points before going down. But in the end, like you mentioned, too easy went for the revivals, went for the finishes, and so many finishes. I believe more than 10 finishes Too Easy is having onto themselves. In the end also, the rush was coming in. In fact, Sheer had no healings, no utilities to himself, nothing, just bandages, no smoke, no grenade, nothing. And same goes for the players of Too Easy, because if you look at it, the last player didn't heal himself because there were no healings, there were no grenades. Both the teams were running short of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the players did have, but the players that did have it was knocked on his feet, so it wasn't even like he could make good use of it, and it all came down to the last player, and boy, did he deliver. Two evil zombies. I think they're going to be feeling very good after that match, as they completely decimated their opposition. And once again, man, it's like we talked about, you know, in my heart of hearts last game, the MVP was Anant. This time around, I am hoping, crossing my fingers, that Anant is that first MVP by iQOO. Of course, we're going to have to wait and watch and see what happens. Until then, we've got a lot of other cool, interesting details before we move on, like the points table, which we'll be having a look at very shortly. But man, this was such a close game until the very end. I mean, like I talked about earlier, all of these teams still in the mix. They all had a pony in the race. Of course, a couple of those ponies were limping. A couple of those ponies were shot. A couple of those ponies were not really ponies. They were horses. They were really, really healthy. But in the end, we really saw the teams who were struggling a little bit in terms of their players, in terms of, you know, the utility and whatnot, getting eliminated. So let's have a look at the point standings and see which of those teams were the weaklings that got eliminated early on and which one finished on top. 2 Evil Zombies in first place. No big surprises there, followed by OMKV Official in second place with 23 points. That is a lot of points for a team that ended in second place. Followed by, I mean, they're very, very close to the first place as well, followed by Corrupt Soul Esports, of course, with 13 points to themselves and 23 total points. Team Spec with 4 finished points, and, well, they get themselves a lot of placement points. And Teen Outlaws, Signify Esports, Levitate, Death Squad. One Side Glory, like you mentioned, as soon as they knew that they had like 4 or 5 points in the bag, they just stopped caring. They were like, alright, you know what, this is okay, we're okay with this outcome. We're gonna go out there and have fun, and that's what they did.
One Side Glory have a lot of calculations to do because the way these teams played, look at the points, 13 finished points for Corrupt Soul Esports, a very good performance. Spec also. One Side Glory is busy calculating the points, if they are qualifying or not, how many points which team has got. But let's first look at the iQOO MVP. Is it really Anand? And yes, it is Anand. 7 finishes, 1000 plus damage, 1 assist, a very good outing.
Absolutely. I mean, Anand, last time around he was in the second spot. Unfortunately, did not make it to the MVP. This time around he does, and boy, has he found redemption. 7 finishes.
Sorry to cut you, but he's the first one to become an MVP twice in the both games.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only player I've seen who has also been in the first place and the second place. I don't think we've seen that. You are right about that. Wow, Anand's just standing a cut above the rest over here, and let's not forget there are individual prizes in this tournament. So if you make it to the grand finals, if you continue this performance, you will be rewarded for your individual play. And boy oh boy, I think Anand probably has his eyes set on that 1 lakh rupees that has been set aside for the MVP. Of course, in second, third, and fourth place, you got members from other teams, and in fact, no one from Too Easy. You can see it's Corrupt Souls Karneki in second place, Thor in third place from the same team, and then Teen Outlaws having Nox YT in that 4th place and OMKV Phoenix being in that 5th place. So it does seem like Anant is pretty much carrying this team on his shoulders.
I won't say that because his teammates are also delivering a very good performance. All the 4 players, yes, Anant is outstanding. He's showing off. He's having the flashy plays. But let's have a look at the match summary. How much flashy the game was. 6 grenade finishes.
Yep, the grenade finishes keep on piling. For today, as we see 6 grenade finishes once again out of 82 grenades used. Of course, the efficiency not being as great, but once again, I have to say, you know, the more grenades a team uses, the more finishes and knocks you see off of those, you can just directly correlate it to performance and be sure that the team is going to be good the more grenades they use. But yeah, let's actually look at the finish to damage ratio and see how efficient they were. Even though they were doing a lot of damage many times, you don't convert those knocks into finishes, and such was the case for a couple of these teams over here. In fact, I see a team with 1500 damage but only 5 finishes.
I think this is one of the best finish damage graph that we have seen. Look at the graph. So many 1000 plus damages coming in. In fact, 2000 plus damage given by Corrupt Soul Esports, followed by Team L's also 1000 plus damage. Not too many finishes coming in, but still a very good performance. very good damage that has been dished out. OMKV close to 2000 damage and 11 finishes. Again, if we look at the next teams also, Outlaws also having 1000 plus damage, followed by LVT squad 1530 damage. That is a very good outing coming in from so many teams. They were taking so many fights, dishing out so much damage. This is one of the best finished damage graph.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I don't think I've ever seen any of these teams just getting so much damage and also have a couple of finishes to boot. Even though they only won finishes for some of these teams, it's still there. It's better than zero. So let's have a look at the top 4 squads now and see which one of these teams actually had some significance behind that damage dealt, had some significance behind those finishes. And of course, it's Too Easy, followed by OMKV, Corrupt Soul Esports, and Team Spec. Those are our top 4 squads. And boy oh boy, I have to say, 2 Evil Zombies, they really deserved it. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen any team have such a member who has single-handedly caused a squad wipe in one game, and then he goes on in the next game and once again top frags for his team. That is just very hard to find in a player.
Well, Anand, you have got a fan. In fact, you have got so many fans. You should be impressed. Everyone is impressed the way you were playing. I'm sure the chat is also quite impressed. But
yep. Well, this wouldn't have been possible without the iQOO Legend 7. So let's have a word from our sponsors and see what they're all about.
Are you ready for this?
Well, there's a saying that goes that too much of a good thing, it can also be bad, and with that, this is the ending of the first round itself. But there's also another saying that goes where one door closes, another one opens, and that is exactly what's going to be happening over here, as this marks the end of the first round. Now remember, if you want to know what the results are, you got to stay tuned, because tomorrow is when we're going to be announcing that. So make sure you tune in and make sure you find out who are these teams who are going to be advancing on to the next round, and if your favorite team's in there as well as the round 2, which is going to be starting in just a day. You know, we're taking one day off. That's it. That's all these players get, and then it's back to the grind once again as we move on and we see what they're going to be up to in the second round. I cannot wait for what is happening, because from here, this is the wheat being separated from the chaff. We're going to see a lot of these teams just raise the level a little bit, and maybe some of the teams who've been appearing to be strong so far, well, when their mettle is truly tested, they might crumble under pressure. Which of those teams are going to be the ones who crumble? Which of those teams are going to be the ones who actually just, you know, thrive under pressure and convert into diamonds and, yeah, well, and end up shining and really putting up a great performance? I can't tell you. Neither can Shadow.
yeah.
And if you want to find out, you're going to have to make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel and also stay tuned. Make sure you click the bell icon, enable notifications as well. And with that said, this is it for the first round. Shadow, before we say our closing words, any final thoughts?
Just teams that are qualifying, good luck for the next round. That's it.
Thank you so much for tuning in. This is the end of round 1, but we will be back day after tomorrow with the second round. Don't go anywhere.